Welcome everybody back to Film Club. We've got an epic movie today, The Godfather. But as always, I'm here with Sandy Q and Jay from Nerd Take. But before, thank you, Sandy, for the gifted memberships. Before we got there, and the usual suspects got it: Galadorn, Highlander, Davy Verse, Error 404, and Lance from Outcast Correct. So yeah, thank you, Sandy. But
Yay!
how have you been?
Merry Christmas.
Been? Yes, Merry Christmas. Very coming up so quick. But how you two been?
I'm well. I'm behind for Christmas, but I'm so glad to take this break today because The Godfather is a Christmas film. Jay.
I'm also well. No complaints. Kind of a little bit busy heading into the final stretch before Christmas here, but you know, all good things. Really can't complain too much.
Does that mean, Sandy, I should have wore a Christmas jumper?
I would have loved it if you wore a Christmas jumper.
I'm assuming that means Christmas sweater.
Because over here, jumper is a dress. It's a dress over here.
God, we're going to start an argument in chat now. We're like, is it a sweater or is it a jumper? But yeah. So I guess this is, again, Sandy's pick. Sandy, you excited?
I'm very excited. And I'm thinking, I know it was my pick, but I'm thinking both of you would have put this on the list if I had put it on first. So
yes,
this has to be, I think we, on our little list, everyone, so you know the inside baseball, we have a massive spreadsheet that generates into the Wheel of Film. And on the spreadsheet, there are certain films that we have highlighted in bright green because we all agree that these are high, the highest recommendations that we would make for a film. And so The Godfather, definitely a high recommendation from all of us. And I did read the book. I was absolutely blown away by the book. And I'm surprised.
Is this the first time you're reading it?
The first time I've read it, I kind of can't believe I hadn't read it before, but I do lean more toward real history versus, fiction with a little history sprinkled in. It's a massive book. I could not put this book down. It's one of those. So I highly recommend, as we talk today, as we go through the film, we'll take some pauses so that I can share some of the differences between the book and the film. And just a reminder, the book, written by Mario Puzo, it covers what we see in Godfather, what we call Godfather 1, The Godfather, and it covers most of what we see, or I'd say about half of what we see in The Godfather 2. And I'll kind of explain how the book is structured as we go along, but I will just say this. I'll give you this one kind of overarching item about the book. It's written in the different perspectives of the different characters. So while I don't want to make this comparison, but I know that many of our friends would appreciate the reference. It's written like the Game of Thrones series, which is written from the perspectives of different characters. George R.R. Martin, whether he knew it or not, maybe took a little inspiration somehow from Mario Puzo, but you're getting small chunks of the story of all the individual characters and how they all form and come together in the overall story. It is done absolutely masterfully. And that's all I'll say right now, until we get into the nuts and bolts of the film.
The nitty gritty. I'm guessing we're going to get a lot of this phrase throughout our discussion, hopefully, unless Jay really hates it, is I
Yeah, it's
love this
terrible.
scene. I'm gonna guess there's gonna be, oh, I love this scene. I like this scene.
Yes.
Oh, this is
Mhm.
great dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's gonna be like it's like even like the start, even with the music, like that really dull, kind of really dramatic, but very slow pace, like score is like you get, ooh, what's going on? And then of course, I'd gonna say I like the opening, like where you don't see the Godfather, you get to see the Undertaker. You just get like that. And it's like I guess it's his study. I'm guessing the best way you're gonna call it, like with
Yeah, it's his study.
study, the whole deal.
these meet up, and it's I like how it's lit. Like it's everybody's lit from above. If you noticed, it's like that. There's no like, it's like until you see the Godfather, and I just like that. But yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? This
The first words.
I hate to say this. I'm gonna be like jump way. I'm hoping the will give us Godfather 2.
I hope so
I'm
too.
gonna watch it, I think, regardless, just now I'm in the mood.
Yeah, it does get like the girlfriend said, you have to be like, it's one of those ones when you're in the mood to watch this movie, it's good, but you have to be in the mood, and when you watch it, you're like, oh, I should watch this more often. But yeah, it's because I'm guessing it's because it's long. It's a long movie. It's just shy of 3
It
hours,
doesn't
isn't it?
feel long though.
But no, it doesn't.
It doesn't, but when you're anticipating watching it again, you do kind of look at that runtime like, do I really have 3 hours?
You gotta
But
make
again,
time.
Yeah,
right. It's like once you start it though, you're like, damn, this movie just flows along so well that it does not feel like 3 hours at all. But
yeah, I'd say like most people were from the acting, but everybody forgets how well edited this movie is, because I'm guessing there's a lot cut out, like to fit it into under 3 hours. I bet they do. I'm guessing like the studios were like, please, just under 3 hours. I'm guessing this could have been 5 hours, and I'm guessing a lot of you be like, it felt okay. Like that.
The
No.
way
But
the
yeah,
book was written, and I'll go into this. There are 2 areas in the book that could have been entire other films. And if we could wipe the 3rd film out of our collective brains, because it's not what Mario Puzo wanted, there are 2 other compelling stories buried in this book, in addition to the 2 that we get, Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. Since you mentioned the very beginning of the film, the first words spoken in the film, I believe in America. That is so important in the book, not so terribly important in the film, but I'll point out ways and whys that the comparison of the American justice system to the Sicilian justice system is really important. But those 4 words by Amerigo Bonasera, The Undertaker, I believe in America. That's not how the book begins, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But I'm interested, Jay. I'm interested for you. So I'm old enough. Obviously I'm not old enough to have seen this in the movies. I'm not that old, but you know, I've probably seen this so many times. You're a slight bit younger than we are. I'm interested to know, when did you come across this film? Was it when you discovered Goodfellas and Casino and all that, or did you know about it before?
Yep. So it was about that same time. I always knew of it in general, but being younger, wasn't really allowed to watch that kind of stuff. So it was once I hit my teenage years, that's when I started watching Goodfellas and Casino, and then venturing at, Reservoir Dogs, at least. So I found it around then. And it was actually, I mentioned this in the one of the previous streams, it was actually the Godfather video game that really got me to want to kind of like pique my interest in it and want to go watch it. So somewhere in my teenage years, when I was finally old enough to watch these kind of movies, the game was what got me into it to start, because I was always a gamer, been my whole life. So that got me to start the interest. But it felt like it fit right in line with the Goodfellas movies and Casino. And the reason this one kind of didn't get a first watch when I was watching those was more because those were a little close. Like with those being 90s movies, they felt a little bit closer to my era. And I always kind of had, as a kid, had that, or at that point a teenager, had that little bit of like, that's an old movie, I don't want to watch it type of thing, with this one having been so old. So when I finally got interested in the story through the game, going back to watch it then was like, damn, this is a really good movie. Now, it was interesting to watch it again because I've only ever watched it that one time when I was younger. It's not a movie I'd watched multiple times, kind of again because of that long runtime. I've always just
Oh, I
never
bet
really
you.
dedicated the
I bet
3
you
hours to
appreciated
do
it
it
more
again.
being a bit older.
Well, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Now, having watched it again older and being able to look at it from a critical, like, film perspective, it really is just brilliant. I mean, everything about this movie is just it's cinema masterpiece. It really is. So watching it again now, I will definitely be making more regular watches of it, carving out the 3 hours, or maybe watching it in 2 parts, an hour and a half here, hour and a half there, whatever it may be, to continue to rewatch this movie more as I get older, as I go on. And, one day when my kids are old enough, show them this movie and that kind of thing, to just explain, like, this is peak cinema. I mean, it is cinema at its best.
Every component, every component of how this film was made, from the cinematography to the music. You mentioned the music, not just the score and the theme, but the song selection that's moved in, that's kind of woven in, the costumes, the mannerisms, the places in New York where they choose to film. Everything is just, I hate to say it's, because it's not perfect. We'll talk there's just a few tiny little places where it could have been better, but my goodness, it is as near to perfect as you're going to get. So as we dive right in, I mentioned the first words are "I Believe in America," spoken by Bonacera. The book, I'll just share how the book begins. The book begins with small vignettes of the background of a number of people who owe a service to Don Corleone. So the book begins with the background of Amerigo Bonacera, who he is, where he came from, and then the terrible tragedy that occurred to his daughter. We also hear about Nazarene and Enzo, the baker and his soon-to-be son-in-law, that we're going to meet Enzo later. We also hear about Johnny Fontaine and his background, and we see him come to the wedding, but we don't know his background. And we also learn about a number of other characters that are going to come up later. His partner in the olive oil business, Janko, Janko Abundanza. So we hear these little snippets of all these people who owe a service to Don Corleone, but it's because he's treated them well. This is not, we right away, we know this is a crime story, right? Just like we know who the bad guys are, but we absolutely cheer for the bad guys. We cheer for the criminals. Just like we do in The Sopranos, just like we do in Goodfellas, here right away, because Don Corleone believes in honor and taking care of his friends, above all, taking care of his family. And so those first few little, I won't even call them chapters, they're just little paragraphs and little vignettes, really set the stage that these men and one woman owe a service to Don Corleone, but it's because he's done something dangerous for himself, something that could have put him in jeopardy, but he did that to win their friendship and, yeah, to win their service as well. We move on to Connie's wedding. This is where this film, what a genius device. We talk about in so many films where exposition is unnecessary, right? Where you've got two characters who know each other already. They might be family, but they have an urge to have to tell each other things they should already know. What a great device to use a wedding where you've got tons of characters. Some know each other, some don't know each other. And so they're introducing each other. And so, in a little bit, when Kay comes along, Michael has to tell Kay who all these people are. Fantastic. Now we know who everyone is. What a great device. This is not needless exposition. We've now set the stage through this grand event. We know who every single character is. We even know that Tom Hagen is adopted. We even know who the bodyguards are. There are even the smallest details. We know because of individuals having conversations during this wedding to introduce each other. Absolutely wonderful device. But back to Don Corleone's office. So let's go back to what's going on there. Jay, stasis, what's going on? Oh, we lost Jay.
Yeah, we just lost Jay. He'll be back. He'll be back. He's having audio problems, so he's going to log back off. But he'll be back. Yeah, I say this. I think it's good because I say we get the Undertaker is literally explaining that his daughters went like, he was trying to be a good American, as you said, and he let his daughter be kind of a free spirit. Then two guys went to take advantage. When she said no, they literally beat her into hospital. So the police arrested them, went to court. Was it 3 years suspended sentence? And
Yep,
yeah,
3
so
years in
welcome
jail,
back,
but
Jay.
the sentence
Yeah.
was suspended. So they're out of. They walked out of the courtroom, and in the book, they walked out of the courtroom smiling and giggling.
And then, of course, there's like you kind of, he's like, you've never asked, you've never done anything to me, you've never invited me to your house, like the Godfather, saying you don't even have the respect to call me Godfather, but you want to ask this favor of me. What, and the favor is kind of, yes, we should like picture there, whispers in, and it's murder. These
Oh
got
no,
then
it's not
like,
actually.
is it? Oh well, in this one, is it
maiming and mutilation?
That's kind of what I thought.
He
Given
wants them
the
to
whispering,
suffer for the rest of their lives.
right.
Yes.
Given the whispering and the nature of what he was saying they had done to his daughter, I kind of had a feeling it was something along the lines of make sure they're never able to do it again, for lack of a YouTube friendly way to say it.
Yeah.
And there's a prior story that's hinted at in the book. I'll tell you later when we talk about Luca Brasi, that that is well known in the neighborhood, of something that Luca had done, and so it could be something to that effect. But to your point, Amerigo never called him Godfather. He was one of the few, and again, because his words, "I believe in America," he always leaned toward the American justice system and not the Godfather. He didn't want to
Until it
be
let him down.
Yep. He didn't want to be in the Godfather's debt. He didn't want to do the old way. And then exactly, it let him down. Where are you going to go? Well, I got to crawl on my hands and knees as a total supplicant to the Godfather.
But we find out quite quickly as well, because of the wedding, he has to. There is was it a kind of a unwritten rule that you could ask the Godfather
They
kind of
honor
for
the
anything?
old customs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. If they ask for a favor, the favor will be kind of honored. And then
Yep.
of course you get concierge Tom comes in and he's like, give us, what is it? The kind of men that won't mess it up, kind of things like that. So they're going to do it, even though he's kind of the speech just before it. He's kind of said, it's not right to do. Like she's still alive. So what you asked for me is a bit too much. But then he like, but it's my daughter's wedding. I'm like, okay, and that I love that because like straight away you say, you know what I mean, oh, he's got a bit of a nasty streak, like straight away.
They also mentioned that the daughter is the godmother is Mrs. Corleone. So Don Vito's wife is the godmother of the child. And she has obviously affection for the child, and the father wants vengeance. So yeah, in the book, they do, they dispatch two of their best men to take care in most brutal fashion of those two hoodlums, leaving them alive with strict instructions to leave them alive, but basically in the worst, most terrible. I mean, every bone is broken. Every bone in their body is broken. They will never walk again. They will never do much again, but they're still alive. And it's the vengeance. But Now, Bonacera, you will come to do me a service someday. I will call on you, and you will come to do me a service. And so Tom Hagen, he's got the little, whether it's real or in his mind, he's got the little list of all the people who owe a service to the Godfather, and Bonacera is one of them. He looks frazzled. He doesn't. He honors the old ways. I think he just wants to go enjoy his daughter's wedding. The acting here, if you notice, his demeanor can turn very quickly when he's facing Sonny and Tom, and he's like rolling his eyes and, oh my God, do I got to talk to these people? Versus when he turns to talk to the person and puts on the charm and is the Godfather and, recognizes his duty and honor and honoring the old ways. It's what he's built his life on. He's got to do it, whether he wants to or not.
Well, yeah, because I like he's changing attitude is shown by the next one with the wedding. He gets called out because the family photo is going to be taken, and he's kind of like, oh, thank God, he gets out there. He's like, in the wedding atmosphere.
Is
and
Michael
then he
here?
just goes, where's Michael? And his face just literally changes to the wife, especially if like just goes into different attitude. Do not mess with me. Like I'm like, she goes, I don't like that. And then Sonny kind of goes, I don't know what's going on like that. And he just walks out. I'm not going to say anything. It's the wedding, but you could see normally you would have you're wasting my time without Michael when we're not going to take a family photo. And then
exactly.
and then it goes into, I like the next bit is where I'm guessing it's the FBI is taking down all the number plates.
They are.
And then of course he goes out and it's this bit where like all the other dons, I suppose, are there. They're all, being invited, being out of respect to the wedding. There's dancing and everything going on in the background, drinks. And then, he's come out to meet them. And we don't know who they are. We just know he's come out. They're respectful, to be respectful to like I suppose, the old timers, like the heads of the families. But we don't know that right away. But it's good. But yeah, it's again, it's a good little setup because you're seeing the kind of mid-level guys, the main guys, and then kind of the guys who do the runaround kind of things. And there's in the wedding, there's a structure even there. It's quite a good like how they even set it up. And of course, yeah, we're waiting to find Michael. Who's Michael? And yeah, it's good. And then I forgot his name. It's quite good, and we find out more. There's still one person who's the guy who wasn't supposed to be invited, and he didn't think he was going to be invited.
Luca Brasi.
Yeah, that's it. So that's where we kind of get introduced as well to Kay, because you're like, that guy's talking to himself. It's like about game. It's a good setup.
This is my number one problem with this film, and it prevents me from calling this film a 10 or even a 9.5. The way they depict Luca Brasi. It's this moment where he looks kind of befuddled and silly, and you even chuckled. Luca Brasi is the world's most well-known hitman. He is a killer. He is the dog you send in. He's this terrible person. And the problem in the film is that they introduce him in this way that he looks kind of dopey. And then later you're supposed to believe what a tough guy he is, he's the number one by far. He's the man that, and you kind of miss it, but he is the man that other families want because he's so vicious. And there are so many stories in the book about horrible things he's done, including throwing children into a furnace, and even more unspeakable things. So this introduction of Luca is so off from the book, and it also harms the story just a little bit. And I'm surprised that Mario Puzo allowed it to happen that way. And yes, it was another introduction. It was another place where Michael is explaining to Kay who he is, so we get the explanation. And Michael even says, he gives a description of, some things that he had done. It doesn't jive with this stuttering goofball that's going in to say thank you to Don Corleone. So I have a real issue with this piece. I'll let it go for now. But we have, yet again, this is it's meant to be another introduction to to yet another character. And you've got so many characters to keep track of. It's great that we're getting these introductions because it's going to help us to keep track of everyone.
Mhm.
Yeah, I say I don't know the background to the start of the thing, but I like that because it was obvious like later of he's kind of what he can do, because even like when like with Kay kind of introduces like looking at him, she even says he's talking to himself, he looks like a scary man, and then Michael's going, yes, a scary man, and it's like that
He's a
straight
very
away,
scary man.
he's like that, and he's big, like how the actor portrays him, he's big, he's it's not somebody you want to mess with, he's got that, but him reciting it, I just thought it was like nerves, he's like, I'm going to meet the Don. Like he probably, as you say, number one hitman, but it's probably third party of somebody else who goes, there's the call, if he's that good. So yeah, I didn't mind it, but then I don't know read the book or the background story of it. So I didn't think it was misplaced.
Mhm.
So it doesn't, so having not read the book, does it bother you? I'm sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead. I would like to hear actually that part of the book side of it. So.
Yeah, does the difference, like what you see of him now, and then later when Don Corleone trusts him, remember, Don Corleone doesn't tell the other members of his family that he's going to send Luca to kind of spy or, be a double agent. So that's how much trust he has. Did that somehow not jive for you?
It didn't for me. And in terms of the scene where this part of the scene where he is practicing and he does kind of come off as if he's nervous, like Stacey said, does come off as nerves, which I think what they were going for was the idea that even this guy who's the baddest in the business in terms of the like you said, the viciousness and how he performs his work, even he's a little bit intimidated to talk to Don himself. So I didn't mind it. I thought it worked a bit, and I didn't, for me at least, it didn't take anything away from his character, going forward. But I can see from the book's perspective how, maybe it didn't translate the way it maybe wanted to in the story itself.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I could say, I'm going to slightly jump forward, is he's in the movie. There's not enough of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that would be the bigger issue. Like, it more so than that setup scene. It doesn't feel like they do enough to show how vicious and he was at his job. You get the idea that he's kind of the number one guy they call for these type of things, but I would say, yeah, it probably just doesn't show enough later on to show exactly what role he had in this whole story.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair, and I think it was, cutting him out, so to say, was well done though, because otherwise you'd have a 6-hour film or you would have two films. This film broken into two films somehow because there just is so much. So,
but also censorship. If they went to do one of the murders, like you think about how the ones we see, it's normally not many that are gruesome. If if that makes sense, they're not like they're like, oh, shocking, but they're not gruesome. There's a lot in not just mafia history, but underworld history that are a bit brutal, a bit why did what they could have done something a bit like that, and it's all normally sending a message. It's to send a message.
Exactly. It's to warn the others who weren't impacted, to instill fear, because when loyalty doesn't work, then fear. Go for loyalty first. Always go for loyalty first, then fear. And that would be Don Corleone's approach. Other mafia leaders would go differently. There's one more before we get to actually Michael arriving. There is one more person in in Don Corleone's office, and that is Nazarene the baker, who explains that his daughter is in love with this man Enzo, and the problem is Enzo is a parolee. We don't go into all the detail in the film, but the book explains that Enzo was traded to America because he was a prisoner of war during World War II, and so he was sent to America to work in a minimum wage job, and Nazarene hired him in the bakery. But once the war was over, he was going to be sent back to Italy, and there's no guarantee that he would stay in the United States. Nazarene's daughter is now in love with Enzo, and so therefore he wants the Godfather to help to get Enzo to be able to stay in the country, and he does. And both Nazarene and Enzo are grateful, and also are in the Godfather's debt, but they're happy to be, because they're very grateful. And throughout the book and the film, so many of these stories turn out really badly. But there are a handful that have very happy endings because of the Godfather. And Enzo and his wife, their story has a very happy ending. And Nazarene the baker, because they eventually take over the bakery. They have a very happy ending because of the Godfather. And I won't. I'll stop talking there, but I'll at the end I'll share a little bit more about the few stories that do have a happy ending. But this one was important. So all of these interactions, by the way, none of these are throwaway interactions. I think that's also why it's great to rewatch this film, because every time you watch it, you find another little nugget that you didn't catch the previous time, and it pays off later. The setup, and we didn't talk about this. We talked about scenery, music, and cinematography. The setup and payoff in this film is done extraordinarily well, but it does require you to watch a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So, Michael. The introduction of Michael. So everybody's been looking for him, and we now find him in uniform.
In uniform, war hero.
Yeah.
He's a war hero. Now I'm going to ask you a question. I threw a little quiz out to Jay and Stasis ahead of this review, and I wanted to share a few things that might be different in the book. So I gave them a little quiz, and I asked them, was the Godfather disappointed in Michael? At this point in the film, do you think he is disappointed in Michael?
I said yes.
I would say no. I didn't feel like he was at this point in the film.
He's very disappointed in Michael. He
Hey, I won. See you later, bye now.
I threw another curveball in there. One of the other answers might be true as well.
Okay.
Don Corleone does not believe in America. Bonacera says, I believe in America. Don Corleone would say, I do not believe in America. He was angry that Michael chose to fight for his country. He not necessarily because it's my youngest son and I'm worried about him. It's because I don't want him fighting for this country. I don't think this country has provided for our people. And in some sense, you're fighting in World War II for the United States. You're sort of fighting against Italy, but that's why he didn't want Michael joining the army. Michael is a disappointment to him. Michael was also rebellious, whereas Fredo and Sonny were very much obeyed their father.
Towed the line.
Michael was the only one who would openly disobey his father in front of outsiders as well. Michael also associated with people who were not Italian. And we meet Kay. Kay is from New England. She's from New Hampshire, Connecticut.
No, I thought it was New Hampshire. I think at some point he says, "Go back to New Hampshire with your parents."
Yes, she's from New Hampshire. She's a Yankee, as they say in the book over and over again. She's a Yankee. She's a Protestant. She's everything that the Sicilian Italian Catholics are not. And Michael freely associates in that world outside of the family. So he is a disappointment to his father, but his father wants the entire family together. So he's happy to see Michael, but not for the reasons you think, not because he misses Michael. Michael is now in college, by the way. Michael's studying at Dartmouth, and Michael is going to be a mathematics professor. So he's extraordinarily smart. He served his country. He earned the Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, and he's now going to be a math professor. Don Corleone is disappointed that he's not part of the family, even though later you'll hear over and over again, I never wanted this for you. It's for different reasons. So there's disappointment there, but he's happy to have the whole family intact at this important occasion because that's tradition.
Yeah, so they don't really go into that. He's just kind of everybody's like, is it? We don't really know really much about his wartime career. We get a couple of times you were a hero, you know, in the movie at least, and you know, your father was proud of you, you know, being out there. But there's very much not much about what division, what did he do, where did he go? You know, we don't know, you know, what, you know, if he got injured. We don't know anything about it. You know, he just served. That's all of that.
And that's all there's time for.
Yep.
That's all there's time for.
Yeah. So again, we just like, I forgot, I must say, when rewatch this, how long this wedding scene is.
Yeah, I almost want to say it's like, well, obviously I do like the beginning of this entire movie, the whole intro. I like the way that they efficiently set up the characters, the hierarchy of the family itself. I love the contrast between the meetings he's having in his office versus the wedding going on just outside of it. All of it is set up so well and so nice and efficiently, and just good, engaging story that gets you right into it. But it almost feels tough to say I like the intro to this movie because it goes on for so long that it feels like it's more than just the intro to the movie type of thing. But yeah, it's brilliantly done the whole way through.
But I say, like, even to that, you get the I suppose American Italian Catholic culture as well, straight in there with, you know, how like it's completely. I've never been to that kind of wedding, and like, I know you're saying mafia as well, but like that kind of, you know, they're all singing, they're all like they've got their music from the old country, I suppose, going off in the background. You know, they get the mum up there, then the old guy comes up singing along and all that. Yeah, it's fun, but you can also have the undertone of it. You know, there's Don's having the meeting, the Godfather's having the meeting, but there's probably little meetings all going over the place and like that. And then, of course, you get introduction, and let's say we get now, I think the first one is Sonny, isn't it? We get like that because he has to go and find Michael, and he gets a little bit distracted, doesn't he? And he goes, they make out he's a bit of a playboy like that, I suppose, like that. You know, I'm guessing it's supposed to be one of the bridesmaids he's in a room with.
He's not just a playboy. In the book, it goes into graphic detail about how physically blessed Sonny is.
Oh, well, you know, they do have that little scene with, I believe his wife is kind of like using her hands and doing like a stop when type of thing to, you know, insinuate, I think, exactly that. So it's probably their little nod to that in the book. I did catch that, and I thought, well, that's got to be obviously what she's referencing.
So he's got his eye on Lucy. I don't think we hear her name in the.
No,
we just hear her
in the film.
Yeah. You hear her say Sonny's name, not quite her own.
There are going to be a few characters, again, that they're sort of throwaway characters in the film. She is a pretty major character in the book. And I'll explain later on, like how she's woven into the rest of the story after Sonny dies. And, you know, we get this, you know, we're going to get this impression of Sonny as like super tough guy, right? Flies off the handle. And throughout the film and the book, we're seeing the differences between the three kids. We're seeing that Michael is smart and calculating. We're seeing that Sonny is passionate and flies off the handle. We see that Fredo is very emotional. And, you know, others will comment on how the boys got the three best parts of their dad. They each got a very good part of their dad, comma. And then there was Connie. There is nothing good to say about Connie in the book, and it comes across slightly in different parts of this film and in Godfather too, um, because she was his favorite, and she was overly spoiled, and she turned into the typical stereotypical mafia princess, which you sort of see in Meadow Soprano too. Not to the extent of Connie. Um, and everyone recognizes it, and she even knows it. She uses the fact that there's only one person who can contradict the Don, and it's not even his wife. It's Connie. She's the only one who can contradict him and not feel his wrath, and he'll even reconsider based on her. So she can do no wrong. He'll do anything for her. But when they talk about the character traits, it's like, oh, and her. Like, there's nothing redeemable from Don Corleone. She got nothing good from him. She got greed, incredibly greedy, incredibly materialistic, very controlling, um, and also a bit of jealousy between her, not just the boys, the family, but also between her and Tom. And as we'll meet in just a minute, Johnny Fontaine has a much larger role in the book. Johnny Fontaine is sort of the fifth son. He is a very, very close part of the family. And so she's incredibly jealous of all of them, but more so Tom and Johnny, because they're not natural born sons. But you don't get that right away from her, and we are a little sympathetic to her a little bit later. I really don't think it's until the second film that you really see who Connie really is.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the second movie is, I think, more with what goes on. Yeah, she's the instigator of another story within the story, but she's there. Yeah, it's like it's obvious she's been a very spoiled. Let's say that, like, straight away you tell that. Yeah, through like it's the Don's only daughter's wedding, so yeah, it's going to be elaborate. But yeah, she just plays up to it in every moment. Yeah. So,
did anyone catch when Tessio grabs a piece of fruit? Did anyone catch which piece of fruit he grabbed?
No,
I don't think I did.
So Tessio grabs an orange. There's a whole kind of theme around mafia movies and oranges. I don't know if either of you have heard that.
No.
So
go on, explain.
When Don Corleone, spoilers, later when Don Corleone is shot, he's picking out oranges. He's pointing to oranges. When Tony Soprano is shot, he's buying a bottle of orange juice. There's this whole thing about oranges, and if you're the one around the oranges, you're in for it.
Well, funny you point that out, because I did notice at the end of the, later on in the movie, when Don Corleone is with his grandson and he kind of uses the piece of a fruit to do the thing, to put in his mouth. It's actually a bit of an orange slice.
It's a slice of an orange.
Go figure.
It's the last food he eats is a slice of an orange. So yes.
Go figure.
So,
I never knew that.
Keep your eyes open in all gangster films for the references. But Tessio picks up the orange. We know what's going to happen to Tessio later. We meet Clemenza, who's dancing like a maniac. Says, "Give me the hose." Drinks water straight from the hose. That's good. Then he drinks like wine, just straight from the pitcher. He's like, give me some wine. Give me some wine.
But it shows as well straight away. Because doesn't he he asks for something, doesn't he? One of the members, now do the rounds. What you doing here? Kind of. He's like, you can tell he's quite senior, and could he quickly tells one of the younger lot, you haven't got time to have fun. You're supposed to be doing the perimeter or something like that. And he quickly shuts them down. He's like, we can enjoy ourselves, but you still got a job.
Hello, Uncle Martin with the mountain bike. Hi.
Hey, Uncle Martin.
But everyone's having a great old time, and the two youngsters, one of whom is Paulie, look at the bag that Connie is putting the wedding envelopes in. It's one of those, I don't know, Jay, I don't know if you had one. My family's Polish Russian. You have this bag that they make, the old ladies will make out of one of the grandmother's wedding dresses or something. It's a string bag, and when you're getting married, they put the envelopes in the bag. It's the thing. And they go, Maron, look at that bag. If this were any, must be 10,000 in there. If this were any other wedding, oh, I would grab, because that's what they would
Mm.
do. They would stick
Mhm.
up another, but not, obviously not Don Corleone's wedding, but she does. So everyone's paying their tribute by giving money to Connie. And then they're screaming. Don Corleone's in his office. He's like, what is that noise? And these women are just screaming. And it's Johnny Fontaine. And you think, oh, you learn very quickly, he's a famous singer. Somehow he's attached to the family. Connie goes running, Johnny, gives him a big hug, says, you came, you came. He was in Hollywood. So he came all the way from Hollywood for this wedding. In the book, as I mentioned, he's a very big part of the book. He is as much a story as Michael and Sonny and Fredo and Tom. Like I said, he's the fifth child. He is, or the fifth, one, two, three, one, two, three,
Now,
four,
I
fifth
don't know if
son.
it's
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a rumor, but wasn't his betrayal, at least on film, supposed to be Frank Sinatra?
I don't
They were
know.
supposed to, like, yeah, it was supposed to be. I always heard this rumor. Chat, let me know if that's completely like one of those ones that, oh, but I heard that, yeah, it was supposed to be, let's make it as much as the movie as like Frank Sinatra as we can, because there was always rumors that he was in bed with the mafia, wasn't there?
Connected.
Yeah,
There was always room. He was
yeah.
connected.
Mm.
And Johnny's a crooner, and he so in the film, I guess you get the sense that he wants to be in films because of what happens a little later. Not exactly true. He actually just is passionate about singing and wants to be famous, but he's actually not driven by that. He loves singing. He's an artist. He really is. Um, but he's being done dirty by a lot of people. He's placed trust in some people who've let him down. He's also let himself down.
Mm.
And
But
he
that is
started.
also the first story, isn't it? That
Yep.
that Kay goes, why is he here, kind of thing like that, and then Michael
Can
kind
I
of
meet him?
tells them the story of sorry.
And she says, "Oh, can I meet him?
Oh,
Maybe I'll
oh
meet
yeah,
him."
yeah,
She's
yeah,
all
yeah, yeah,
giddy.
yeah. And like he tells the story of like, there was, he wanted to be wanted to get out there, and he thought he was bigger,
Mhm,
and then somebody was holding him back. They made him what, $1,000, I think. I'm guessing that I'm guessing that would probably be the late 40s, quite,
mhm.
to buy him out of the contract. They said no. Then what did he do? The line, made an offer they couldn't refuse. It was like that, wasn't it? Something like that. So, and you were like, what do you mean? So it's like, yeah, like the brains on your brains or your signature on the contract. And then
Mhm.
the next day he refused, and then it was $1. I think it was like, yeah, he made him a deal. Yeah, and it was like, yeah, it was $1 to get out or something, or something like that. Like, I can't remember
Mhm.
how much it was, but it was like, yeah, it was, yeah, something like, yeah. So you can just go, oh, they put the fear into him, like, to sign him off. Yeah, but
They
that's
did.
but that again is Luca Brosky
That was Luca Brasi, yeah,
that
and
did the deal. Yeah,
that was a good portrayal.
yeah.
You see later that, Don Corleone is that Johnny Fontaine comes whining, it's like, "Oh, now
Mm.
I can't get the deal I want. I wanna be in this film. Waltz won't let me have it." And Don Corleone's angry, he slaps him, and he
Mm.
says,
Be a man.
"Be a man, pull yourself together." He's angry at Johnny because Johnny divorced his first wife and was a womanizer and a drinker, and let the fame go to his head. Johnny always very much loved Don Corleone, and Don Corleone loved and still, loves Johnny like a son. Um, and he is his godfather. There's Godfather and there's Godfather. He's his godfather. Um, and even after they kind of go back and forth and back and forth, and then they are going to send Tom out to kind of rough up the Hollywood producer. But the book is not just set in New York and Las Vegas. There is quite a Hollywood story to the book. And also, I'll tell you, there's a little tiny Chicago story in the book. Al Capone is referenced in the book a few times. And so he's, while he doesn't show up, he is referenced. So there's more to the Corleone family than just New York. They are getting into Las Vegas and they're getting into Hollywood. And they're not using Johnny to get to Hollywood. They're leveraging his talent to help make him successful. And I'll wait until a little bit later to tell you how his story turns out. But his is another good news, and his is another very happy ending. And it's a cool story. It could have been his story could have been a film on its own. And here, yeah, he's there. He's kind of, I don't know, it sticks out just a little bit right now, until you get to the next part where you see, oh goodness. But he has a really, really good story and an incredible admiration for Don Corleone and the entire family. He's actually very grateful to them for what they've done. So they ask him to sing, and oh no, Johnny, sing, sing. And of course, he sings, and everybody's excited. So this is like the perfect wedding. This is wonderful. Everyone's happy. All the guests are happy. The FBI, they've ticked off the FBI. But everyone's having a really good time. Don Corleone comes out and dances with Connie, his little girl. They have their father-daughter dance. And all, oh, that's such a great scene. I love that scene. I absolutely love that scene. But there's still business being done. There's still business being done.
Yeah. Well, it's even to that, like just before that, like with the Johnny situation, then he actually gets Tom to go. He's like, go to California, and it's got to be tonight. It's not like after the wedding. So he's missing the evening. He's got to now go from that night, where everybody else is going to be having the after party, I suppose, and all that. He's got to go California. It's like, why me? Because you need to sort this out for Johnny. And it is, and it's even to that. And so we go back, and then I'm guessing it's where Kay gets brought into the picture, but not so heavily, is where Michael finally there for the picture, and he grabs her and takes her to the family photo. So I'm guessing that was it's supposed to portray a big deal. It doesn't so much in the movie. Because how the next, I suppose I'm going to call it chapters, because it is this movie. If they came up with chapter 1, like that, they'd say, and then chapter 2, it wouldn't have felt out of place. This movie is chapter driven, very much so, of like how this, unlike, because after this we get like it fades out, and we are next the Hollywood chapter, I suppose, like the first Hollywood chapter of the movie. And it's I like it. But then I was like, when I was watching, I was like, wow, we've been watching this for a while. And it's like, it's just been this, it has, it's like Jay said, it's the intro, it's the trailer, and you're like, wow, that's a lot. And the worst thing is, like, I would say the best thing, not the worst thing, the best thing about it is I could have had more. It could have been another half an hour just watching this wedding scene and introducing more people and getting to know the family and like everybody around it. Because even though you get a lot, there is a lot of elements that are missed, and that's just be greedy. Like, you want more of the movie when you watch it. But yeah, it's spot on. I love this. It's a very, it's a great setup, because it makes you go, oh, I've got to pay attention, and I'm going to pay attention now.
Two people that are throwaway in this wedding, though, that are very important in the book. And again, I'm sorry, but I'm like highly recommend this book. I hope everyone reads it. I mentioned Lucy. Lucy the Floozy, the bridesmaid that goes off to the room with Sonny. They become a couple, and he loves her. He adores her and he takes care of her. And it's commented on the book where, Sonny's this hothead, violent person who also is extremely caring, and that's his fault. He's the one who brought Tom Hagen home when he was an orphan boy. He's the one who is going to care for Lucy. He's the one who, because Connie's been beat up by Carlo, he's going to make a rash decision to leave the safety of the compound, and eventually it's going to lead to his death because he cares so much about the things and the people he loves. The other throwaway character is the band leader. His name is Nino Valenti, and he plays a very prominent role in the book. And I'll explain a little later how the Johnny Fontaine character actually redeems himself with the Godfather by taking care of Nino and getting Nino set up in Hollywood and the music industry. And it's Johnny's wish. Johnny's thinking quite a bit throughout his life, like, how can I pay back the Godfather? I've not been the best godson. He's being a little over hard for himself, and he tries to redeem himself in many ways. And then one day it comes to him and he's like, Nino, I'm going to bring Nino out here because Nino's the better singer. Johnny even says it. Nino's the better singer. And I just need to get him introduced to the right people, and he does, and he becomes a big hit. And that's another like good news story, but just a little tiny character here. The band leader at the wedding, Nino Valente, is very important in the book.
Jay, your thoughts of the intro? I suppose the intro.
No, like I said, I think it's a brilliant start to the movie. Everything about it works so well. The storytelling is very well done. You're really starting to get a feel for the characters, the hierarchy of the family. The acting is great. There's really no fault to it. I think the faults that you could maybe take from it come from maybe, from Sandy's perspective, for example, of knowing the book and feeling like maybe some more could have been added. For some of these characters that maybe didn't get the story, kind of time in the story that they maybe should have gotten. But again, it's already a 3-hour movie. This that could make this closer to a 4 or 5 hour movie if they did every last little bit. So I understand at some point some things do have to fall to the wayside, but it's just a brilliant start to a movie, and it kind of sets the tone for what you're going to get for the rest of the experience.
So now we're shut off. Now we're in Hollywood. So Tom is gone out there to meet Mr. Waltz. Is that
Mr. Waltz?
Watts. Who we get, I'm guessing it's a sound studio. He's doing his business. And I do like how they do this in the dialogue. Is like Tom is he's been given access. So he's got to be somebody prominent to get on a film studio. But he's very coy of showing his hand. He doesn't show his hand. He's like, Johnny, we kind of, my people kind of want to ask a favor. Can he get into this new war movie? And yeah, it's literally shot down straight away. Does he straight away? I think this is where straight away he tells the story of the girl he had on.
No, not yet.
Yeah, so
he just dismisses him first.
Right. In this part, he dismisses him, and then he kind of tells whoever his assistant is, like, look into that guy, see who he was, because like you said, he's playing his cards pretty close to the chest at this point. So, and then I like how it kind of goes right into the next scene where like there's no explanation of the fact that he looked into it, figured out who he was, and all that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right, like that immediate
come to my home,
nature, and inviting him over the home for the dinner and all that. Like, oh, you should have told me you worked for Don Corleone. Like that whole, again, it speaks to the good writing, but also the great editing too. To just let's not bother with adding this whole scene of him finding out who he is, all that. Like, no, it's just, this is the amount of power Don Corleone has. It's great for setting up his character. Again, the level of respect people have for him, the level of power he has, where it's an immediate, just like 180 in terms of how he's acting towards Tom.
Yeah,
The
but so
definition
like,
of
and
a
then
whoopsie.
yeah,
Yep.
and then
Sorry.
he takes him into the stable to see his new stallion, and he's going to take him out the stud, and he's really proud of this horse. And then we goes into, but it's a throwaway scene. It's just a horse. He's just really happy that he's got a horse.
Mhm.
Tom doesn't forget. Let's say that. Now I've got the clips here side by side. Sandy, you'd be proud. In the dinner, there is oranges in the middle of the table.
Yep.
There you go, a bunch of oranges. Yeah, so this scene is this is where he's kind of he starts off being a bit respectful, then
Mm-hmm.
starts really not being. He thinks I'm a Hollywood producer to whatever he is, and I'm the big shot. Like,
Mhm.
how dare you come into our playfield? I suppose is the best way to think. So
Mm-hmm.
this is us, and he's very he's very disrespectful to Tom, and as Tom is there to represent the Godfather, and Tom knows that, he's no, I'm the face, like here right now, but you're talking through me to Don, and he's just very, he's very he gets a bit heated, and I'm guessing it's because he fancied the girl, or he knew he
Yes.
was going to make loads of money off the girl.
Both.
So yeah, probably a bit of both,
Both. It was after Johnny got divorced, and he, ended up shacking up with Voltz's starlet. He didn't marry her or anything, didn't take her away, but you'll find out. Tom finds out very quickly that Voltz has a preference for women who've not been with another man ever. I'll just say it that way. And because Johnny defiled her, that's what really got to him. In the book, as Hagen is leaving, he sees a car pull up with a lady, a lady in her 30s, and a young girl no more than 12 being escorted into Mr. Voltz's room. Ugh. And Hagen immediately has the sum of Voltz's character right there. In the book, he shares that with the Godfather. So you see Hagen leave, and he says, Mr. Corleone is not a man who likes to wait to hear bad news. He tells him everything. He tells Don Corleone every detail of the meeting, including seeing the little girl being brought into his room, and hence the persuasive act was one of most gruesome violence. The the next morning, the sun is rising. The sun is coming through the bedroom of this elaborate silken sheeted bed, and you see Voltz kind of turning over, and he's putting his arm around a small something or other in the bed, lifts his hand, full of blood, and his beloved horse, I believe it's called Khartoum, was the name of the horse, has been relieved of his head. His head has been relieved from his body, and is in the
it's
bed.
so iconic, this scene, isn't it? It's
Mhm.
literally, it's like the waking
Absolutely.
up of like, what is this?
Who would have
What?
thought it?
And it's just like that confusion, and then it's absolutely, yeah, it's one of those very iconic scenes, and it's just the blood curdling scream throughout. Like, I'm gonna call it like the Xanadu. It's like, he's complex,
It
looks like Xanadu,
does.
and it's
Looks like
like,
the
yeah, he's
Hearst
just like,
Mansion or
yeah,
Xanadu. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So it's that, but it's powerful scene of like, don't mess with us.
Right.
Like, you thought
Yeah.
you were you big boy there. We just bang. Like, we could have done anything. You know what we did? We chopped off a horse's head.
We took away the thing you loved more than anything in the world. And
Yeah.
and you see it a little bit in the film. In the book, it goes more into
Mm.
how much he loves this horse. Also later referenced in The Sopranos, the horse's name was Pi O Mai, I don't know the real horse's name, but the actor horse, but the horse portrayed in The Sopranos was Pi Oh My. And one of the enemies, frenemy, I would call a frenemy of Tony Soprano, purposely dispatches the horse for the insurance money, not just to get at Tony Soprano, but does it for the insurance money as well. Not in such a gruesome fashion. Well, if you consider being burned alive gruesome fashion, I suppose it was in gruesome fashion for the horse. Not in as gruesome fashion on scene as this iconic, absolutely iconic scene. And then Mr. Fontaine gets the contract that he wants. Now, in the book, Johnny Fontaine and Mr. Volz are going to go through their entire lives at each other's throats. This won't end. There are other times when Volz takes advantage of Johnny or blocks him. But as Johnny redeems himself in the book, mends his relationship with his wife, doesn't go back to her, but mends his relationship with his first wife and his children, gets off the booze, helps Nino, tries to help Nino get off booze later, and then becomes a producer in his own right. And in some respects, sometimes outdoes Volts, outperforms Volts, out-earns Volts, sometimes doesn't, but you'll kind of see them throughout their lives, like just at each other. So this doesn't really end it as far as Volts hating Johnny Fontaine, because he'll continue to hate Johnny Fontaine throughout the rest of the story. But this is such, as we said, such a scene, and well shot. The music very simple. Again, the use of silence just before he turns over. I think using silence to preclude, to precede something gruesome or scary is very effective, and that's done in this film. But just another scene, and here we are. We've been talking for well over an hour, and we've only talked about 2 scenes in this film that has just made such an impression on us. I mentioned the characteristics of Don Corleone as they manifest in Sonny and Fredo and Michael. By the way, the book does not call him Fredo; it's Freddie throughout the entire book. And I talked a little bit about Connie, and I haven't talked about Tom. So Tom came to live with the family when he was about 11 or 12. What he's picked up from Don Corleone is he's a fast learner. He learns, and he learns from Don Corleone. And Don Corleone is teaching Tom everything, not because Tom can never take over the family, because he can't, because he's not Sicilian, he's German and Irish, but because he's going to have to support whichever of his children takes over the family. When I asked the quiz question, I said, which of these things might not be the same in the book? Is Don Corleone disappointed in Michael? Is Sonny weak? Is Fredo strong? With respect to Sonny, Don Corleone doesn't think Sonny can take over the family.
Mm-hmm.
Freddie is the stronger brother.
Interesting.
Shockingly. But he doesn't think he can take over the family. He doesn't want Michael to take over the family. Don Corleone hasn't decided what's going to happen to his family, but he wants to make sure that the one person he knows can do the one job he needs him to do is Tom. And he knows Tom is going to learn. And whether he's officially consigliere, because he won't be recognized by the other families because he's not Sicilian. So that's that whole conversation about wartime consigliere or not. It's really, regardless of his title, he's going to be behind the scenes instructing whoever's in charge of the family in what to do. And so, and Don Corleone trusts him immensely. Now, you find him apologizing to Tom sometimes, saying, I need you to do this, like fly out to Hollywood. Or later on, he shuts him out of some conversations. I need you to do this. Hagen seems hurt at times. And that's because as much as he knows that Don Corleone trusts him and has placed so much responsibility on him, he's never told him he loves him. He's told the other, obviously, his blood children that he loves them, but he's never told Tom that he loves them, and that hurts Tom. So in the book, we kind of see a tiny bit of it in the film, and a little bit later, you do see kind of a really touching moment between them. But it's something that Tom's always just wanted. He knows he's trusted, he knows he's admired, he knows he's appreciated. He just wants to be loved. Having been an orphan for so many years, he just wants that.
Interesting. Yeah. I say you do get that with Tom. I do like Tom's character because he just,
I'd agree.
He goes along
Mhm.
whatever, the scenes later, he just wants, he's got respect, but he just wants, he feels like, I don't get that much because I'm not blood. I suppose is that thing. I can never be, I'm in the circle, but I can't be in that inner circle that, that is there. So
he kind of reminds me a bit of the character from why can't I think of the name of the first film club we did? The Coen Brothers film. The mob one there. It's the name is slipping my mind at the moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you too, right? Okay, so it's not just
Miller's
me.
Crossing.
My picks.
Miller's Crossing.
Miller's Crossing, yes.
Yeah.
He kind of reminded me of the character in that, where he's the, the thinker, the kind of, not, I don't want to say brains, because obviously the Don has his own set of brains and his own set of thinking. He's well equipped to be the Don of the family and the head of the family. But in the sense of just kind of the more quiet in the background to a degree, but the a thinker, a planner, somebody who's obviously a top, resource in terms of opinion for the Don. I felt like it was a similar character to a degree, somebody who doesn't necessarily get his hands dirty when it comes to the mob, the actual acts and things that they carry out. He's more of just a brain to rely on, so to speak. So I saw some parallels between that. And I really like the way, I think it's Robert Duvall, right? If I'm correct, I thought he looked so young in it that I could barely even recognize him. But I like the way he played it. I really like the character of Tom in this.
Yeah.
In real life, Robert Duvall has a Southern accent. And it only creeps, if you really look for it, it creeps out like twice in this film, just twice. But it's so well acted, and he doesn't. I think he does a tremendous job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's great in this.
I do want to let's just take a slight breather. I'll put up my notes and numbers charts here, just so that we make sure we keep track of where we, oh heck, this is what happens when I try to share my screen. Nope. Okay, I can't put my notes chart up. Well, this film, I can't. I can put the big screen up. I can't get the little clip to come up. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint window. Okay, so obviously we've mentioned it's based on the book, The Godfather by Mario Puzo, which was published in 1969. The screenplay was written by Mario Puzo and Francis Ford Coppola, and the film came out in 1972. But much of the dialogue is lifted directly from the book. Just entire speeches and so much of the dialogue. So very little was changed. I'll point out one or two things that were changed in the wording, and a few things that were not in the book that were added. Very, very little was added. So much more was taken away, obviously, because it's a big story. We talked about who's in this film. It's the who's who of the mob franchise. It's Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, again, our third Al Pacino film. James Caan is fantastic. Robert Duvall is fantastic. And as we'll talk later when we do the numbers page, the nominations for Best Supporting Actor, Al Pacino, James Caan, and Robert Duvall were all nominated for Best Supporting Actor. None of them won that year, but they all received nominations. So there were a slew of nominations for the film. This is another one. This is a relatively quick turnaround from a book to a film, but here's why. Mary Puzo had won acclaim for his prior book, which is called The Valachi Papers. It was also being made into a movie. I think it was optioned before The Godfather was. So it was being made into a film. So they were well aware of his work. And when The Godfather was finished, Francis Ford Coppola and the producers just jumped right on it and said, this is the one. It was immediately referenced as the American story. And there are a number of essays out there, including some online works, that show that this is when the stereotypical American tale shifted from the Western to the crime drama.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, Westerns were viewed as Americana. And now we've got The Godfather. And then you're going to see because they all begin with an immigrant story, right? They all begin with an us against them story, and they all have, elements of different parts of American society and how, the Italians, the Sicilians have to interact with other parts of society. And in The Godfather, you don't see that quite. You see it a little bit in the Las Vegas and the Hollywood slices. You see it in Godfather 2 when you add in Hyman Roth. You see it in Goodfellas when you add in the fact that Karen is Jewish and there's other ethnicities and the Irish are involved in other, and then you get to The Sopranos, which is America we see today, which is incredibly ethnically diverse. And where does Italy fit there? So there are a number of essays and works out there that say this is where it started to turn our idea of what does it mean to be American as captured on film, through a crime drama. That's the typical now Americana work, which I think is kind of interesting. I think I've never thought about it that way, but I think it's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And
For
also
sure.
Hollywood in the 70s, they liked that gritty.
Mhm.
That
Yeah,
gritty
I like my
definitely.
gritty.
kind of you do, yeah.
I love my gritty.
But that's it. The 70s were that kind of, they all went like, if you look at the the French Connection and stuff like that, they like that
Mhm.
Mhm.
kind of pull between like that. So I think, and they would do, like I say, they drawing them into the cinema to watch,
Mhm.
like a 3-hour movie. You can do that now. So you can't do that now, really.
Mhm.
People are just haven't got that attention span to do it. So yeah, but this is like a dialogue heavy with snippets of brutality, I suppose, like that. But yeah, it delves into what Hollywood were probably asking for. Because if you go, what's this, 72?
Believe
If you look
so.
into the 60s, what was coming out of Hollywood, it weren't, this is a new direction of cinema. They don't have
Mhm.
that kind of, I suppose you want to, if the best way to do it, it's not real life, if that makes sense. It's
Mhm.
not telling the story of the what people want to kind of forget. The it's happening, but we're not gonna publicize it. Whereas Hollywood before that, it was always a bit of fun love, even with their kind of say westerns that were a bit more thoughtful, a bit more strong, like a bit more gritty, I suppose you are. They were still setting a fantasy non-truth element about no people. They wasn't really much about that. Like you're gonna get the OK Corral is probably the most like what's it, the yellow ribbon, can't remember the girl with the yellow ribbon, or that is probably it. Really true grit you're gonna get. But apart from that, Hollywood went, let's go for directors like that dialogue, like that structure, that dark, like everything's dark. There's no that glitter and glamour no more of Hollywood from like the 50s going on. So it's quite interesting to say this is a 40s 50s movie set in the 70s, and it's literally dark as. You look
Mhm.
at how it's lit, except for when like they go to California, it's a bit more, they show the sunshine, but everything is lit in a very dismal way. And there is not really, they don't show the sunshine. It's like, I suppose it's like a day in England. Like but they go for that, let's make it dark, we're showing gritty, everything's got to be shot in that light. So it's a show of how Hollywood wanted to direct going forward their box office.
I think so.
Mm.
Now, go ahead, Jay.
I actually had a very random question here, Sandy, and this was for you. For the book that Miller's Crossing was based off of, do you remember when that book was written by chance?
Oh, I don't know. It was quite a few years before the film. It was in the 40s, like
In the
1949.
40s. Interesting. Because I was just looking at, because when I thought of the kind of comparison between Tom Reagan and the character from Miller's Crossing, the name of that character was kind of popping up in my head, and I wanted to check it out. And it was Tom Reagan. So I'm wondering if there was any correlation between the naming of the character Tom Hagen to Tom Reagan,
you
given
know
their
what?
kind of
I don't know.
stance. And I believe Tom Reagan was an Irish guy as well in that movie, I thought.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Yep.
He
So
was,
I'm curious if there were any parallels from that in terms of inspiration from one to the other. I was wondering the year. I would imagine the book came before this. Like, I thought the book was like 40s or 50s, like you said. I thought that's what we talked about the day we did that movie. So I'm just curious if that name kind of came about with any relation to that story.
It may be, deep thinker.
Right. It's very similar.
Calculating, figuring out all the potential scenarios.
Not able to be, a made man given the
Yep.
nationality background or the heritage background. Both were Irish, Tom Hagen and Tom Reagan. I just kind of popped into my head, so I wanted to check it out to make sure the names actually were what I thought they were.
I'm sure there are probably hundreds of places to dig even further into this film. You could study this film for your entire life. I'm absolutely certain of that. But now we're going to get into the business. Now it's going to be about the business. It's not personal. This is business. And
I do like how it crosses over from we just like a little bit of talking there, but like from the horse scene to the next scene, they just literally, it just goes, we're back in the business. We're not we don't have to discuss that. That's done. It's just next
took
business.
care of it.
I love it. Yeah, we've done it.
I took care of it.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, it's just everyday work for them. You know what I mean? It's like any of us when we do our days at work. How often do we really reflect too much on the day prior? It's just like, yeah, you did what you had to do. Next day, next thing. So for them, it kind of just shows the brutality in the work that they do and how it's just they're kind of callous to it at this point, because it's like, yeah, this is stuff we do. It's not that big of a deal. For us, we see that scene and we're like, oh my God, the horse's head, this is crazy. But for them, it's just, the same as filing a report at work or whatever the hell it is, you're doing a spreadsheet. It's the same thing for them, which is just kind of a crazy concept.
Next time I do a spreadsheet, I'm thinking about
it. This is what I say. If you go by, I suppose we got the intro, and then we have like I suppose like the early bridge of like that, and now we have the main chapter of the movie, the actual premise of the movie, because the first one you kind of it's an intro, a bridge, the actual verse. This is how we get like how you have the structure, because like this is now the story. It's setting up the story of what is actually what we're gonna till the end of the movie. Like there's like that. We've got just two different bits now. So yeah, it's a good and we kind of now get into the ethics of the old way to the new way.
The old crime versus the new crime. And paid in homage by Goodfellas, Paulie, whatever his name is in Goodfellas, said the one thing I don't want you guys doing. I don't want no drugs. I don't want it. I don't want it near the kids. I don't want it near the schools. Stay out of that garbage. And that's what's happening in this film. The other families are moving into the drug trade pretty quickly. But the Corleones are the most powerful because they have all of the judges and all the politicians. And the reason why that's important is because the the criminals, the mafia gangs, have to give some assurances to the runners, the dealers, the guys on the street, whether it's running, for Don Corleone, his big thing is gambling, right? He's got gambling. And so he has to be able to give assurances to the guys who are running numbers that if they get caught, they're just going to be turned out the next day. And so he's got the judges to give them very lenient sentences if no sentences at all. He's also got, to some extent, he's got the police department on him. He thinks he has the police department on his side. He doesn't. He has some individual officers on his side, but he does not have the police department, as we'll find out very soon. He doesn't want in it. He is a family man. He is a man of God, and he knows that drugs are destructive, and he doesn't want it hurting innocent bystanders. The other families want to get into drugs. They're in it already, but their runners on the street are getting thrown into jail and the keys getting thrown away because the judges are owned by Don Corleone. So they want Don Corleone to come into the business so that they can get leniency for their runners when they get caught. And that's the crux of it. It explains it in detail in the book. In the film, you're just hearing that he's against the drug trade. Obviously, there's a ton of money in it. Each of the, quote, 5 families in New York, which are referenced in the film, but in the book, we're looking at families across the country. So there's a crime family from San Francisco. There's the Capone family in Chicago. There's a family in Detroit. There's different crime families, each of which has had its own swim lane for a long time. And they help each other and cooperate each other, but they don't necessarily cross over. So I believe the Tatalias have had prostitution forever, but now they want to get in the drug trade. Corleones have gambling. The other families have gambling, but they really let them have that. The other families have illegal importing and exporting and all kinds of other stuff going on. Corleone's got having none of it. Sonny, however, looking to the future, wants his father to consider it. There's a lot of money in the business. He wants him to seriously think about getting into the business. Now, this is Sollozzo. This is also an area where I think I'm glad I watched the film before reading the book so that I could give a very clear opinion of the film, because that's what we're talking about now. This always confused me too, because I know later we're talking about the Barzini family and the Tattaglia family, and we're trying to decide who was it that went after Don Corleone. Well, who's this guy Sollozzo? Is there a Sollozzo family? No, Sollozzo works for Tattaglia, but he's in bed with Barzini. So he's working both of them. They call him the Turk because he manages the fields in Turkey where the poppies are grown. And he sends the poppies to be converted in France to morphine and someplace else to be turned into heroin. We're talking heroin. we're jumping all the way from a few illegal pills and some cocaine here and some marijuana there. We're jumping all the way to heroin in The Godfather. That's what the Turk is doing. But he can't. So he has the product, but he can't bring it into the country because he can't do anything with it. Because even, the individuals that he employees to cut it and distribute it and run it, they're all going to jail. They're going to jail for a long time. And so he needs the judges to look the other way so that he can really get his trade off the ground. Sonny thinks there's something in it, but Don Corleone does not.
Well, he even gives him a great deal, doesn't it? He's like, you get, I think, like $1 million, 30%. And he's like, what have I got to do? And he's like, just access to your judges, just your access. So in other words, he hasn't actually got to do anything really. He's just got to get his other things like when the call gets
Mhm.
made, just call somebody and that's it. But yeah, he's like gets in the point. Nope, great deal. Thank you very much. Not for us. And then Sonny kind of gets a bit pissed off, kind of like that. He's like, "Ugh," but then he kind of backs down straight away. He's still the Don. He might be your dad, but he's the Don. That's it. And then of course, Godfather tells Luca
Oof.
Brosket to kind of go and have a look, doesn't he? He's like, doesn't like, I'm guessing it makes out that in this point, like Luca is like he doesn't work for any family. He's like the lone, like he's loyal to is with the Godfather, but he's still a gun for hire, if that makes sense.
Because the Godfather can't control him.
Yeah.
Yep. He doesn't own him, but he owes all of his loyalty to the Godfather, because and it goes back to some horrific things that Abrasi had done. And again, this is where I still don't understand. Even in the book, it's not clear. Like the thing that the Godfather got Abrasi off the hook for was so horrendous. And the Godfather even took care of the families that were harmed for the rest of their lives, including a little old lady, and who had to witness just horrible things. And it just doesn't gel. Like, why? What I don't understand is not why Don Corleone wants this man, because he's obviously a good hand to have, but why Luca is so indebted to him. I just don't get it. There was a point in time where Luca was in prison for murdering a woman, the woman whose children were thrown into the furnace, by the way, or child in that case was thrown into the furnace. And Don Corleone got him out of prison, but still, that just doesn't, like, how does that translate into this lifelong loyalty? The only man I can trust, the only man who will, there must have been other things that aren't even in the book, even more unspeakable, that that Don Corleone knows who to go after to get those services, to do those good credits. But Don Corleone then admonishes Sonny, not for speaking out of turn, but never let them know what you're thinking. Because in the question that Sonny brought up, he says, do you mean to tell me that the Tatalias will guarantee something or other? It showed their hand. It showed that there might be an interest if. And that's what, and I think Sonny knew it right away. He's like, oh man, and these are the things that Don Corleone has told Sonny his whole life, and Sonny just never learns, versus Tom, who learns the first time. All you have to do is tell Tom something once and he learns it. But I've probably told Santino this 15 times. Like, why is he still making the same stupid? He's impetuous. He's passionate. He lets his passion like rule his, his head. And then he makes these silly mistakes. So now Solazzo knows there's a chance with someone in the family. That there's a chance with someone. Maybe it's Sonny, maybe, but we're going to figure this out. And you know what? If we get the old man out of the way, maybe we can do business. Because as long as the old man's around, we're not going to be able to do business. So I think here's where, and maybe a plan was already in place.
But
here's what opens the door.
Yeah, it does. Like, this is because he sends Luca to, I don't know, like undercover, and this is why what I said earlier. It's a bit soon for him to die. Like, he dies in quite a good way, if that makes sense, in like a movie. But just in the grand scheme of what we've been told, he's not done anything. Like, if that makes sense, it's all a bit of like hearsay, but in very subtle, like you're saying more, Sandy. But in the movie, it's we don't really know
You've
Jim.
not
Like he's
seen
still,
anything.
we've not seen anything. They
Mhm.
needed to be a scene. I feel like just before to show that setup, because when he does go, it, it's there's no
There's no, "Oh,
plausible
no, we
reason.
lost our
Yeah, it's
right-hand man. Oh gosh."
yeah. It's like, oh, now stuff is, oh look, look, he's showing his cards now. Oh, this is going to go a bit south. And now also after that, we do get Sandy's right. It's now becomes a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas
Yep,
movie.
it certainly does.
Yes.
So we're going to
Christmas
take
shopping
it.
and all.
Chat, we're taking it. It's near Christmas, so we're taking it. That
There's a
Tommy
few
comes up and
snowflakes. Everybody's
he's got, yeah,
decorated.
yeah. So he comes out
At
to
least
the
the
shop.
wheel gave us a couple Christmas scenes.
Kind of like, yeah, couple of quid. So yeah, so Tom comes out. He's got his sleigh, and he gets stopped. Get into the car. Like that, and they're not being polite. They're not asking. They're telling, get into the car.
If
It's
I
like
wanted to
that.
kill you, you'd be dead already.
Dead already.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
yeah. It's a good little things, and of course, then go through it, Sandy. What happens next?
So Tom's whisked away. Don Corleone's heading home after a long day of work, but he's gonna stop by the fruit stand and grab some fruit. Why? Because he always does that. And that's a
Mhm.
fatal flaw because they know where he is. They know he's gonna be picking out some fruit. But he's got a different driver today. He's normally got Paulie. Paulie's a young guy. He's not too reliable. He's been a little bit sick lately. And today he says, nah, I'll have Freddie. I'll have Freddie drive me. So Freddie's in the car. Don Corleone's picking out his fruit. Freddie's looking down. Car pulls up. Two men empty 5 bullets into Don Corleone. Now, I will say, as much as I appreciate Marlon Brando's acting in terms of delivering his lines, this little death scene or, getting shot scene, I don't like it. I think
Yeah.
it's a
And-
bad,
And to be honest, it's not the only bad one either. We'll get to the other one that I thought wasn't great as well
Yeah.
later on. It's one of my flaws of the movie is that the scenes like this just don't look believable. It's a little too theatric and kind of over the top.
Also, the very bright red
Yeah.
blood that's coming through the coat like a hose. It's like, that wouldn't have happened. I mean, I know they have to do something because he's wearing a coat, so I know they had to,
Mhm.
show blood, but that definitely would not have looked that way. He's shot. Freddie fumbles his way out of the car, drops his gun, breaks his gun, and then just has a meltdown. Just fumbles, mumbles. In the book, as I mentioned, Freddie was described as the stronger brother. Freddie was physically very different than this actor, John Cazale, by the way, who I think also does an amazing job and I think probably should have been nominated for playing this character as written for the film. In the book, this is the point where Freddie has a mental break because he was responsible for his father. And so it's at this point where he becomes the kind of weak, cowering son that we see kind of all through the film, though, where he's quite weak and demure and very emotional and even more so after this point. He just thinks his father's dead. Um, the assailants have already gone. He's just cowering near the body. I'm thinking to myself every time I see this film, I'm like, call an ambulance. He's just sitting there like
Yeah.
doing nothing because he thinks his father's already dead, but he's not. But no, and also imitated in The Sopranos when Tony Soprano is shot grabbing his bottle of orange juice from the corner store and walking across the street, getting shot, and he's not, obviously Tony Soprano doesn't die either. Now this is where we have to keep reminding ourselves we're in 1940 at this point, 1946. Okay, so right after the war, it's the 1940s. There are no cell phones. it's interesting how in the next several scenes, no one knows what's going on. And it's, half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. What do you mean no one, like, can't someone go to the hospital and find out how he's going? No, but it's in the paper. The news, and it explains it in the book that there happened to be a photographer for a newspaper right on the corner when this happened, and that he ran down and got the first shots of Don Corleone shot and plastered it on the front page of the evening edition of the, I guess the New York Times. So that later, just a few minutes later, we see a quite jolly scene of Michael and Kay doing some Christmas shopping, and they went to see a film at Radio City Music Hall. They went to see The Bells of St. Mary's, and they're talking about Christmas gifts. And Kay is a little bit ahead of Michael and glances at the newsstand and sees the picture of Michael's father on the front page and pulls him over and says, "Oh, Michael, oh, Michael." And he reads the paper. He goes to a phone booth. He calls Sonny. "Glad to hear you, kid," because they were worried that he was picked up too, like, Tom had been taken hostage. "We don't know anything. Nobody knows anything." Well, go to the hospital and find out. Maybe they're afraid. I don't know. In the book, the first person to the hospital is the Mrs. Corleone, is the wife, and they find out quickly that he's still alive. Solazzo, who has Tom Hagen, is just now making the final demand of Tom Hagen. Your Don is dead. You go back to Sonny and you make this deal. And Tom is visibly shaken, and in the book, he openly weeps when Solazzo tells him that the Don is dead. And they're, again, Christmas movie, they're outside of a Christmas tree stand where there's Christmas trees in the back and the little bonfire going in the oil drum there. And Solazzo's driver is talking to another guy and comes running over and says, whispers something in his ear and says, "He's still alive. Lucky for you. And it's not going to be lucky for you if you don't get that deal. So, get back to Sonny and you better make that deal before the old man's still alive. You better go make that deal." So Tom's turned loose and the family is gathering at the family home. Now, I did want to take a minute about this family compound because the many times that I saw this film, I could not kind of square myself with how their little compound and the gate, and even from Connie's wedding, like, I thought this was New York. So this is in Bay Shore, which is supposed to be like, I think, Long Island. So it's just outside the city. And Don Corleone, he purchased a plot of land and built 8 houses on it. And they call it the mall in the building. They call it, the mall. I think we would call it a cul-de-sac, where he has the home for himself, which is actually the smallest of the homes. Very typical Don Corleone, very humble. The smallest is his. Another house for Sonny and his family, Tom and his family, and then two of his old compares. I think one of them is Genco Abruzzi, his old consigliere. Their families can live there for free because they've done, they've kind of retired, so then there's these homes for the retired. And then eventually Clemenza and Tessio, that the plan would be that they would move in there too. So that, I just wanted to share, that's, where they all end up. I kind of couldn't figure out, like, what is this, a big mansion? No, it's a whole bunch of little houses on this big cul-de-sac behind a gate.
That'd have been good to see in the movie, but I'm guessing they couldn't.
I
I'm guessing that's
know.
what I think they couldn't
Yeah,
get
they
the
kind of
setting
show
right.
the gate, and then
Yeah.
later when Carlo meets his end, you kind of see the houses on the other side. But yeah, I kind of like that. So, so thoughts on this as a Christmas? So this is our Christmas scene. This is typical New York Christmas in the early 70s, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think it definitely has the look of Christmas. Obviously, I think there was snow on the ground in the scene, if I recall. So a little bit of snow, a little bit of lights, all that kind of stuff. The tone of the rest of the scene isn't particularly Christmassy, but the setting looks Christmas.
We're taking it.
Yeah, we'll take what we can get.
So after that, they all go back. They're all looking at. I'm guessing Sonny's the oldest then, because they're all looking at him. He's kind of
That's what I
taking
figured.
charge,
Mhm.
but in a very uneducated way. Let's
Yep.
say. I think that's
Mhm.
why they got Tom, because Tom's the reason they know he can elaborate to the truth. What is the best deal for the
Mhm.
family? It doesn't have to be anybody hot-headed around this. And Sonny he's a hothead, like he
Yep.
portrayed into the movie. So even when he's like trying to give out instructions, he's a bit all over the place a little bit. He's just doing reactionary, not
Yeah,
actually
very
thinking
emotional.
about the forefront of how the family can do this. And even when he gets the delivery of the fish,
Well, they're asking, "Where's Luca? Where's Luca?
yeah.
Did he turn?" They're worried that he turned on them, and where's Luca? Where's Luca?
Yeah, and they bring it in with his kind of like, I guess he's like that he wore kind of a very unique, I'm guessing it's a stab vest, maybe.
It's a
I
bulletproof
don't
vest.
a
Yeah.
bulletproof vest, yeah, he
Mhm.
wore. Yeah, and there's a fish wrapped in his vest, and he's like, what is this? And they're like, oh, that's did they say it's an old Sicilian message?
Yep.
This is a message.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That Luca now sleeps with the fishes. And it's like they're like, what the hell? And so yeah, it's a good one game. It's iconic, the fish.
Mhm.
It's like that. But yeah, it's now about what the families do, because now we've only really got in our mindset, there's only two enemies now. It's like that. So it's now
Mhm.
kind of clearing it up, and it's identifying who will betray who and who's on whose side. So yeah, I'd like to know how it figures out into the book, because it speeds along quite quickly.
It does um in the book. We already know. We know it's the Sollozzo is working for the Tatalias, but he's got the support of the Barzini family. We already know, who's been set up. And they need Don Corleone out of the picture so that they can do their drug trade. But because he's not dead, Sollozzo knows he's a dead man. You didn't finish the job, so now you're a dead man. So now that makes Sollozzo and the other families have to even go to further extremes. And it's kind of this like each side has to one up the other, because in their minds, right, in their planning, because the ultimate outcome is, Sollozzo's a dead man. Well, Don Corleone is a dead man. Well, then Sonny's a dead man. Well, then, and they've already one upped themselves to the point of, and we're going to get there, the ultimate hasty decision that puts Michael in the position that he has to be put in to stop it, to
Well,
take
yeah,
Sollozzo, to take out the police chief.
yeah. Well, he gets into straight away. They put him more forefront into the business, I suppose, like that, because you get like they take out the driver who was sick on the day, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't know, but we're gonna take it like that, and it's like, leave the gun, take the cannoli,
Which is not in the book. Not of
that's a
all
great
the
line. I love that
amazing
line.
dialogue, but that doesn't happen for a few more scenes. But
Yeah.
of all the amazing dialogue that was written by Mario Puzo, That is not in the book, but I have to think he contributed to that in the
Yeah.
film because he did the
It,
screenplay as well. But
yeah,
that's
it's
not
a
in the
great.
book. And you know what
Yeah.
else is not in the book? Another very iconic line. Um, See how they have massacred my boy.
Mm,
In the book, it's see how they massacred my son, which I don't think has as much power as my boy. My
mm,
boy seems so much more familial and sad,
yeah.
and my son seems a little formal. So I like that change. And of course, that's a line that we hear over and over again
Yeah.
too, that's repeated. But you're right. So Michael's Michael's been made fun of for not being part of the family, right, by the other boys, because he ran away to the military. He's a war hero, and the sons are the his brothers are very proud of him. Um, the father disappointed, but also he wanted Michael to stay out of this business. Because he knows he didn't grow up in it. He knows he wasn't learning as a teenager, and the book goes into what Sonny was doing as a teenager. Sonny was a capo by the time he was like 20, and he had earned it. He was doing some really crazy stuff. So the two original capo regimes were Tessio and Clemenza, who are Corleone's friends back until his early days in New York, which we're going to see in The Godfather Part 2. Um, but they are the captains, and Sonny is a captain as well, and he earned it. He never wanted Michael in the family business either. So he even makes fun of, Michael, and Michael says, "I'm going to go see Pop." Now, the other boys don't because they know that the gunman might still be out there and they're all in danger. So
Mm.
they're going to huddle at home and send mom to go visit Don Corleone. But Michael says, "I'm going anyway." And Sonny's like, put someone on to follow him anyway. Well, a lot of good that did, right? A lot of good that did. I don't know. They didn't keep up with him.
But I think like he gets introduced into the family. Like one of the scenes is I can't remember the guy's name when he's doing the pasta and he
Hmm.
explains how to cook. And I think that's also them going, you're here now, so we can
Later, yeah.
kind of like you need to
You
be
need
part
to
of
learn these
this, and
things.
this is what we do. I kind of like that. Is like that there's like subtle things is like we're now accepting you as kind of being inner, I suppose, like that here.
You could
So
characterize
mm,
Clemenza as the
that's a cool.
historian of the bunch. He
Yes.
keeps the traditions. He keeps all of the traditions. And in the book, he goes into all the things that he does to make sure they're keeping to tradition. It's very
Mm,
important to him. Tessio is more of an action man. He wants to get stuff done. He's a businessman. Um, so together, the three of them really made a great team. But it was Don Corleone who very early, cemented himself as the leader when he kills way back in their early days in New York when he kills Fanucci, the the Black Hand, the Don of the neighborhood. The book, as soon as Don Corleone is shot, the book goes into where we start in Godfather 2. So
really? Okay.
young Vito's father being murdered, young Vito's mother being murdered, his brother being murdered, him being smuggled to America. Everything we see there, their early days in New York. But here is where I say we need another film because the book goes into, I think in the Godfather 2 film, you see one or two capers on the part of Clemenza and Corleone, and then Tessio kind of comes into the crew. You see them hold up a garment truck. You see him kill Don Fanucci. You see him kind of getting some respect in the neighborhood, and you see him starting the olive oil business. The book goes into so many of their adventures together. I would love to, and that's not in any movie. I would love to see more of that. The growing relationship between him and Clemenza and Tessio, and all of the things that they did together to get to where they are now.
Do you
was
want a young Indiana Jones Chronicles,
I
but for
want a
Godfather?
young I do, but I don't because I don't want it to be done poorly,
Oh,
but I really do. So let me tell you the one other thing where I think the film lets us down. So I already talked about Luca Brasi. I think it lets us down with Tessio and Clemenza. There are some things that are in the book that lets you know that as much as Don Corleone loves them, that he doesn't trust them. And the reason he doesn't trust them is because he is higher ranked and he knows that the two of them together could overthrow him because he's made them both so good and so strong. And
mm,
so all of the decisions that he has made in terms of the work that they do has been to keep them apart from each other. So Tessio and his men have done the business part and have done like the physical protection of Don Corleone and whatever. Clemenza's been on the street on the other side of town. Everything he does is to keep them apart so that they can't gang up and overthrow him because it's all business. It's not personal. He knows they personally love him, but it's business. And the two of them together could take him down. And they know his weaknesses. And he knows that his weakness is that they know his weaknesses. Like he's taught them too
yeah.
much. He's taught them too much. And as we go through the film, and there's that slight minute where you don't know if it was Tessio or Clemenza that betrayed that it ultimately betrays Michael, right? That somebody's going to come to you, they're going to ask for a sit down, and at that meeting you're going to be assassinated, is what Don Corleone tells Michael. And he says whoever comes to you is the one who did it, and Tessio comes to him, and so it must be Tessio. And the question is, how did you know? Because he was smarter. That leaves me with a lot of wait, this whole film is around you figuring out, at the end who the person is betrayed, and you're just going to say it's Tessio because he's smarter. I think
It was a smart play. Yeah.
it left a lot out, and I think we could have just done a little bit more on Tessio and Clemenza to help that make sense, because honestly, in the film, that always made me confused. I could never understand how they got there. So Jay, because you didn't read the book and because you've probably seen the film after the other mob films you saw, did you understand the underbosses and their relationship and how that all happened?
Jay's not here.
Jay may not be here.
Jay, you're mute if you're trying to
And Jay
talk.
may not be here. James,
Well,
so what did
yeah,
you
I
think?
will
Like,
answer.
did you get lost on that a little bit? Maybe it's
I
just
didn't.
me.
You get the, I suppose, the structure, the hierarchy. I suppose like that. So it's already there, and I suppose especially with them two, you can see they're like. I didn't get Sonny as a captain. I just thought he was high because of the relationship with the Godfather. The rest there, kind of, yeah, it was. You could see that. So it was there, but yeah, you get more, I suppose, in Godfather Part 2. I suppose about them. And I'm guessing how you're describing the book, they're intertwined.
They're intertwined,
Very
and there's
much so.
so
Yeah.
much more like really
Yeah.
interesting stories.
Yeah. So I can see book point of view, but then your questions are answered in part 2 at the beginning. If that, like that, even though it's short, but you kind of get that kind of the full kind of picture. But was it needed? I don't think it was that bad. So
No, it's not
yeah.
bad. I just would have liked a little bit more, because the book carries on and also then brings in the story, the story of Nazarene the baker, the story of Genko Abruzzi,
Yeah.
some of the other stories of the other people. You find out how Tom Hagen made his way to their door, that his mother was blind, his father died, and then his mother um, went blind and then died. And then Tom had a problem with his eyes, and people shunned him because they thought it was contagious. They thought he
Yeah.
caught it from his mother, and then they would become blind. And then the Godfather took him in and took him to a specialist and got him cured. And as they say in the film, he showed up at our door and he never went home, and that's what happened. But now we've got Michael arriving at the hospital, and immediately he's surprised there's no guards at the door. And he goes into the hospital, and oh my gosh, wow, did they really get this? So, James, I don't know how your like old city hospitals looked in
Oh
um
yeah,
in the
it's
UK. It
yeah,
looked
I can't.
just
Yeah.
like this. Looked like the hospital I was born in was called Church Home Hospital, and I know I visited it later as a kid when one of my relatives was dying, but it looked just like that. These narrow stairs
Mm.
and these narrow hallways, and it makes a lot of noise because everything's tile, and he's walking through, but there's no one there. And there's a little Christmas tree outside the door. I love that. There's a Christmas tree
They're a bit light.
inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a record player playing and it's skipping on a Christmas record, and someone's sandwich with a pickle is left half eaten. So people have left quickly. Like, what the heck is going on? This is bad. There's no one here. Someone's coming to kill my father. He sees a nurse. She's a very kind nurse, and she agrees to help him move his father to another room. This is his war training. This is
Mm.
his military training. Survival number 1. He's going to he can't take his father out of the hospital, but he can move him to a different room and, you know, at least provide some deception if someone's going to come get him. They get him settled in the room, and then they hear footsteps, and it's really well done. And he finally bravely comes out of the room and sees someone he recognizes. It's Enzo, the baker. And if you didn't know the backstory, you might wonder why he trusted Enzo so quickly. But again, in the book, you get the whole backstory, and you do hear at the wedding when Nazarene is saying, "Hey, I need this guy to stay in the country. He's in love with my daughter." Enzo is truly indebted to the Godfather and wants to pay him a visit and pay his respects and bring him flowers. And even though he's totally terrified, he's going to stand there with Michael Corleone and act like he's got a gun in his pocket. He's never done anything as brave in his life and probably never will again. But for his Godfather, that's what he did. And he was nervous, and a car comes up. Someone leans out and looks, and folks in the car, they're surprised to see someone standing there, 2 men standing at the door. Oh, maybe the guards weren't removed. And so they drive off. Now they drive off, and they quickly call the police captain and say, "Hey, McCluskey, what the heck? You were supposed to remove all the guards and all of your men."
Well, you see in that just before that, like the actor who play Enzo, well, he sells it. He
He
sells
does.
it like
He
like
does.
even when he's like the back shots of like you think he's the hitman because of the
Mhm.
back shots they do, but when he's there and he's got to do that and he's doesn't know like he's been directed by the Godfather's son, he respects and he'd do anything for. But when he's in the cigarette, he is terrified. He
He's
sells that
shaking.
part.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He really does. He really does. For your father," he says. "I do it for your father." Because he owes him. The next car, so obviously they've gone and complained to McCluskey because they've paid him off to yank his people off the detail. In the book, you get some nice backstory on McCluskey. Um, he he just doesn't care. He's not on anybody's side. He's on the side of whoever's greasing his palms. He's at the end of his career, and hey, if somebody wants to give him a little extra, a few extra dollars to do something extra, he's going to do it. He has no loyalty to any Italian family, as you might imagine, because he's a good Irishman. And the Irish, um, this is not my statement. This is as portrayed in the book and in other works. The Irish don't care if the Italians kill each other. Let them kill each other off. They don't care. That's how McCluskey is. So he's not aligned to either side, as you're going to see in a little while. There's a little nonchalant attitude a little later in the scene with him and Sollozzo. He's just going to do what gets him paid. He shows up, and right away, Michael asks him, where are the guards that were supposed to be here for my father? And he calls him a punk, and Michael keeps arguing with him. And the police sergeant's like, lock him up. Michael keeps arguing. He says, hold him. And the other two officers say, I think they call him Sarge, but he's a captain. They're like, huh? Yeah. He didn't do anything. They know who he is. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. Stand him up. He hauls off and shatters Michael's jaw. And in the book, there is bone and teeth everywhere. A bone has gone from his cheek through his septum in his nose. Another bone has gone up into his sinuses. Another bone barely missed his eye. His eye is jauntily almost out of its socket. I mean, one blow, he just completely shattered Michael's jaw. And then very soon thereafter, and I'm so sorry, because Michael had called from the hospital and said to Sonny, there's nobody here. So then very shortly thereafter, Tom's the first man out of the car. And he has with him privately licensed detectives that have a license to be there and are going to protect his father. And so the police captain is a little frustrated and is like, darn it. And he has
Well,
to
it's like
pull
if you want to take him off, you got to get a warrant, and all that,
Mhm.
isn't he? He gets the law, doesn't he? Boom, like straight down, like
Mhm.
the legality of like what's actually happening. He gets pissed off because he can't do his job now. What
He can't
isn't
do
a
his
job?
job. So Michael in the book is, passes out and wakes up 2 days later in a hospital with his jaw wired shut and having had, a tiny bit of surgery to correct some of the massive problems that he will have going into further books. And you can see um, in the film, you can see what they do to his cheek and and he's talking like his jaw is wired shut because it's wired shut. Um, and then the following day is when they're back in Sonny's office concocting what to do next. And Michael says, "You got a dirty cop. We're in a bad position now because they didn't kill our father. They're going to keep coming after him. They're going to keep coming after us. Sonny's decision. We need to take out Sollozzo." Sollozzo has already reached out to the family because he's worried too, because he didn't kill Don Corleone. So he's the marked man and he wants a meeting. He wants a meeting to come to terms. And there's a little bit of conversation, and Michael says, I'll do it. And Sonny makes fun of Michael. And he says, what do you think? Because you've been in a war? In this game, you got to get right up in somebody's face. You got to see the whites of their eyes. And he laughs at him. And Michael's just calm and says, no, I'll do it. And everyone else looks and says, oh, well, maybe this is the better option.
But they also come up with he shows his cleverness of how, well, because I think it's Atomic, you just can't shoot a police captain or whatever. They're still after, and he's like, but what if we give the story? We have people on the payroll in the media, then we have newspaper people. Wouldn't they like to have a story about a corrupt cop? And I like that. They like instantly he realizes, well, we can't just shoot him. There's got to be a story behind it. The other guy is gonna whatever happens. So I like that. It just gives us a bit of like, he's stepping up to the mark for the family, but he's also just a little bit clever as well. Like he's thought about, no, I'm going to shoot him, and we need to do this. So
I think if we say iconic scenes, this film just has so many, right? We're coming up to Clemenza is the the guy who kind of takes care of the logistics and the firearms. He is a firearms expert.
Oh, that's what I do. Oh, nicked.
And that's Tessio. There's Clemenza. He's the
Yeah.
firearms expert. He's going to make sure there's a gun that's not traceable and a gun that can't leave fingerprints. Tessio, the other one you were showing, his men are out on the street and they're going to find out where the meeting's going to be, because the plan is that they're going to send a car to pick up Michael, and the Corleone family is going to have Sollozzo's driver as a hostage. So they're going to leave the driver. The driver's going to be kept hostage by the Corleone family until, or not the driver, I'm sorry, the negotiator is going to be kept hostage until Michael is safely returned. But they're not going to tell Michael where they're going. They're not going to tell anyone. They're going to pick him up and go to an undisclosed location, and then Michael will be returned and the negotiator will be exchanged. In the book, it's a little more tense about not knowing where the meeting's going to be. It's like literally an hour before the meeting that they find out where the meeting's going to be. And it's, it's at a particular restaurant, and Tessie says, I know it. It's a good place. It's got the old fashioned toilet with the tank and the chain, and you can put a gun behind it. And they walk through the whole scenario that Michael's going to ask permission to use the bathroom, come back with the gun, don't sit down, 2 shots in the head for each of them. So Sollozzo comes and picks up Michael at the appointed time out front of Jack Dempsey's restaurant, a different restaurant. And the car starts going toward New Jersey. It starts going over the bridge. And Michael's really worried now. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. This, this restaurant was supposed to be in Brooklyn, I think. And the car's going to New Jersey. And the driver makes a U-turn in the middle of the bridge, jumping over the median, comes back into New York to the restaurant in Brooklyn. I think it's in Brooklyn. But it was really cool. It was really interestingly done in the film. And the music at that scene was also very tense. It was, the music was getting very tense until the U-turn happened. And then they're on their way. While they're in the car, McCluskey extends his hand to Michael and in a way apologizes for shattering his jaw. And he frisks him and he says to Sollozzo, he's a good kid. He's a good kid. There's nothing here. Kind of dismissing Michael again, people thinking, well, he was in the military. He's, so already he's dismissing him. Already, I think we're seeing McCluskey doesn't have any loyalty to Sollozzo or to Talia. He's just there. He's just getting paid. Maybe he did, obviously there's no gun on Michael, but maybe even if there was a gun, he might not have frisked him that well. They get to the restaurant and McCluskey's interested in the food. And Sollozzo says to McCluskey, I'm going to speak in Italian if you don't mind. And he's talking to Michael about what needs to happen, and that he needs a deal from his father. And Michael says, I want an assurance that there won't be any more attacks on my father. And Sollozzo says, what assurance can I get? I'm the one who's got the price on my head now. I failed. We have to make this deal for both of our sakes, for both of our families. And Michael says, do you mind if I go to the bathroom? Goes to the bathroom, grabs the gun, sits down. And I think he remembers, because there's this shifty look. I think he remembers, oh, I've done everything Clemenza said to do, except I forgot I sat down. He said not to sit down. Oh, well. And he pops the table up. He kind of pushes the table and then shoots Sollozzo, shoots McCluskey in the neck first. Sollozzo's actually dead in the first shot, right through the head. Takes care of McCluskey. Takes 2 steps, remembers to drop the gun. Drop the gun. Walks out, and there's a driver waiting to take him away. Michael's been warned that once he carries out this act, he's not going to be back in New York for at least 2 years. So that car has bags packed, and what you don't see in the film is that the car is going to drive him to an Italian freighter that is at the dock in New York, and he's going to get right on the freighter and head to Italy. And plans are already being made with a close family friend in Italy to take care of him, and he's not going to come back for quite a while. So this scene, how do we feel about this scene?
Jay, as you've been away.
Yeah, yeah, I have to go take care of something at the house. Yeah, little beeping in the background. I had to make sure I could get that out so it wouldn't distract me. I liked it. To be honest, I liked it. I thought it was tense. I liked from basically the point where he gets his jaw broken to this point. It's a nice kind of little. It's like a mini revenge story to a degree, like. Because it is personal. I know Michael in that conversation with Sonny tries to say that it's not, but there is that personal level to it. One from, the attack on his father, two from McCluskey, whatever his name is, breaking his jaw. There is that little hint of like a small little revenge story, but it ties up nicely, or revenge plot, but ties up nicely with the business of the family anyway. So I like the way it plays out. I think it's well done. And like you said, it's intense. Some of the music in the scene when he's in the car, that's nice. The little, weird little maneuver they do where they look like they go in a jersey, but they end up flipping a U-turn and coming right back. All that kind of stuff. It builds up some nice tension. And I really liked how when he leaves the bathroom, it almost seems like he doesn't have the gun, because by the way the plan is, he's supposed to just walk right out the door and take the shot from there. So the way he kind of like straightens his hair back out, you don't see the gun in his hands. He walks out, you still don't see it in his hands. You kind of are wondering like, maybe he didn't have the nerves to pull it off. And then all of a sudden it just goes, bang, bang, boom. It's the whole thing happens within just seconds. So I really liked it. I like the way it plays out.
I do too.
Yeah.
I love the setting of the Italian restaurant. It harkens back to some real life mob shootings that occurred in New York. And there are some famous restaurants where you can still eat today. And they'll tell you exactly the chair that a certain mob boss was sitting in when they were gunned down. There's this oyster house. I was in New York years ago with a work colleague, and he's like, "Hey, let's go here because that's where so-and-so was gunned down." The checkerboard pattern on the floor, the checkerboard pattern on the tablecloths, the spaghetti and veal that the police captain is eating, the napkin tucked under his chin, the little glasses of wine, those little small cut glass glasses.
Yeah.
And even just the way that like, is it McCluskey? I always say it wrong, but even just the way he's like so unbothered by all, like he doesn't care about any of it. Like he's here for a nice free meal. He doesn't care. I don't care what agreement you guys come up with. I just know that I better get my cut of it, and that's the end. Like that's just his world he's living in, and he just doesn't care. He's in his own little world of like whatever the hell happens between your families, I couldn't care less as long as I still get my cut. And I think that actor plays that part really, really well.
Well, it's
subtle, but it's good.
Yeah. Anybody else when they're saying I'm going to speak Italian to Michael now? Anybody else with a sense of figure? No, English in front of me because I need to know what you're talking about. Like if you don't want two people who might be planning something against you. They could be betraying him.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, they don't care. Like
I've got whatever language you want. Don't care. Couldn't bother me less.
Yeah, do what you want. I've got a glass of wine. I got my veal. I'm happy as Larry.
I know money's coming my way, so I'm good. Like he's kind of an underrated little portion of that scene, to be honest with you. Which is it's kind of. It's like I said, it's just really well done. So like the way it all plays out, and then the flip, like I said, the flip to Michael actually carrying out the hit is just like. It's intense. You know it's coming. Like you have a feeling it's coming, but there is that little shadow of a doubt of like, is he maybe not going to? Well, the first time you watch it, rather, at least, it's like, is he not going to do it? Maybe, and then boom, it just happens like that. So I could see, really good direction in that scene.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and then
after that you get the Godfather getting brought home up the stairs, and
we get the newspapers. They show all the newspaper scenes. So they did get
Oh,
the
yes,
news.
yes, yes. Sorry,
Mhm,
yes, I forgot
mhm.
about
So
that bit,
Tom
yeah.
got the newspaper editors
Mm,
to, to show the story because you even see like this one picture of this cop standing and smiling over the body.
mm,
That is mimicking a real life picture of a similar situation that happened where the cops are just standing like, hey, it's just another day at work. They're
Mhm.
just smiling over the bodies
mm.
because there's been a gang war and there's just so much death and destruction. So sorry to interrupt you, James. It was
No, no, no. It's.
yeah.
I would say, but like again, like we've got the next chapter of our story as like going on. So we have like the Don's come back, and then he even says, "Where's Michael?" I think to Tom. The family's there to meet him, greet him. Like he's still a bit ill, but he's
Mhm.
recovering quite well. But then, yeah, they tell him he won't be back for a while until
He
things are
is not
sorted.
happy.
And then it's literally he's not happy that again it's should been he's cool that who does this, the revenge, but they've made the decision whilst he's been up, like I suppose like unconscious, like in a um things. But yeah, the next one we have our Sicilian chapter, I suppose, is the best way to call it. So we're now in with I'm guessing it's like it can't be that long because the first ones he's still got the eye still patched up.
Mhm.
He's still like you see him now and again. What is clever acting, and if the director told him to do that, is like he brings the tissue now again to his nose, that his nose is leaking.
It
It
is
must
in
be
the book. It
yeah,
it goes for the rest of his life until he
yeah.
meets a certain doctor, which is interesting. I told you there's this whole Johnny Fontaine thread. Well,
Mm,
Johnny has a really good doctor in Hollywood who's finally going to fix Michael's nose because it's constantly running. And his mother tells him how disgusting it is, and everybody tells him how awful it is. But his nose is so messed up, and his face is caved in. And interestingly enough, in Sicily, that fits because the men are so brutally either beaten through the wars, or he goes to the one little town and he says, "Where are all the men?" And the escort with him says they're all dead from vendettas.
mm,
Um, but they fit in. So this is Callo and Fabrizi are his two um, escorts,
mm,
and you know, Michael could have gotten a car, but he said he wanted to walk. He wanted to absorb Italy in his blood because he is now one of them. You know, at first he wants to avenge his father, but once he's now taken that, quote, made his bones, taken that act, taken those lives, he's one of them. But he's realizing, like, he doesn't know a lot about the ways because he's never listened to his father. And so he wants to walk as they're traveling through Sicily to get to the home of Don Tomasino, who's the family friend, and there's a few others who are helpful. But this is how he's going to learn about Sicily by walking. And he's got these two guys who just want to jump in a truck, but they're going to be walking. Um, Along the way, um, there are there are places where there are people who are sending information back to the United States. So while in the film, I think there's only one or two times when they reference him being spotted or in danger. There are many times in the book where he has to move from place to place, and the Don Tomasino, which we do see in the film, is the one who's got his people out. Um, you know, trying to find out if there's, who's got information on him and if there's additional danger. And so he has a network of places where he can go and he can stay. But yeah, he's going to end up being there for, in the book, it's like 2.5 years that he's in Italy. Um, and but this is also coming after we've also seen Vito Corleone's early life in the book. So you're immediately making comparisons now between Michael and Vito. So, Vito, who had been orphaned, who had lost his parents, who was being shipped out of Italy to survive in the United States, Michael is avenging his father and has to be shipped out of the United States to go back to Italy. So the book makes some really nice parallels there because we've already now heard Vito's story. In the film, we haven't heard that story yet because that doesn't come up until Godfather 2. So you're not able to draw that parallel. I don't think that takes away from this film, but I think it's another way that the book is just slightly more interesting because you're able to make those parallels.
Fair enough. Which I'm curious if they always planned to do two Godfathers, or was it always the idea to split it into two movies, or
that I
was the second movie kind of
know.
because of the success of the first one? I wonder.
That I wonder. I don't know. I don't know because I think they did it masterfully. It won the Oscar too. I just wish there had been a third. I just wish there had been more of the young Vito and young Vito in New York story. But here at the same time that Michael is I won't say chilling in Italy, but doing his thing, Sonny has decided to go proactive. Okay, so
we're missing quite important
Okay.
two little bits. The GIs in Italy, I think that's quite
yeah.
good. So the GIs
Hey,
come back
Americano,
on their
Americano.
trucks, yeah, and he like the what is this guy? What is his name?
That one's Fabrizi.
Yeah, who goes, take me to America, kind of like that in a very broken English.
Take me.
But it shows excuse me, that is still worn, like it's coming out of the war torn. Yeah, post-war, like the GIs are still there. They're still, there's a bit disdain, I'm guessing, with the locals, like they kind of, I'm guessing, want to get up, pack up, and go home now. The war's over, and they're still in Sicily, like kind of making sure everything, is set right. And then you get whilst he's on his little treks, he comes across a kind of a pretty lady.
Bologna.
Yes, and then it kind of catches each other's eye, and then they go to
the Thunderbolt. He's been hit by the Thunderbolt, is what they say.
I love this. I do like. I said I'm going to say love this scene. I do like this scene because most of it's in Italian, of course. But you get what is going on. It's the guy like, oh, we've seen this lovely, like they do the shapes of like this beautiful woman. They're like, and even the we don't know it's the father at the time. He's going, oh, yeah, lovely lady, young lady, and then when he I think like it's
the
what
big
she
brown
was
eyes,
wearing.
the one with the big brown eyes and the purple dress.
Yeah. And then he's like, gets up, no woman here like that.
I don't know her.
Like that. Go like that. And he just marches off. They're like, what just happened? It's like, and I find it funny because like it just goes to parallel of like if you had a daughter and then like this is what you hear, you're like, oh, as a man, and then that's my daughter. I like that, and it's quite an amusing scene, and then gets quite kind of serious as well, because then when Michael goes get him, and he grabs his rifle. I think it's not right. It's a shotgun, isn't it? He gets his shot like a
kind of the name
is it a shotgun? Yeah,
it is, and it's a rifle actually, and they talk about it in the book a lot because it's a famous. Brother, it's not a Beretta. It's whatever it is. It's very famous, and it's a rifle that has a really like a larger gauge shot for a rifle, and it's a famous rifle that they all carry. So I can't remember it.
Yeah, but I like how his protector, I suppose, grabs it
go
like, no, I'm gonna go inside with this and like that, and the other guy's like, whoa, hold it. He might be seriously pissed off, but when kind of then Michael goes, translate everything I'm saying, and he's like, yeah, it's as you say, like I suppose, like a light bulb, you will lose something, or you could gain a son, and it's like that, and they go, oh, and then he's very like respectful. He's like, we can very, I suppose, like he knows the Italian way, like they've got to be chaperoned and all that. So he's very into that. And then I'm guessing, even though they don't say he's known, but he is known even when he introduces himself. I'm guessing the barkeep already knows he's a well-established person in America. And because he even but he reasserts that by saying a lot of people would earn a lot of money by having this information when he actually gives his name up.
So, he does. And in the book goes into a lot more detail about him getting hit by the thunderbolt. And because one might question in the film, like, wait a minute, you just left Kay and you just murdered people and now you're going to marry somebody? Like, this doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? But the book goes into, like, he was smitten and he realized quickly that he had never felt like this toward Kay as he feels toward her. It's this animal attraction. There is, it is love at first sight, and he needs to be with her. And like it's in the film, I think that's not the glances between the two when they first see each other are very well done. I mean, there's something there, but it all does feel quite rushed if you're not sensing the background. And I think you have to remind yourself of the passing of time, and actually how long he is in Italy, because what's going on back home, there's a lot going on. Sonny is just wreaking revenge everywhere, and he's now killed. I don't know if folks get it, but when Tom says he hit Bruno Tattaglia, that meant he killed the son of the Don of the Tattaglia family. And I don't know if film watchers get that. The book is very clear that Sonny, out of revenge for the hit on his father, Sonny killed the son, the head of the Tattaglia family, and others. And it's getting bad. And it's a war. Meantime, Michael is, quote, safe or in more danger because of Sonny's actions, right? He's probably in more danger because Sonny continues to escalate this war. Michael is married. Now, in the book, he's married 4 weeks after he meets Apollonia. They're only so as the long amount of time that he's been in Italy. So he's probably been in Italy a year. Now he's quickly married, and then they're going to be in Italy for a little while longer. And the book goes into, a description very similar to how it's depicted in the film, that, it's a very traditional wedding. They go through all the traditional wedding rites and the little candies, the little sugared almonds that they hand out to all the wedding guests. And the father's happy. And the father's very happy that his daughter got a good man for a husband, even though he knows what Michael does. Michael told the father and told the mother who he is, and they know. And hey, that's the way it is in Sicily. You may marry a mobster. It's what you do.
But also in the movie, we got in between that, like the celebration, the wedding, we have Sonny and his sister, Connie. Sorry. She's been beaten as well.
That's right. The first time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the first time, the beating, and he's off to, I always forget her husband's name.
Carlo.
And he goes off to revenge a little bit, and literally
worst fight scene ever.
This is another
filmed.
one. Yeah, you can see the punches not even landing close and all that. It's some of the, I guess you could say, action scenes, not in the typical sense of like an action movie, but the scenes that involved, either the hits or or the fights like this one, they're definitely one of the flaws of the movie. The one, the stuff that keeps it from being a perfect 10 or anything like that.
Yeah, too many close-ups of the hits, and then they're deflecting away.
Yeah, you just see it. You can see it's a mile away, and that, and some of the the death scenes, they just, for lack of a better way to say it, they're not done very well. And it could be something with the times and the way movies and stunts were done. Then, I'm willing to not crucify the movie for it, but it's I mean, it's a great movie. I never would. There's not much to crucify the movie for, if anything at all. But it's definitely one of the things that keeps it from being, like a perfect 10 or things like that. Because it's like, oh yeah, that did look a little rough.
Yeah, I didn't like this scene. I don't like this scene at all. It looks like comedy.
I like the idea of the scene, just not necessarily the execution of it.
No, but yeah, after that you have the nuptials, I suppose I want to call it, and then you have Kay turns up, and I found pretty like Tom goes to the gates. You should have called, and she's like, I have been trying to call, and she looks a bit, like a bit weathered. What, like she's like, I'm guessing nobody's ever told her he's gone. He won't be back. Like she's just been let. Like again, I'm guessing is what Sandy said at the beginning. She ain't Italian.
She's not Italian.
We don't have to communicate to you. You don't need to know. You're an outsider, and it's only Tom that kind. That's what I think. It's like Tom has the decency to kind of not tell her, but tell her, look, I can't accept. Like she could try to give him a letter. Like I can't accept that because I would be complicit in any law thing. So she kind of knows, but he's the only one with a bit of dignity to kind of go, look, we'll have a talk, but I can't really talk, but you get me, kind of like that. So yeah,
it's different in the book. So Ken, I love these scenes in the book. So Kay is calling every week. She's figured it out. She's seen the newspapers, and there are many scenes between her and Michael where, like, she totally accepts his family. She knows what they do. She's cool with it. She's almost flippant with it. Like she is supposed to be the stereotypical super feminist of the early 70s, right? She's in control. She's also in college. She's going to be a teacher. She's calling every week, and she is getting through because she's talking to Michael's mother. And her and Michael's mom are having a lot of conversations. And Michael's mom really likes Kay. She thinks she's too skinny. She thinks she doesn't eat enough, but she really likes her to the point where, I mentioned all these people who have a larger story in the book. Kay also has a much larger story in the book. And her story is one of converting from Protestantism to Catholicism. And she's talking to Michael's mom about what it is to be Catholic and asks her, like, why does she go to church every day? And her mom tells her, she says, oh, to become Catholic, does it mean I have to go to church every day? And Mama Carliana says, no, you go when you need to and when you want to. Some Catholics only go on Sundays and some only go on Easter and Christmas. And Kay says, why do you go every day? She says, I go every morning to pray for my husband so he doesn't end up in hell. And that is imitated and kind of mirrored in The Sopranos with Carmela Soprano kind of going through the motions of being a Catholic to, quote, save his soul, but she's not sincere about it. And that's a whole Sopranos thing. But this is a really important part in the book, is Kay and Mama Corleone getting very close. When Kay does show up at the gate, it's because Mama Corleone sent a car for her. She sent the car to pick up Kate and come visit her at the house. And so when she does arrive with a letter, Tom does say, no, I can't take that. Mama Corleone says, I got it. I got this. I'll take it. She's a formidable presence in the book. As you can kind of see the few times that we see her in the film, She's a strong woman. I mean, she's a strong
Well,
woman.
that's the thing is like with the women in this, they're very underutilized. And if you know
Mhm.
Italian, anybody knows Italian families, yeah, they ruled a house like
Yep.
that, you ruled a business and like that. So yeah, um the Don's wife is very underutilized. You would want she doesn't I don't even know if she has a line even in
She
the
She
movie.
does some singing in the beginning. I think
Yeah,
she has a
but not
couple
dialogue.
line, yeah,
Yeah,
not true dialogue. There's a
yeah.
couple lines of her like kind of in the background saying something to, I think, to a few characters
Mhm.
here or there, but there's no true dialogue or real
No, it would
role
have been
in the
good to
movie.
see of like again, it's the because of the Kay story going forward as well, her having the interaction not just with Kay but with the Godfather of like, their their love interaction because they've got like a lot of kids, and I'm guessing that um there's going to be there's history there, but they don't give the women much
No.
dialogue. They give like the next scene with Connie with the being pregnant and what happens next, but again it's underutilizing the female element of the story. Given if that's my if that is was if I marked it down for, I know we will probably have our own little markdowns because it's not a
Mhm.
perfect movie. um it's that for me. It's just they underutilized because they're on about they talk about the families already, like there's even quotes about like a real man isn't a real man unless he spends time with his family. But the family element, the women in the family, and like there's going to be cousins and all that.
Yeah.
There's no interaction by dialogue by that. They're in the
Mhm.
scenes, like in the couple next scenes that they're a bit heavily in, but they don't do anything. They're just there. They're just the stand-in actor, I suppose, like that. The extra. They're not giving anything to the movie where they
Mhm.
heavily give it to the men, in this movie. So that's the only thing they could have given a bit of a with the Godfather and his wife.
Yeah. A little
They
bit of that.
needed yeah, a little, just a little bit. And was that in the book? Was there any
It
like their
was,
love? Yeah, yeah.
he was, um, again, going back to their early days in New York when she saw, as you'll remember depicted in Godfather 2, the first time that Clemenza tosses a bag of guns to Vito, and that's really how he gets into it, right? Clemenza tosses a bag of guns across the window, and she's looking and she sees what he's doing, and she just keeps doing her thing because she grew up Sicilian too. Um,
Mhm.
the actress is Morgana King, and she's really only known in film for The Godfather and a few other small films. She was a singer. She was aged up for this film. She was only in her 40s when this but her
Mm.
late 40s when this was filmed, and she looks like she's, like, in her early 60s, but she was in her late 40s. She was aged up, and she just died in 2018, and she was
Hmm.
87 in 2018. So, not as old as she's made to look, and especially in Godfather 2. Now, she has some lines in Godfather 2. Remember when Michael is comes to her about losing his family, and she says, "No, you can't lose your family. We're your family. Did Papa ever worry about things?" And she says, "A lot." "Did he ever worry about losing his family?" And she says, "Your familia? Like, are you asking me, can you lose your family? No, you can't lose your family." Um, I like her. I wish we would see her in more things. I like Mama Corleone, but you're right, and now that you brought it up about how women are used in this film, um, again, in the book, there are stories about females, including Lucy and Kay. They have whole stories. Um, I don't like in Godfather 2 when Kay finally does assert her quote power over Michael. I absolutely hate how she does that, and that's how she tells him that she's had an abortion. You know what? Of all the ways to finally assert your power, I don't like that, because there were so many other ways early on. Um, but she's considering becoming Catholic. She's learning from Mama Corleone. They're on the phone. Um, she sends the cab for her and she comes over. A little later, way down the line, Kay stops. You know, her calls get fewer and fewer because she thinks she's being a bother, right? She thinks, I keep calling. Nobody wants to talk to me except Mama, and Mama's kind of sneaking around. You know, Michael obviously doesn't want me anymore, and she stops calling. And then when she finally does call at one point in time, Mama Corleone chews her out for not calling. She's mad at Kay because she really enjoyed talking to Kay, and she is furious that Kay didn't keep calling. And I thought that was really interesting, and it showed a really good relationship, which they were able to patch up really quickly. But she was angry because she enjoyed their conversations, their little talks. So I thought that was cool. So Michael is now married.
We warned you, Abe. We warned you this would be a long one.
I know. Hey, it's only 2 hours in if we had started on time. So, hey.
It's hour and 15 minutes into the movie and 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. And we've
Not a bad ratio.
Got another hour to go. In the maths.
So Michael's married. Michael's having their wedding night. We have the mandatory sex scene / nudity scene for.
It's the 70s. We need the
70s. We have to have a frontal.
Yeah, that's it. It's the 70s. My God, would there any movie I could actually mention that didn't have a boob scene?
I don't know, but hey,
for the 70s, probably.
Yeah,
I almost said Serpico, but no, Serpico had one too.
Yep, bathtub scene.
Yeah, they had it too. They snuck one in there.
They did. And he's happy, and she's happy, and they are in love, and he's living the Italian life, and she's being the good little wife, and has fun. They have fun together, driving the car around the perimeter.
Sorry, you're missing something. You're missing a very big important bit in the movie is the domestic violence and the pregnancy.
Well, yeah. So I'm bouncing back and forth.
Yeah. So Cohen is she's pregnant. She's on the phone. I don't know who she's on the phone to. I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know why I can't remember why it starts. Is it just like she's moaning that he goes out all
he
night?
She made a nice dinner.
Yeah,
and he's not going to stay to eat it because he's going out with a girl.
Yeah,
and she loses it, and he loses it.
Yeah. And like he gets the belt, and then it kind of like she gets a knife, and I like how they do it. They don't show it because he just goes in the bedroom and and then it's literally gets the shit kicked out of her. Reasons we find out reasons, but of course the first phone call she does is to home. Sonny picks up the call. And he loses it. Like they're kind of, I'm guessing, he's in
supposed
lockdown.
To be sequestered, right? He is not supposed to be leaving because he is in danger because he's killed Bruno Tattaglia's son, and it's bad now, and he's not supposed to leave.
That's it. He gets into the car alone. Like even back then, you're like, oh, you would have somebody else, and it's even Tom goes after him. He dismisses Tom. He tells them, open the gates, kind of thing. And then Tom kind of gets, go after him. He's like speeding down a dirt road. I'm guessing it's like that.
It's called a causeway.
A toll booth, isn't it? A toll booth.
Yeah, New York, New Jersey, all the way down the East Coast, there are these very shallow bridges over what are kind of like little islands, like in the swamps and in the barrens, and there's little causeways, and you could go around them for free, or you could take the toll road to take the straight shot over the little causeway. So he's going to take the toll road because it's quicker to go over the causeway. So,
and they knew that,
Yeah.
So this thing, and so he pulls up. There's a car in front. He gets his change out to pay the toll booth man. The toll booth man drops the money whilst the car in front of him is backing up. He quickly closes up, and then I'm guessing they. I don't know if it's Tommy guns. I think it's a bit too early in like that. It's just like they
No,
look
it
like
could.
it, but are they Tommy guns? Would they
Well,
be like
Tommy
that
guns
era?
would have been earlier.
It
Yeah,
would have
they
been
would have
like
been
the
in the 30s.
20s, right? 20s,
Yeah.
30s for
So,
Tommy
but
Might
they
be
guns.
look like
something like
that.
that. Some kind of
Yeah.
sub-automatic
Yeah.
machine gun of some sort.
But
And
yeah, he's a he
toll
goes.
booth guy who drops the coin, how could he possibly have thought that he
Well,
was going to survive this, right?
Yeah.
he got paid off. Like, you're not gonna
You're
it's
not
not gonna
coming
end
out of
well
this.
for anyone. But yeah, every time I see this scene, I'm like, you idiot, and it annoys me into the because I kind of liked his character
Sonny's
like that because
impulsive.
James, but when it happens, you're like, oh, you absolute fool. You're like,
Yep.
like he gets completely gunned down, and then of course, they have the indecency when he's dead. Like they put in, I don't know, like 100 bullets probably
Oh,
into him
yeah.
rounds, and then when he's on the floor, they make sure he's not going to have an open casket.
Nope.
That's
Mhm.
that's the main thing. Is like they make sure
That's the
I
greatest
would-
insult, by the way.
yeah, I
of
would have liked
Italians.
in the movie, and I'm guessing because of the era, they couldn't have done it of them to really disfigure his face. And I'm guessing
Mhm.
they didn't because like how they pop off like that. They cut. Okay, it's the different era now. They would have really gone for it, and like really disfigured
Yeah.
his face. But I'm guessing in the book they really did. In this, I can understand why they didn't. Does it take me out the scene? Not at all. I really
No.
like it. It shows how he was like a bit of a hothead and a
Mhm.
bit of an idiot because like, oh, you come on, you need you're like, okay, like you want to get revenge for what again he did to your sister. You know what? You could have done it the next day.
Yep.
He ain't going anywhere. He ain't going anywhere. He thinks he's part of the family. He ain't going anywhere. So it frustrates me because I really like the character. It's like that. So it's good that I felt that way. And but it's a powerful one because when you first see it, you don't expect it. When he's just going, you're like, he's done it before. He's beating the crap out of him.
Mhm.
He's going to do it again. But that kind of when the car reverses, you know it as a viewer. Oh, this ain't right. And then a booth man
You're
pulls
pinned
the thing.
in, and
Yeah.
just before this scene, though, when Connie calls and her mother picks up, and she's got the crying kid in her arms, the film illustrates Mama Corleone is almost indifferent to Connie. Connie is Vito's favorite, but she is not favored by Mama Corleone. Mama has told her that she has caused the way that Carlo treats her, that it's Connie's fault. And when Connie came to both of them once and told them that Carlo was beating her, it was Mama Corleone who said, "What did you do to deserve it?" And Connie then implored to her father, did you ever hit Mama? And Vito said, she never gave me any reason to. Wow. Like you couldn't put that in a film today. And it's just certainly a backwards attitude, but it's the attitude of, fathers and daughters, mothers and sons, as they say, right? She's daddy's favorite, but she is not favored by mama. And you can imagine, like, okay, yeah, mama's got this crying kid, and she's like, I can't hear. If my daughter were crying on the phone, I don't care what other noise I was hearing. I was going to make sure I could hear what was going on. But she just was so dismissive. She's like, I don't know. I can't hear that. Here,
Yeah,
you
but
take it.
it's kind of like she was expect. Oh, it's her again. Lord, there's
Exactly.
drama
Like,
at
now
home.
what?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
It's the
It's
now
fun.
what? And
Yeah.
that's the part of the Connie, again, talking about the females that don't have enough time in the film. Um, we're very sympathetic to Connie because of what we do see of her in this film, but the parts we don't.
I also, sorry, going to break it, but
Yeah,
also because of part two. If you watch part two,
yeah,
you dynamic.
you get
This is her in
so
this
much
movie,
more of
and then
her.
she gets that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And because you get more in the second film, that's why I'm disappointed about the first film, because we see her very differently in the second film. And
Mm.
again, still, the inappropriate terminology that Carlo uses and calls her a spoiled something brat, which is a very derogatory term for Italian Americans. Um, it's, you know, it's 10 times in the second film, but it is not portrayed that much here in the first film, because we do see her more as a victim for sure, and rightly so, because of the scenes that they chose to show. Now, in the film, she's not pregnant during these scenes,
Okay.
because in the film, if you and we'll see shortly, the ask that Connie eventually has of Michael is to be godfather to their son. It's not to be godfather at baptism, it's to be godfather at confirmation.
Mm.
So their son, they have several children, but their oldest son is 12 at the time at the end of the film. It's not a newborn child. So she's not in that state in the film.
Mm.
Um,
But I
but
always think, like, because
in the
I
book, I
had
mean.
some Sicilian Italian friends when I was very young, and they as they do, you learn some swear words. Like that.
Yeah.
So like that, they love this. When he tells her, like, there's this is a Sicilian word, like a swear word, he literally like, the most politest way for YouTube is a dirty lady of the night. Let's put that in the most things. So I wonder if there's something there that he doesn't think it's his kid, and that's why Michael later on doesn't like want to be godfather like that. So like, there's something going on there.
I don't think so, because the
Hmm,
book goes on
doesn't it? Yeah.
to detail how expressive they both are.
Okay.
They are very connected as husband and wife. And in fact, when they get along very well.
Yeah.
It's when they don't get along that it all goes south. But she's a
Mm.
very dutiful wife, and he takes care of her, so to say. So I don't think there's that. Um, I don't think he would have any reason to think it's not his.
I just wondered if the book they went for it, because
He's
yeah, like, to say that, it was like, oh, that's a word you don't really say in
now
Sicilian.
he's jealous that she is as close to her father, and he'll never be. Like, they always give him easy jobs to do. They will never bring him into the family. They even
Yeah, I was
said
about to say that. Yeah.
when they got married, again, at the wedding scene, there's some conversation around, "What do we got for Carlo?" And someone says, "Give him something like, I
What
don't know, simple or
don't they?
whatever."
We're jumping ahead, like, a little bit, but don't they say he's from Vegas? He was born in Vegas at
He's
one point, doesn't it?
Yep,
Yeah,
he's from Vegas, so he's gonna
he's
be the
not a New Yorker,
inside
and he's,
man.
yeah. So his Italian roots aren't their Italian roots, I'm guessing. Like, a
No.
Sicilian roots, or like, he might be Italian, not Sicilian. It's like a bit. They don't. Yeah, they. He, and I think this is what sets it up for what we're going to talk about in a minute. A bit later on as well. Sorry. Is that he's jealous, and he's annoyed that they don't believe he can do the job, and
Yep.
it's not that he's still, to them, he's not proven himself. He's still an outsider. Like, do the job well and shut your mouth, then you might, up that. But he believes because he's married, to the family, he can automatically
Mhm.
jump the ranks. But no, that's not how it works. You've got to prove yourself, and he's not. He's a bit of a loser. He comes
He's
across as a,
lazy. Yep.
lazy kind of loser. Wants the easy street, kind of good looking, got the good looking wife, and yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So that purse during their wedding that had, something like $15,000 in it, and for, the 1940s, that's like $50,000 today. On their wedding night, he beat Connie to a pulp, stole the purse, went to the track, and lost all of it. So that's Carlo. All the money gone in one night. And yeah, so that's him. And I think in the second film, when they do that retro scene where Carlo comes to dinner for the first time, it sort of looks like Sonny was trying to set them up, like he was friends with Sonny, but he's not in the book. In the book, nobody likes Carlo, just Connie. Connie's the only one who likes Carlo, and they've all spoken against him, but because Connie has her daddy wrapped around her finger, he approved of the marriage. So
Mm.
that was a mistake. Like, the Don has made mistakes because of his daughter, because he can't say, there's only one person he can't say no to, and it's Connie. And in this case, it certainly is to all of their detriment. I don't even want to know what that means.
Oh, it's not a swear word.
Don't say, so dire is speak. Don't
It's
speak
rubbish. Don't
rubbish.
speak
Oh,
trash.
okay.
Don't speak wrong. There you go.
Excellent.
That's basically
See,
the
my
best way.
Latin comes in handy. People think Latin doesn't come in handy. I can sort of translate a lot of
But there's a lot of words there. Like, sorry, just there's 2 words there that are in different countries, so it's quite easy. And half of it, so you just got like that whole Europe. It's quite easy to do. European language. Yeah. So anyway, the next bit. So we get then the family knows Tom is having a drink.
I
We've
love
not
this
really,
scene.
yeah,
I love
because
this scene in the book and the film.
yeah, because we've not. I don't think we've ever seen him be, even when he's a bit worried that he might get killed. He's not really been depressed,
Emotional.
been
Yep.
down a bit like, oh, what? Like, he's got the smarts of he knows the next step. He knows what to do. And he sits down, and then of course the Godfather comes in, sits down, and then I love that because he's still ill. He's got the bandage still around his neck and all that. He's still a bit fray, and he's kind of like, what's going on? And
He
it's
says, people are
great
coming
because
to the house and my wife is crying. Is there something you need to tell your Don?
yeah, he knows that something's happened. Now, what son is, he doesn't know, but he knows something like, and then he's like, you, and he goes, I was about to come and tell you. He goes, and he knows instantly what Tom is doing isn't Tom's character. Like, because he said, like in the movie, you needed a drink before you did it. So instantly, even probably before he entered the room, he knows this isn't normal characteristic, because as we know, like previously, anything that's business wise, anything that is non-related to the family, I suppose you want to call it, is he will tell him every detail. He will go to him. He's the right hand man at the moment. He's a visor. But this bit, it's just how can he draw himself to do it? Like, and I'm guessing in the thing is like, is it in the book that Sonny is his favorite? Is it come across that? Like, things like that for the boys, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think so, but
Yeah,
it's almost he's shared. I think he shares his affection for his boys, including Tom and Johnny, and because Connie is so clearly the favorite. But also, as I mentioned before, while he kind of had to train Sonny to take over for him, he knew Sonny never would. So it's very strange. Like, the book really doesn't go into what the Godfather really thought would happen to his family, because there was something there that maybe he always knew Sonny wasn't going to be there, and then when Fredo changed and kind of had his mental break, I don't know what he thought he was going to do, because Hagen could not be the head of the family because he was not Sicilian. Maybe he thought Clemenza or Tessio would take over, because in many of the families, it wasn't genealogical. It was, the family would transfer to the next strong capo. It wasn't the son in most cases. Um, I love this scene, and in the book, it is so well written. The anguish that Tom is going through, and again, although Tom just always wanted the Godfather to say, "I love you," when they embrace each other in the book, I'm, like, crying. The way it's written in the book, there are 2 parts of this book where I'm, like, welling up, and, both of them have to do with Tom, and that he's just a little bit an outsider, but he just wants to be loved, and he just wants to be part of the family, and it's this part, and it's the part later where they tell him he's out of the deal, and then he's kinda brought back in, and then, it just both of those scenes are just so well written and so well done, and just that embrace when they can comfort each other, um, I think is incredibly well written, and it just conveys so much emotion and so much love.
I do like this thing because it's subtle. It's very subtle,
Mhm.
but it then impacts you even more in the movie as they cut it with the escalator lift, I suppose. Like, what, how do you pronounce it? Escalator.
Yeah, it's an elevator.
Yeah, elevator. Yeah, like
Mhm.
it's one of those old ones with the cut you can see through
Mhm.
and then you see the Undertaker, and it just slowly shows him. And like Sam, you went through the quotes earlier, but like they just bring out Sonny's body, and it's it's so subdued, I suppose, the environment that what we're hearing, but it's so impactful. It's like he's like where he didn't call him the Godfather, but he calls him like my friend. Are you
Mhm.
ready to do the service I ask of you? And it's like that because he needs an open, they need an open casket. He needs, like he said, like
His mother needs to
you
see
know,
him.
yeah, but like the powers, your skills need to be
Mhm.
you need to do your magic. And even like I like the Undertaker's face is like, oh, it's not brutal in movie wise, but it's the face of
Mhm.
the Undertaker, and then the Don of like he's just like he's not going to cry, but he's just got that. I'm
Mhm.
holding it in, and he's like, he's she needs to see her son kind of thing like that. So
Mhm.
Mhm.
it's like that. It's very short scene, but it's very impactful because you go from that where you haven't seen Tom like that into that, and then it goes like I like how they do this. They swing with emotions in this movie because you do that, and then you got oh, I forgot his wife's name, Michael's.
Apollonia.
Yeah, they're learning to drive. She's learning to drive, and then like going around, it's like very, like a little bit of fun. They're like, they're in love, they're having a great time. She's like a I'm guessing she's very young. I'm guessing she's like supposed to be like
Yeah, she's supposed to be like
19.
19.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So like that. And then like they're having fun. I'm gonna call him the Sicilian Don because I can't remember his name when he comes out.
Tomasino.
Yeah, he can hardly walk. From the wedding, we can see him like that. He's really like he's very crippled. He's like he needs a stick, but he's come out to their home, and this time I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna like that, and he's got the thing is he takes a walk with Michael, and even then, like that, something like
Mhm. Something
that, like
serious.
there is something serious is up, and then he kind of tells him what's happened. Um, it's again that just thing, and then like you can see like she beeps the horn, like that. Come
Yeah.
on, like
Michael,
that.
come
Yeah, come on,
on.
come on,
Come
come on.
on,
Yeah,
Michael. Let's
and
go.
then the next scene, like just like that,
Well,
and then you've got
before you go there,
go on, go on, go on.
just quickly back to Bonacera.
Mm.
Because in the beginning of the book, you learn about him and his family a little bit and why he doesn't call Don Corleone Godfather because he wants to do the American way. Um, but you also find out why um, he's an undertaker, and that he does it because he cares about people, and he wants them to be able to say goodbye to their loved ones in comfort. And he not only does his job to, prepare the bodies, he also spends a lot of time with the families and gives them great comfort. And he's known as someone who gives them great comfort. So the scene in the book when he receives the phone call at 3 in the morning to receive Sonny's body, and I know you see it in the film with Tom calling, and he says, "Your Don has come to call on that favor. You owe him a service. Will you be there?" And he says, "Of course I will." And the book goes into him, getting up from bed, getting dressed, shining his shoes, doing his hair, looking his best, not just because he's going um, to meet Don Corleone for some service, but because that's the courtesy that he gives to every family that's grieving, because they're all equal no matter who the family is and no matter who is the person that they've lost. I thought that's such a little sweet thing to put in the book. Obviously, can't put everything in the film, but
Mhm.
such a great little depiction of him and his character. And, because you kind of think he's kind of a, I don't know, kind of a weaselly guy in the film, but really,
Yeah,
he's a
y
really good guy that takes care of people.
mhm. You do start to kind of wonder why he doesn't show the same respect towards the Don that others do, and obviously it's explained a little bit in the beginning of the film with the idea of, him believing in America more than anything else and kind of the, right way to do things and believing in the justice system. But then after that fails him, and he then kind of in that same scene, finally says, calls him Don, says my friend, kisses his hand, and kind of, basically goes along with the whole respect of Don Corleone. I thought you'd see it again later on, but he doesn't, really show that same kind of. I don't want to say doesn't show respect, because he does obviously respect Don. I mean, like at this in this specific scene, Don's very friendly with him and asking him for his help and calling him that favor. But yeah, something about him does kind of come off as like still refusing to accept
Mhm.
that side of like the respect side of things. Um, which
It's
yeah,
because
just
he
kind of
wants everyone to be treated equally,
right, which that makes more sense
Yep.
knowing it from the book
Yeah.
side of thing. In the movie, I feel like they don't translate that across as well as they
No,
maybe could
they
have.
skip it. Like,
Mhm.
it would make more sense to actually, give that look. I understand you're done, but that person's equal. The poor are equal. It
Mhm.
Yep.
doesn't come
Well,
that well back.
when we all die, we go out. You know what I mean? Like not that we necessarily go out the same way, but at that point of the end of life on this side of Earth, we're all end up equal. It doesn't matter who you are. When you die, type of thing. So I get his kind of
Mhm.
psychological perspective on it, which is interesting. I almost wish they kind of explored it more, but again, like you said, they can't do everything. So I do get it to that degree.
Mhm.
Mm.
So before you get to the next sad scene in the book, Michael and Apollonia now are traveling around, and they've met a few people along the way who are intertwined in the story that's going on in the United States. And part of it is so that Michael can learn about his roots, but part of it is also starting to give away who he is to more and more people. So more and more people are learning who he is. One of the people he encounters is a woman who, when she finds out who he is, she is so grateful because Don Corleone, quote, saved her life, because she was indebted to Luca Brasi. Many years earlier, she lived in the United States, and he performed some actions and had her witness him disposing of victims. And so she was in terrible danger. He paid her off, but she was always in terrible danger. And Don Corleone was able to get her back to Italy to be safe from Luca Brasi. Scarily enough, the same man that Don Corleone would come to employ. So it's like
Mhm.
I and you still don't know, like, okay, the things that he was having this woman do, he eventually then murdered a woman, and then a particular woman that he got caught and was in jail. And I don't know if he had some kind of probably not any regrets, but somehow Don Corleone got him out of jail. And this woman, who was very happy to hear, or actually, no, she doesn't know that Luca Brasi is dead. Yes, she does. That's right. Michael does tell her that Luca Brasi is dead, and she's like overjoyed, but is very happy, to have found Michael, and hopes that Michael will take her thanks back to Don Corleone. So along the way, he's meeting people. You're kind of hearing about the early life of Vito Corleone, but he's also now more and more and more people know who he is and where he is, and they're able to track
Does
him
he actually
down.
find out his real surname? Sorry, if you don't know this, spoiler, that's not their surname. They're named after the town, aren't they?
His father told him, so that he does go to Andolino. Yeah, he knows because the father told them the story. And so,
it's
yes,
only explained in part 2. Only really did the surname difference like that, but yeah,
it's explained in part 2, but we know it now because the town he goes to, right? So he goes to Corleone, but he does mention the Andolino. He knows he's an Andolino. Because he mentions he knows his family's from Corleone, not the name, not that his family's named Corleone. Yeah. Okay. And that's where they say all the men are dead from vendettas. He says, where are all the men? And they're dead from then. And where he's standing at that point when he asks the person that question is the same place. There's a wall with a sign. It's the same place that young Vito is standing when he turns the corner to escape, and he finds the man that helps to get him out of the country. So it's the exact same spot that he's standing. So anyway, so back to Michael and Apollonia. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let Jay go ahead. Jay, go ahead. The next scene. So we get.
I'm trying to think. Is this?
Yeah,
where...
the boom.
Okay, I wanted to be sure I'm at the right spot.
Sonny's been killed. He knows he's got to hide now because more people know. So he's going to take off.
Right. So and that's what I was unsure of. I didn't know if he was going back to America in this scene, or if that was him just going
another
for
part
further
of
hiding in Italy. Okay, so I wasn't aware of that. I was a little confused because I don't know if it was Fabrizio or somebody else who makes the joke about how she'll make a great American wife or something because she was trying to learn. She was he comes to find one of the men who's been basically escorting him, and he's looking for his wife Apollonia, and he says the escort, the guy who's escorting him, one of the two guys, I can't remember which one it was, makes a joke of oh, she'd be a great American wife. She's in the car. She wanted to teach you. She wanted to show you what you've taught her about driving.
Oh yeah, he's having he's in a little thing having
he's eating something. And he's like, give me a minute, I'll help you with the luggage, all that. Yeah. So I thought it was Fabrizio, but I'm not positive. It might not have been. The
one who runs away is Fabrizio.
Yeah. So
Paolo is the one who doesn't run away.
Season 1 or whatever it is, and that's the one.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought it was. I knew there was 2 of them. So the other guy there makes the little joke and whatever. And then Michael goes down to where the car is, and he sees Apollonia's in the car waiting for him. She's, being her normal bubbly self, beeping on the horn, kind of calling him over because she wants to show him how she can drive. And he notices Fabrizio's going over, putting the luggage in the car. And then all of a sudden, Fabrizio starts walking in the complete other direction. He kind of he's now standing in between the car and Fabrizio, if I'm even saying it right, he's standing in between them, and he kind of looks at him and he's like, wait a minute, where are you going? And then Fabrizio looks back at him, kind of gives him a look, and just keeps going in the direction he's going. Immediately, Michael figures out what's going on.
Yep.
He turns to scream for Apollonia to get out of the car, but it's too late. It just... Yeah, there you go. That's kind of what happens with it. And I gotta say, it was the emotional impact of the scene. Yeah, pretty good explosion effect.
Good explosion. I'm guessing this wasn't not in America, because that's a good explosion. That is when they do it, I was like, that wouldn't have. That has got to be abroad, because I was like, that is a very bloody good explosion.
Yeah. It goes up in flames, quite literally, as you can see there. And the emotional impact of it, I thought, was really strong. even when you know it's coming, it's just like you feel so bad. Somebody caught in the crossfire of all this stuff, a casualty of war, as they would say, type of thing. And you just with the love story kind of going so well for Michael at that point, and her being like, a nice, likable character.
Innocent,
probably one
innocent,
of the few,
innocent.
innocent. That's a great way to put it. I was just going to say one of the few like genuinely good people kind of in the whole story, because she is innocent. She doesn't come from this world. I don't even know how much she knows about it to this point. She seems like she's kind of like she understands that he's a man of power and respect and all that, but I don't know that she knows entirely. Her father is naive. Not so much like the other character, Kay, who knows and is like into it and is like, yeah, I'm fine being a part of all this. She seems just a lot more naive, a lot more innocent towards all of it. She understands, I think, that, he's a man of power and respect, just doesn't maybe quite know the extent of it. So you just feel you feel so bad that she ends up being the casualty of war and the whole thing. But that's the the emotional impact they're going for with it, and it hits.
Yeah. When you first see it, you're like, oh no. And because his face is like, what you did, and then that. What?
Right.
Oh, and then he realizes and he can't stop it. And then I'm guessing at the time he kind of blames himself. I always got this because he was the one I learned to drive. I will learn it, like, I teach her to drive. It's kind of like that. So he kind of blames himself. Like, I always got that even later on, you kind of get it from the other movies much more. But yeah, it's just very impactful, and it's so bang. So quickly. There isn't like that. They do the explosion so well. It's like, hey, and then bang, it's like, no, like he shouts out like in absolute terror, just don't, like, get out. And it's like, bang. It's just like, yeah, it's good. But how was that portrayed in the book?
In the book, yeah, pretty much the same way. He's on the patio. He sees her. Same thing. He sees Fabrizio running away, and Fabrizio turns back and then keeps running, and he knows. And he's on the patio talking to that old lady. Her name was Philomena, who was talking about Luca Brazzi. And so the explosion happens. He gets thrown back. The old lady gets thrown back. He's injured. He knows Apollonia is dead. He's worried about the old lady. The old lady, thankfully, is only, kind of cut up a little bit. But he needs to get out. He needs to get out of town, and he quickly gets to hide elsewhere. And at this point, following Sonny's burial, Don Corleone has to call a truce. He's got to get the 5 families together and say, this war has to end now, because Tatalia has lost a son. I've lost a son. Where's this going to go? What do you need? Let's do this. And he's coming from a position of weakness, which is uncharacteristic for him, right? He's coming from a position of total weakness. And the number one, he's willing to cave on a few things, including his political contacts. He wants his son to be able to come home safely. He wants a guarantee that Michael can come home, because he needs Michael.
Backtrack to the book, because it's not in the movie. Is there a Sonny funeral?
Yeah. I mean, we don't see it, but there has been a funeral.
No, yeah, but I say in the book, there's one.
There is one, but they just say at Sonny's funeral. They don't describe Sonny's funeral.
I was thinking, because like he's all about, because I'm guessing Sonny is the mum's favorite, because how he said like she needs to see him. Like it might be
Fredo is the mom's favorite. Freddie is mom's favorite.
Okay.
Which plays into what happens in the second film, and the timing of some justice on the part of that Michael takes.
Because I always thought they would have, it would have been part of the moot, like the.
Yeah, it's not really
movie. It's like edited. It's just like that because they made a whole thing with the Undertaker.
Even the book has to take cut some
Yeah.
things out, it would have been, 8,000 pages. But yeah, there has been a funeral. It does go into the fact that all the women go over to Sonny's house to comfort his wife
Mm.
and children, and they stay with her and all that.
That is not really in the movie.
No, that's not in the film at all. You don't see them again. You don't.
Yeah,
You don't.
you don't really see them. You wouldn't. I couldn't even identify it unless you paused it. You
No.
wouldn't identify it, his wife, even though there is a subtle scene. But yeah, otherwise on that. But yeah,
More importantly, however, Tom visits Lucy, Lucy the bridesmaid, who has been Sonny's steady other woman now for years, and they love each other. And she's living in an apartment. She works. Um, she's she grew up with all of them. They obviously she's Connie's bridesmaid. They all know Lucy. And Tom goes over to Lucy to assure her that she will be taken care of as well, because he knows that Sonny loves her. He sends Lucy, because he has a job for her, he sends Lucy out to Vegas with Freddie. And she's also acquainted with Johnny Fontaine. And together, his story is a happy ending. Her story is a happy ending too. She finds someone to finally fall in love with. Um, she has a medical condition, a disfigurement, that Johnny is able to help her find a doctor to take care of it. The doctor eventually is the one who fixes Michael's face. They all have little happy endings out in the Hollywood and Las Vegas story, to that extent that those characters do. But um, she absolutely loves Sonny and could not be with anyone else, until much later, when she does find this doctor that helps her, and then she falls in love and lives happily ever after with him. So um, you know we see more of her in the book than we do of Sonny's wife, who they never connected. They were, I guess, in a way, an arranged marriage. There were some arranged marriages in this book and maybe in this society, but they never really loved each other. They just kind of went through the motions. But that was it for Sonny. And Don Corleone wants a piece. So the scene in the film with the heads of the families coming together for this negotiated peace talks, is I think it's a bank in New York. And no, sorry. I think it's a boardroom in the Grand Central Terminal in New York. In the book, it's portrayed that it's a boardroom in something like the Federal Reserve that Don Corleone was able to get. And they make a point. Don Corleone looks at Tom Hagen, because he brings Tom as his right hand to this meeting. And of all the dons and mafia heads that are around the table from around the country, by the way, this is the 5 families of New York, plus New Jersey, Detroit, Chicago, but they make a point that Al Capone didn't show up, and San Francisco. Don Corleone realizes that they're in this boardroom and there are these portraits of all of these very famous American leaders, businessmen, all around this room. And Don Corleone realizes that there's only one man in the room right now who knows who all these other men are, and it's Tom Hagen. And in that, this chapter being written from Vito's perspective, you kind of start to see that the high esteem that he holds Tom in, and also his appreciation for education, because he sent Tom to school and then to law school. And he even makes a point about the portrait of Alexander Hamilton, who would very much appreciate the conversation we're having about, money and settling debts. And, it kind of made me think about the the musical Hamilton, and the room where it happened. There's a song called "The Room
We're
Where It
not talking
Happened."
about musicals.
There's a song called "The Room Where It Happened," and this scene is in the room where it happened in the
Oh.
song "The Room Where It Happened." So anyway, that was written in 1969. Could not have possibly foreseen the musical Hamilton. But Corleone's coming in from a position of weakness, absolute weakness, and tries to play to the other leaders and try to find a way to negotiate peace. And uh, all he really wants is for his son to be able to come home. Now, what is in the book that's not in the film is that Don Corleone also has a backup plan. And his backup plan is, again, someone who owes him a favor has a family member who's in jail on a death sentence, and they're going to get that guy to confess to the murder of Sollozzo and the police chief, because he's on death row anyway.
Mm.
He's going to be murdered anyway, so they're going to convince him to confess, and then they're going to pay off the waiter and the driver, all the other people who named Michael. So that's his backup plan, which actually he ends up having to use as well, because he doesn't trust the guarantees of the other mobsters to allow Michael to come home free and clear. He's always going to think that Michael is in danger. At this point in the film, we think this is the plan. Don Corleone has kind of given up some of his stake in business, and he's weaker now. In the book, at this very moment that it's Don Corleone who is planning the final scene that Michael settles all debts. It is not Michael's plan. It is not Michael running around and killing all the heads of the mafia and a few other people. Don Corleone makes his plan while at the table, that no matter what he negotiates here, his family will never be safe. His son and his family are the most important things to him right now. He knows that Michael has to take over the family. And even if he negotiated him to be able to come home, it only takes one person around this table to go back on that deal. So it's at this table that he concocts the plan to take them all out. Even though in the film, you don't know that. In the film, I think we really think it's all Michael.
Mm.
It's Michael taking revenge. It's not. It was Vito's plan all along.
Interesting.
But also, just a little side note, have you noticed one thing that is put there for continuity?
Oranges on the table.
No. What is the hardest thing you can do continuity on?
Oh.
A cigarette or a cigar?
Oh.
You don't know the
true,
burn time.
true.
They've got Cuban cigars and none of them are lit. Watch the scene again. They have these massive Cuban cigars and everybody that's holding one isn't lit. And that's because I'm going in that scene because there's a lot of heavy dialogue between. I wonder if they were like, look, just because it's heavy dialogue between a few people, we won't do that. But if you look at it, there's a lot of them just holding it. They're not actually smoking it.
I didn't even catch that.
Like that. Yeah, but if it was, that tight room would have been filled with smoke as well. Like a Cuban cigar, like nobody would be like, that's terrible. But onto that. Yeah, you get like, it's a great. I always found that like, even when I always got that he was playing them. Even when I watched it, I thought, but he's playing them. He's playing them. He's not that weak because he's been so strong. And it's all about, it's about the family, but it's also about, I suppose you have, in this network, you have the family and the family. Yep. Like the bigger family. So it was, I just got that he was always playing him, and having Tom there, like in the background, like Tom is just like very stern. I always got, he knows what he's doing. They think he's the fool because he got burnt once, I suppose. And he knows, well, but I ain't being burnt again. I know.
He's older, he's slower. They think he's slow. And by the way, he never tells Tom because he knows Tom will figure it out. And this is he has been constantly schooling Tom, not by telling him things, but by doing. And Tom has always figured, there are 2 or 3 times in the book where someone quizzed Tom and said, "Did you know I was gonna do that?" or "Can you guess what I'm gonna do next?" And he always gets it right. Like,
Mhm.
he always gets it right. So he's very observant, and even though he doesn't share until later when Michael comes back, because there are scenes where all 3 of them are talking about,
Mm.
what needs to be done. Um, so they leave, and yes, there is an orange on the table. I just looked up a photo. There's an orange on the
yeah.
table. Mhm.
Mhm.
There's a fruit bowl, but the orange
Yeah.
is right on top.
Yeah.
Um,
But again, like after that, it's like he's confident, I suppose, like that. Tom is like, yeah, he's supposed to be like a son, but he's always like the confident onto him, because like in the car, there's like what he tells him what he actually did do, and it's like that. And then I suppose now we go into kind of the endish chapter, even though it's quite drawn out. Like we get Kay back into the scene.
mhm.
So Kay is now, I'm guessing, well, I don't know what you call it.
Yeah,
We
she's
call
a
it, I'm
grade
guessing,
school teacher. Yeah.
grade school. We call it primary school.
Yep.
I'm guessing under anybody under the age of 11, primary school teacher. And I always think Michael's. I don't like this scene because I think Michael's a bit of an ass.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree there. I agree
Mhm.
there. Kind of comes back to just like,
Hey, I'm back, baby.
yeah,
Take
don't
me.
worry about where I've been, who I might have
He's been
married, or
gone for
anything.
3
I've always
years, and
loved
he's
you.
been back in the United States for a whole year
Yeah.
without
That
even
too.
contacting her. That's the other thing.
That too on top. But yeah, the whole thing, he just kind of comes off as a bit of an ass, to be
Yeah.
honest.
I know you've been waiting, and here I am.
Right.
It's like that. And then like where you been? I'm not going to tell you. Like
Yeah,
that,
don't worry
literally.
about
Like,
it.
no, like what is going? Yeah, I don't like this scene. I really don't. I just think it's the case setup for the ending is this, and I just can't buy it.
Yeah.
I must say, it's just because, like, I'm not gonna, like, people are gonna be pissed. I don't care
Yeah.
if you're talking to the mum, like, you're gonna go. It would have been more plausible if she went up to him and said, "Bye, kids." Then walked up to him and he just gave him a slap around the face and just say, "How dare you?" Kind of
Right.
like a bloody pissed off, like, you've left me in the dark and you have the audacity to come back, that, and then okay, we fall back in love or whatever. But he's just kind of like, I suppose from the book point of view, he was in love with Kay, thought she was the right, left, found out Kay wasn't right because he isn't going to wait with Kay because he's just got the lightning strike, and then he lost his, I'm guessing, the love of his life with the lightning strike, and then went, what's the next option? I know, I can go back
I
in
can go back
things and
now.
be,
Right.
and I have mates that do that, and I always have a go at them. Like that. You're like, oh my, you absolute. There are words. There are words.
Heel.
And
A
I'm
good
like,
word is a
oh,
heel. Yeah.
yeah. And it's like, oh, and yeah, Michael does it, and I'm like, oh, it pisses me off. I'm like, oh,
It does.
man up and tell the truth, and he
Right.
doesn't. And it's like that. It's an annoying thing because you want Kay to be at this point a bit stronger, a bit more pissed off, and she just goes back to that. Yeah, it's a scene that I just can't buy, just because. What is this got to be? What this has got to be like 52, 53?
Yeah, we're getting
Probably. Yeah, it's getting like,
Something like that, I gotta
it's getting
imagine.
something like that. And so yeah, and she's been like, she's got like a job. She's now self and things. I'm guessing, hey, say she would have had a relationship.
Well, she
Mhm.
hasn't,
Oh, okay.
unfortunately. In
Oh,
the
okay.
book,
It's in the book.
she's
Okay.
been pining away for him, and she hasn't had any relationships. And there's a scene from the book that I so wish had been in the film, but again, it would have introduced too many new characters. So Kay's living with her parents. Her father is a minister a Protestant prim and proper minister, and his mother is the wife of a minister. And so for her, for anyone to be involved in a mobster is a big deal, but for the daughter of a minister, like no one's going to understand this. She
Mhm.
never actually told her parents who he was, but they they figured out. So they knew something was up. Well, after the murders, the police came to her door after the murders of Sollozzo and the police captain, and they wanted to question Kay. And Kay said, "Oh, I can't tell you anything. I don't know anything." And um, they say, "Well, ma'am, we know you know something, and we want you to cooperate." And she says, "Well, I'm not cooperating." And the police officer says, um, "If you don't cooperate with us, how you like it if I tell your dad that you and Michael Corleone shack up in a hotel, frequently when he was here?" And she turns around and says, "Dad, this officer has something to tell you." And she was and so she was awesome. The father comes in and the police captain very begrudgingly says, "Did you know your daughter is shacking up with, a known, mobster?" And he goes, "Well, that's her business now, isn't it? Is there anything else you need from us? Would you like to stay for lunch?" What an awesome guy. Like, what a great dad. She then, after the police leave, she goes to her parents very ashamed and says, "Thank you for that, but I guess I should tell you the whole story. Um, you know, Michael is Michael Corleone." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we know. How do you know?" "Well, we open your mail." And she's indignant for like 5 seconds, and then she realizes, "You know what? I need to pick my battles. I can't be mad at them because they just got me off the hook with the police, and they know what's going on here." But so she's got these very prim and proper yet very liberal parents who are,
Mhm.
kind of okay with her being with a mobster. Um, and but she's, like, as they say, carried the torch for him the entire time. She's had no other relationships. She rarely went out with girlfriends. The day that Mama Corleone sent the cab for her, um, when, she shows up and has the letter for Tom, she had been in New York to meet up with friends and then decided she didn't want to. And she ended up calling Mama. This is before they had the long gap, and she was mad at her. And she ended up calling and she said, "Well, I am in New York." And she said, "I'm sending you a cab." And she said, "No, no, it's okay. No, I'm sending you a cab." And that's how she shows up. Well, in the book, this scene that we're talking about doesn't happen with him showing up at the grade school. This doesn't happen. Mama calls Kay to tell her to come meet Michael, and again sends a car, this time all the way to New Hampshire or whatever, to pick her up and bring her. So it's not Michael who goes after her. Michael is back and he's too embarrassed to go to Kay. And it's Mama who brings her to talk to him. So that whole scene, that was completely contrived in the film.
Mm.
So as much as you hate him in that scene, I do too, but it didn't happen in the book. So it's okay.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I it's just not it's just badly written. I just thought it just like I thought it was it's one of the worst scenes. I just because it was just like, oh, they meet up and then she goes, "I'm in love, yay!" That's it. So
Mhm.
Yeah, it was probably
it's
too hard to explain
mm,
the phone call from Mama since we haven't had any of that in the
yeah.
film yet. So it's probably too hard. So they had to make this scene up
Mm,
to get him back together with her.
mm,
In the book, they have a long conversation. He has an apartment not on the compound. He has an apartment in downtown New York. They go together to the apartment. They stay up all night talking about, like, can they make this work? That's when he tells her, "Okay, I'll let you ask me about my work I'll let you ask me about this one time."
yeah. That's
And
late.
she
Yeah.
says, "Did you kill the police officer in Sollozzo?" And he said, "No." And that's the time that he lied straight to her. And she knew it. She knew he was lying. and she was okay with that anyway. So that's where she made her choice. She
Mm.
asked him to be honest. He lied, and she said, "Nope, I'm good anyway." And you'll notice in the film, you don't see them get married. Um, they don't have an elaborate Italian wedding. They just elope. And I think they go up to New Hampshire and just get married local. I don't think her father does the ceremony, but they just get married and then they come back. So they didn't have an elaborate wedding. They just decided, hey, let's just do this thing. And the family's really happy. They like Kay. They know she's not one of them. Connie very much likes Kay, but Connie likes Kay because she thinks she can manipulate her. And the first manipulation you hear is we'll see shortly that Connie wants Michael to be godfather to her and Carlo's little boy, who this is the confirmation. So this is 12 years old. Michael doesn't want to because being a godfather is an incredible responsibility. And he doesn't like Carlo. He doesn't like Connie. He doesn't think he's going to like the kid. He doesn't want to do it. He really doesn't want to do it. But Connie keeps needling Kay because Connie knows if Michael's godfather, that Connie will be okay for the rest of her life, that she'll be taken care of because she now knows that Michael is going to end up being the head of the family.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. Yeah, kind of thing in the movie. But the next bit, the next bit in the movie, I feel is a bit unexplained. It's quite good, but it's unexplained. Of like, they go straight in that kind of the Godfather's retired.
He's making, he's not making decisions anymore. All his decisions are coming through Michael.
And he would advise Michael, but he's not. But they didn't make that the transition in the movie is Michael's back. Michael's the boss.
Yep.
Because Michael shot somebody.
Yeah, it is a bit rushed, or it feels a bit rushed.
It is a bit rushed. There needed to be that. It would have been good from like just an extra scene, and I mean a really short scene. Michael, Tom, and the Godfather, literally demo having a talk, because like the next bit is with the captains who's left, and they're like, Godfather, what's going on? Like they're a bit confused. We're leaving New York, we're going to Vegas, we're up in roots, we're moving on. They don't want to move on, their roots are here, they're going to stay here, but they need reassurance that they won't be outed from the other families that are around the area who are going to kind of try and muscle in on their areas. Understand that, but how it needed the explanation because it was too fast of how they outed Tom, because they're saying you're not a war things, and like he's done everything right, and the only other explanation for the movie is when actually Sonny says it, you're not a war consigliere. So it's just like, the scene's needed, but then there needed to be another scene just before it.
Yep.
Because it was there to tell us what happened, but why that happened, I don't know. Because now, like the mannerisms of I can understand the postpone what's the best way to it? The characteristics of Michael might have changed because he just lost the love of his life, apparently. But now he's got Kay back, but he changes. This is where he changes, and the mannerisms of him changes. He is now, I am the boss. I like that, and he's not that, but he's not shown that. He's shown that he's suave and clever, but he's not shown that he's the boss. And his dad has now made him the boss. Oh, whatever he says goes. So they're just not that set up for it. So I don't know, Jay, did you feel the same or?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit rushed. You know, you start to get the idea at some point, kind of throughout Michael's journey, that eventually he will, be the head. Like
Yeah.
that's not, especially after Sonny's killed. Like you do get the idea. Okay, this is Michael's journey, but yeah, the way they kind of carry it through, just it does feel a little bit rushed. You go from the last time we see the Don, he's having this meeting, kind of making peace and starting up a truce.
Mm-hmm.
And then right after that, he's just kind of in like, a sweater and like no longer, like it just feeding the
Hanging out in
fish
the
as this
garden.
conversation's going on. It's like, yeah, it does feel like it just moves a little quickly without enough explanation. And I'm not even sure if explanation is what I would need so much, because like it's not tough to explain the scenario. It's more just, I think the fact that it's back to back the last two times we see the Dawn, like at least some scene to just, maybe if it's a conversation between him and Michael to say, Michael, I can't do this forever, or I will need somebody to want, just a little something like that in between those two scenes would have kind of made it feel a little bit more fleshed out.
Yeah, he does. It feels like there's I guess a degrading of his faculties. He's feeling his age. It in the book, obviously there is more time between him and Michael and Tom, as you suggest, talking about the plans to take down the other families, which is not clear here. I mean, I think here the film makes it seem like this is all Michael's idea. He's taking revenge. His father's passed on. He's got to do this thing. No, there are clear plans being made in the book, and clear reasons why, and calling on the services of friends that we've heard about all through the book, which is, again, a really nice setup. All the people that owe Don Corleone a favor, they're gonna cash in. Um, in the film, I always thought this move to Vegas was really rushed. I'm like, what? They're moving to Vegas? In the book, it's really clear early on that they're setting up Johnny and Nino and the other band leader, and some other folks out in Las Vegas and Hollywood, so that they can move the business out there. And it's because Michael does believe that he can become, quote, legitimate. He's going to run the casinos in a more efficient fashion than, and we did forget, I think we skipped the Mo Green scene.
We skipped it.
I thought it was
the only
coming
bit,
up.
Yeah, that's coming up. But the only bit we've
yeah, okay.
over
So
is when Fredo gets told you're going out to Vegas.
You're going to
Yeah.
Vegas, and
You're going
this
and
one's
see
here,
Mo
and
Green
Tom's
sorting that,
out.
yeah. So you
Tom's
don't see
gonna be
Mo
your
Green.
lawyer.
Yeah.
So Tom's out, but it's not until later that he realizes, because he's so much more important. He's going to help them buy up all these, casinos and clubs in Vegas. And again, there's work in Hollywood. They're now bankrolling Johnny Fontaine as a producer. He's becoming a successful producer. He's lost his ability to sing, which he was on a good roll, right? He got back with his first wife, and all he wants to do is make his godfather proud of him, and then he loses his voice. And these cheap doctors in Hollywood have been telling him it's because he drinks and smokes, but it's not that. And finally he meets a real doctor who looks at him and says, "No, you have a growth on your vocal cord, and let me just take that off." And he does, and then Johnny can sing again. So he gets his confidence back. He starts producing movies. He becomes really successful. There's work for him as well. And so the Corleones can avoid the drug trade by getting into entertainment and running the casinos and the movie business, which is completely cut out of the of this film. Fredo's going to go out because even though he's had a complete mental break in the book, they still think he's strong. It's just not the same characterization in the film, although I do like this portrayal. It's just so different in the film.
I'm just hoping that is what Jay wore to his wedding.
Spot on.
Nice straw hat.
Look. That is a look.
Actually, when he first popped on the screen, I kind of forgot it was him. when I was about to say Tony as if it was Tony Montana. It's been a long week. When Al Pacino's Michael is coming through the hotel, I kind of forgot that it was Fredo in this scene because the look is just so different. It's very Vegas, don't get me wrong, but
It is.
it's just so different from him in the beginning of the film. So I totally forgot it was him until I got a little bit closer to the camera there. It's a look, all right. That's for sure.
So these
So
two
that's
will
a no for
then.
you then, Jay. That's like no.
not at the wedding, but maybe on a trip to Vegas. We'll bust that one out.
So Al Pacino will work with Jim Cazale again in Dog Day Afternoon. So he's the
Oh, no kidding.
he's the oh God, what's his name in Dog Day Afternoon? But his accomplice, you know, his partner, I suppose, in Dog Day Afternoon. Sal. He plays Sal in Dog Day Afternoon. Actually, no, it's his. Okay, we find out it's his lover actually, because that's what's going on in Dog Day Afternoon. But not the same characterization as the book. He goes out to Vegas. He unfortunately, and again, it's almost kind of comical in the film. The book shares that he very quickly falls into, hey, you know, I'm the son of the head of the mob, or I'm the brother of the head of the mob. I'm not going to do any real work. So he's just drinking and doing drugs and, being with women all day, every day, doing nothing, adding nothing. And he's not even like reporting back to Tom on the properties, and he's ticking off everybody he's supposed to be having, building good relationships with. So he's really a screw up. He goes out there and he just messes everything up. And Mo Green is right to be ticked off at Fredo. I know he says something to the effect of, I had to straighten Fredo out because he was, quote, banging cocktail chicks 2 at a time. That's not all he was doing with them. There were many, many dancers and cocktail waitresses who had to go off duty for long periods of time because he got them pregnant. And he was just notorious. He also became afflicted with syphilis and was just a total wreck, an absolute wreck. It plays a little better with that degree of a fall when you get to Godfather 2 and what he does. Right? Because like, what justifies what he does in Godfather 2? That Michael didn't take him seriously? I'm smart. No, but all of this depravity would probably play a little bit better in Godfather 2. So, I don't think they went into it enough, and they maybe could have, just by changing his look, by making him look a little more disheveled, by making him look a mess.
Yeah, he
so
looks in this
they
like he's
could-
thriving.
Yeah.
Obviously we get the little bit of background info that
they needed
he's not really
to
taking the job
about
seriously.
£10. If they let £10, get into some black eyes, like kind of like, like I've not slept well.
Yeah, the suit
and
not
all
so
he had
well
to do
put
was
together.
if he had to keep, like I say, like if he just kept them rubbing his nose, like
Yep, even that.
Yeah, little ticks, things
just
like
that
that.
little ticks. So maybe direction wasn't that bad. Maybe, like, again, it's a different era, different time. Maybe it'd been different. But I'd say I like the Mo Green character.
Oh, he's so smarmy.
Yeah. And when they come in and they try to railroad him into a cell, but they bowed him out. And really, they bowed him out to have a part of get into the casino business in Vegas. Now, this has got. When did the Flamingo open? Somebody, please help me.
Ooh.
Don't know.
That could be is that the early 40s?
Oops, and I just dropped my cell phone. Whoops.
My
Has to
God,
be.
it's either that or a pacemaker. So we
Goodness gracious.
And hopefully the screen's not cracked. We'll see.
That is good. There we go. Yeah, so this is like the I'm guessing this is when they are realizing there's money in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
They've got the water there, they've got the roads are coming in, and now we can actually go. Now, sorry to reference another film, but we're going into like now the era of we're getting to Godfather era, kind of, like that kind of casino movie. We can manipulate people. We're getting into the a golden age of Vegas, I suppose.
Yeah, the mafia's there. They're
the mafia's
definitely there. You know?
So like they've been there. They're like you can have a good time. Don't cheat us. Like, that's the way to do it. But like they've bailed out Mo Green, and they're like, you know what? It's time to bail you out. It's time to we're gonna offer you some money. We're gonna pay you out. And he's so arrogant. He's like, nobody buys out Mo Green. I buy you out. He thinks he's a casino big shot.
You're a 2-bit hustler, whatever. Yeah.
He might have been there in the early days, but look who you're looking at, and he thinks he's there. And in the movie, I hate the weasel that Fredo comes. He's a weasel, and he backlashes against Michael and even Tom, and then he has to be put in his place to kind of say, what is it?
Don't ever go against the family.
Yeah. Like, whatever you do, I love you, but don't go against the family. You do it again, you like that, because what are you doing? Like, literally, he looks like an absolute weasel moron. Because one, he set up what? Are you absolutely stupid that the head of the family, like at the moment, wants to, after, I'm guessing they drove. I'm guessing they're not allowed on aircraft at the moment, like that. Is he gets there and he wants this band. You want all these kind of best way to call it, entertainment girls,
hostesses,
hostesses, and loads of drinks and loads of lemon sherbet. Do you want that? No, he's like, I'm tired. Getting them out. Get Mo Green here. I'm on business. And he knew that, and it's just like, it's like the incompetence of the person. He shows him like the and it does set up well that for part 2, but they don't show that twisted mind, as you say, Sandy. Like, even with in part 2, sorry, I'm jumping ahead here, guys. When he does do what he does, it's like, he's just a knob. Not that he's gone completely broke. There's things, and they should have shown it a little bit more on this. This is the part they should have shown that. I'm saying they should have been like a bit gaunt like that, and they could have blamed Mo Green.
I think so.
You've just let him do whatever. And there's not enough of Vegas in this, because I'm guessing they've been quite easy to film. I'm guessing, the prominent 1970s, they could have got like one of them to do like, open up the floor to them. There's nothing.
I would think so.
Yeah. Like, you've got a lot of the, like, you got Hollywood movies like doing it, and they didn't get an inside shot of like Casino is a great one. What we've had on it is when they they did a walk through the floor. He just does a walk. He just does a walk through the casino. Why didn't he get that? They could have Michael just being pissed off of like the casino environment. Yeah, we're buying into this. I'm not liking it. They needed to be a walkthrough. So yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Again, you get so much more in the book. You get performances, you get Johnny in the clubs, you get Nino, you get, different other people who are already in Las Vegas, and you find out that they've already purchased 2 hotels, but they're like silent partners. So Tom's already been doing deals. They don't need Mo Green. They want Mo Green. They want Mo's Casino.
Mhm.
Um, they know it's losing money. I think the reason they really need this casino is because they've already invested in it, and they don't want to like to make a to make a good metaphor. They're already pot committed, as we would say, playing poker, right? You're already in.
Mhm.
You might as well
Right.
keep going. I think that's why they need this casino because they've already invested so much money into it and it's losing money. They want to turn it around. They do think that Mo and company are skimming. However, in the book, Mo is a straight up guy. He's not skimming
Really?
and he's insulted that they're accusing him. He's another one who doesn't like the mob types.
Mhm.
So you kind of see that with Waltz, you see that with Mo Green, the people who don't want to do business with them, you know.
Mhm.
And and Freddie is correct when he says you don't mess with a guy like Mo Green. He's a great man. He created this town. He actually did. In the book he did. I guess he's.
But he does actually say that in the movie, doesn't he? Like, how dare you? When they say like you've been skimming on top, he gets really insulted.
Yeah, because he's
Like that, he
not.
gets really,
He's
yeah,
and maybe some people in his
Mhm.
organization are, but he is a straight up guy. So he
yeah.
feels like that gives him more power against these crooked types because he's doing it right. Yeah, he might be losing money, but it's because he's a straight up guy. So it's not going to end too well for him. Um, but they will make him an offer that he can't refuse. It doesn't matter because Tom's already doing the deal behind him anyway.
Hmm.
So they're gonna buy him out without buying him out, um, and get what they want. Um, so let's see from here. Don Corleone is. Are we tending to our tomatoes?
I
We're no, we're
believe we
having
are.
like we're having a sit down, aren't we? When Michael he's
Oh, yes, 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 you're
he's
right, you're
sitting
right.
down of like what's gonna happen. Is like if they
Yeah,
do
that's what
this,
he tells
if
him.
they do this, if they do that, but they're gonna do this. If they do that, like it is very much of a um yeah, if what's gonna happen next is like that. So it's like, yeah, he's having a little walk through. Marlon Brando has now looking very old, like they've,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, so it's now like they're having what the next stage, isn't
Yep.
it? It's like he's like the, I suppose it's the last. This is your last educational test. This is the
Yep.
last bit of wisdom I'm gonna bestow on, like to bestow on you, like to give you what you need to run this family. He knows
Mhm.
now Michael's the only choice. The
Yep.
Mhm.
only choice. And like, yeah, this is the thing. And it just again, it just shows the wisdom of the
Mhm.
Don, of like he knows, like they think they're clever, but I read every step because I knew they were gonna do this. I knew they were gonna do that, and how they acted, that only meant they were gonna do this.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then he's also got onto it. He also said, but there's always a plan B, as you said, Sandy, in probably the book. He's got a plan B. If they completely they completely fooled me. Oh well, by the way, the only reason they could have done that is because I got a plan B, and it just shows like he's what. What is his face? How old is what in the?
I'm
I'm
not
trying to think in
sure.
part two. How old is he? Because he comes into the harbor, what, 11 must be,
Yeah,
so
11 or
in,
12. Mhm.
in the 20s, 25, something like that. So he's got to be now 60. It's got to be, no, he's young, isn't he? He's young. He's not even 70 in like if you go by time scale, like say 70s,
Hmm.
70 odd, late 70s maybe. He's supposed to be in this. But yeah, he's still got his faculties. He's I'm drinking much more red wine that I do. And Michael goes, "It's good for you, pa. It's good for you."
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
He's older, but also what you don't know here is, obviously he's been shot 5 times. He was also shot previously. So he has a longer standing wound from being previously shot. And there's a comment in the book about, when they told mama that he'd been shot and she didn't really react as bad as they thought she would. And she said, I've been through this before. Like this is the life she chose. And he had been, so he does have some lingering injuries. So he may look a little older even than he is. I guess in my head, I'm thinking, doesn't it say 1903? Like in the opening of 2, I think it says the year because it's the Mosholo.
I'm not. I've been, to be honest. Like I said to my girlfriend, I would have gone part 1, part 2, back to back.
Yes, I
And
know.
I didn't because of this. So I wanted to do
I
it.
think it
But
says
I
1903.
know in the
I might
back
be
of my
wrong.
head. Yeah, I like that. But I wanted this. I was saying, I'm hoping the will gives us part 2 because, like,
I do
yeah,
too.
yeah.
But now that
If
we've
it
said
doesn't,
it,
I'm watching it anyway.
the ship as it comes into the harbor, and you see the Statue of Liberty, and you see the name of the ship, not the
19
ship he's on, but the other ship is called the Moshulu. So, Jay, if
So,
you've
hold on,
ever
let me work it.
driven up the East
Sorry, I'm gonna
Coast,
work this mess
Mhm.
out. Sorry.
if you've ever driven up the East Coast and so I-95, when you're going through Philadelphia and you go, you're on the Delaware River, I think it is, or whatever. The Mosholo is there. And when you drive on, because it is a real ship. When you drive when you get close to the Ben Franklin Bridge, you drive under the mast or that whatever you call it, the prow of the Mosholo. So I just thought I'd throw that out
No
there. If you
kidding.
ever drive down to Philadelphia and you can see the ship. Anyway, sorry, that was a detour. Your fault,
No, so,
Jason.
yeah, sorry, I'm just working on the math. So he must have been born in like 1890.
Yeah,
That would
that
have
sounds
been
about
made
right.
sense, like coming over, like and then that would have made Michael like Second World War when he would like 44, let's say like 45 in these like late 20s to 30s if he was the youngest son. I'm guessing.
Yep.
I'm only going by Italians this era.
Yeah, they have kids
They
early. Yep.
younger,
Mhm.
yeah. So I'm gonna go through that. If like you had Sonny, Fredo, and then Michael's the youngest, and then Connie. I don't know where Connie probably sits in there somewhere.
She's the
I'm
youngest.
guessing,
She's
Yeah,
younger than
he was
Michael.
the youngest.
younger than Mike. Yeah, so okay, you're gonna go by that. So if you got for him at 44, he's in his 25, 26. And then you're looking at like the 1890s, like he would have been. So yeah, you're looking. At this point, you're looking at
60 something.
1960s. Yeah. Okay, you're getting there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
He's looks older than he is, but he's lived a hard life. I mean, he's been
yeah.
shot now multiple times
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
survived. And
Mm.
and the whole gardening thing, it's all he remembers of his life in Italy is being a young boy and gardening with his father and also making wine. So those are things that are important to him because it's what reminds him of being a kid. And
Mhm.
he's starting to, in a little tiny way, he's starting to lose it just a tiny bit, but not like because he's
I
concocting these plans. And Michael even has to say, "You're repeating yourself, Dad. You already told me that, Pop."
yeah, but I like it because it is he's like being the older dad, and we've all got the
Yep.
older dad, and he's like they all he wants to like the grandkid, like
Yep.
is like he by that, and like when he gives his word of wisdoms, he goes like like all I want to do is play with my grandkid. This
Yep.
is
He
like
does.
like all I want. This is all I want to do. Like it's a good scene. Like the next bits is like he like I'm not going to have much time with my grandkids, so I need to spend time with him. So it's like that, and he's just having like a great time. Like they're doing, like you showed now, like they're like having like having a gardening lesson. They're having a little bit of play. He's having a little bit of a laugh, and then it goes over like every granddad. And I have to say, like not my kids' granddad, they go a little bit over the top. What they think is funny.
Scare the kid.
And it's like Jay said earlier, get the oranges and go, like they're not expecting it. Like the kid goes off crying. And the best thing is, I think that's a genuine reaction. That is, they didn't tell like anybody, like they went, don't tell the kid. We're just gonna like that what he's doing. The kid's too young to probably act that well. It's just like,
yeah, honestly, I do think it seemed very genuine at the very least.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because that describing the grandfather playing a little too much in terms of accidentally scaring kid is the best way to put it. I think we've all witnessed that at some point.
We've all been there.
Right? A grandfather thinks something's going to be just a joke, but the kid obviously gets scared by it. This was a very humanizing scene for Don's character, and I really liked it.
Yeah, and then he's like, teaching the kid how to do the bugs. I'm guessing like debug the tomato.
Get the aphids off the tomatoes. Yes, there were aphids on the tomatoes.
But he sits down like he's a bit like tired. He's a bit, he's a bit like he's getting like they age him up very quickly in this movie, and but then like he's still I'm still the man, so like that, and he's got the grandfather, like the kid with the grandfather. He's playing, explaining everything, and it's sweet. It's a great ending. Let's say that, and I love it. Like it's a poetic, and I don't know what's the best way to call it. I don't know. It's like that when I don't know, like if the actor, the kid, if they actually showed him what to do, because when he falls and he goes down, the kid just carries on playing.
Like,
and just like you're playing
right,
like that. And we get the end of The Godfather. And I like it. They don't really show it. There's just the kid just runs away, just like that. He's playing. He's gone. He's had he's either had a massive stroke or a massive cardiac arrest,
heart attack,
like that, or you don't know what it is. Like it could just be in his time. You know, he's just gone, and then the kid runs off. I like it. I like his ending because it's like it's biblical, like because they're so Catholic. It's like God took you in the end. It's like that. So nobody else could take you. God took you at the end. I like that. I like it. I kind of like it. It's very justified to what he did, even though, as we said at the beginning, he's the bad guy. Forget about that. Yeah.
You feel affection for him and the family.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, like it's just but Marlon Brando, how he that's what he's known for. Like he's done some great parts in life, but this was epic. This was his portrayal of the Godfather. Bloody hell. Like it's one of the greatest acting abilities, because if you go by what he did, this is very out of what he did. Every moment of it, you believe that character. That's what I like. That's what you needed. You need to believe that character. And even at the last moments, when I aged him up, I still believe it. So it's top notch. The greatest thing about this with his acting ability, it didn't age. It's not aged. Like you get, they won the Oscar. They they portrayed it really well, or whatever. This acting ability has not aged over time. You get ones that they are over the top.
Even the classics like Laurence Olivier and all. Oh my God, I can't stand
Cleopatra. Let's say that. I love that movie, but it's just over the top acting.
Gone with the Wind.
Really,
Yep. All of those. But the death of Don Corleone, the most striking part of the book, and I mentioned early, the book begins with all these vignettes about the people who owe something to Don Corleone or the favors that he's done for them, like the way they've helped them. And it's many, many people, many more people than the ones that file into the office during the wedding. These are stories told from their perspective, many people. It is bookended at the funeral. So at the funeral on the
Oh.
film, you're focusing on the families, right? The mafia families. And Michael is remembering everything that Don Corleone told him about, one of them's going to come at you. And they're all looking at him and they're all shaking each other's hands, like sort of like, yay, he's gone. And they're all going up to Barzini and shaking his hand. And Tessio's kind of in the mix. That is not the book. The book is all the people who come to pay their respects because he has made their lives better. And it's everyone. It's Enzo the baker and his father-in-law Nazarene and the wife and the daughters. And it's the good work that Bonacera has done for the family and to make did his most magnificent work on Don Corleone. Um, it's the Abruzzi family. It's the Coppola. I didn't even mention the Coppola family. It's Johnny Fontaine, who was told not to travel because he had just had the surgery on his neck, on his throat. Nope, you're not going to keep me away from my godfather. It's the doctor that they befriended. It's Lucy, again, this throwaway bridesmaid from the film that is so important in the book. All these people are traveling in to pay their respects to Don Corleone and the family. And it's so beautiful in the book. The interactions with the other families comes later. And what results over the next, I think the film really makes it feel like, wow, this is right after the funeral. He agrees to be godfather to Connie's kid. That's kind of not happening in the book, although he is godfather to her son. That has already happened. The event in the church, you'll never believe what the event is in the church is when all the retribution begins. It's Kay converting to Catholicism. So she's decided to convert after the
Oh, she gets
influence.
baptized.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
after the influence of Mama Corleone, she's now become Catholic.
Mm.
And that's the big church scene near the end. Now, the retribution in the book happens in a lot of different places, and not all on one day, by the way. So it's kind of spread out. The 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 one that I want to mention that I don't think we recognize in the film, but I think it is one of the people. Michael figures out that Fabrizi, the one who betrayed him in Italy, has moved to the United States and is a baker somewhere or a pizza maker somewhere. And he's the first one who's killed. So Michael sends someone to kill Fabrizi, who is not part of his father's plan because his father doesn't even know who Fabrizi is. But Michael's been tracking him down. And he's done. There's the scene of all the soldiers, the button men, putting on their, you know, some are putting on bulletproof vests, some are dressing up, some are putting costumes on so they can go out and exact retribution. There's one who's dressing in a police uniform, and he's the one who's going to take out, I think he's the one who does take out Barzini.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
His story, again, is completely missed in the film. He owes a great debt to Don Corleone, and he's a good guy. He's a cop that I think the timeline is too close, but if I were to say that they copied Frank Serpico's real story for this cop, which they couldn't possibly have, he's the one just cop. And he gets in a little trouble. He goes overboard and beats the heck out of somebody. And it's Don Corleone that helps him. He loses his job as a police officer, but he goes to work for the Corleone family, and that's Neary, Frank Neary, whose name you'll hear, I think at some point you hear the name Neary. And I think in 2, I think he's there with Rocco. So I think those 2 are together. But in the book, him dressing in his police uniform for what he believes is the last time, because he knows he's the person that's been tasked to go after Barzini, and he thinks he's not going to live. He thinks he's not going to survive. So he's when they fired him from the police department, they took his gun, but they didn't take his badge. So he had his badge. So in the book, when he goes to the courthouse to do what he needs to do, I think you see in the film, he like raps on a car that's parked illegally, and it's one of the mobsters in the car. In the book, he takes it a little too far, and he starts giving tickets to people. Like, he's back in police officer mode. And I think it's because he thinks it's his last day on earth, and he's gonna do his duty until the last day. He does get shot, but he does survive. So anyway, that whole scene, that's a person who's again featured in the book, and you know his backstory, and you know why he owes a debt, and he's very proud to put his life on the line to avenge Don Corleone.
I actually like the scene in the movie, like James, you might have your own part. I like it how they skip the baptism and they've got the workup of every other element going on, because you don't actually, for the first point, you don't know what's going on. Like the guy having a shave, you think, oh, he's one of the ones going to get hit. But that you just got this back and forth, like the gun being rifle being assembled, everything in place. That so you don't. I like it like what's his face with taking the the floristry box upstairs. You don't like, and it goes back, and then you have the epic the Catholic ceremony, like it's really loud and like it's echoey. You don't, it's gone, and like Michael's face is stern. There's no expression there. I like it. I like how they just kind of go back and forth, and it's just got, because you carry on the Catholic ceremony even when it's all happening. So that's the score. Is the
and he's
baptism
doing the
is
vows.
The
The vows. Do you reject Satan? Yes. Do you?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this was not in the book, but I wonder, they didn't go into it, but they probably debated, well, because Kay would have been doing that. Kay would have been saying, they would have been asking her, do you reject Satan and all of his works? And she would have had to been the one to say, I do, I do.
Well, it wouldn't have that. It wouldn't have been
It
impactful.
wouldn't. No, they had to.
Yeah. Well, the
So,
way the scenes contrasted with, again, it reminds me of the beginning of the movie, like the contrast between the work that the family does versus the moment that they're in. So you had earlier the wedding versus Don Corleone making these deals to obviously, take certain people out and do these things that are, criminal acts. And then in this one, you have another case of it where you have this, what is supposed to be a, very sacred religious experience, especially for a family with a new child, which is getting them baptized and entering that faith. And on the other side of it is Michael Corleone, who's about to be this kid's godfather in this, religious event, carrying out, his plan being carried out, which obviously we know now that it's really mostly Don Vito's plan, but Michael's carrying it out in the sense of all this bad is happening at the same time that something, typically looked at as good is happening, given it's a, religious experience for people. So again, it's just a really interesting contrast in terms of how they set that scene up with the back and the forth and the cutting to each thing. And then obviously the dialogue in there with Michael kind of, doing his portion of the vows and all that. It again, just like really well done, much like every other part of this movie, just really well done.
Yeah, we kind of missed a bit, but I think we spoke a bit earlier, is the betrayal. The next scene is Tom. Yeah, I like this bit. Like, what's his name?
Tessio.
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 Tessio takes a phone call. It's like he's ready to go to do the meetup. after. I'm guessing there's time differences, but like, I love Tom's non-argument scene in this bit.
Mhm.
Like, it's like how he gets him out there, and it's like, and they're like, Michael can't come with us, he's got to go in another car, and it's like, that messes up all our plans. I can't come either. And he just
And they turn
back.
around,
That
big
is
guys
great.
behind you.
That is just step back. That is some
Yeah.
great acting. Like, just that one step, and you're excuse my French, you're fucked. Like, and he just knows it. And he's just like the great acting. What's the guy? I don't know the guy's
Abe Vigoda.
Yeah, it's how he plays it. He's just like, that scene. I'm just like, he's done bad, and he's an evil person because he's passed. And I just want him to go, you're let off. Like that, just that moment. It's just like when he asks, is there any chance? Is any way? Like, whatever he says to Tom, and he just go, nope.
Can you get me off?
Nope.
Yeah,
get hooked.
Well, and that's one thing I really like about the way that plays out is it's just so matter of fact for the both of them.
Yeah.
Like Tom, at one point you have to imagine these guys are friends, at least to some degree. They've, worked together for so long. So, and he even says it there, for old time's sake, is there any chance you can get me off the hook here? And he's just like, no. And there's not a lot of, there's no plea. It's not like in Miller's Crossing, for example, where you had John Turturro's character begging and pleading and crying and all that. This was just two guys who know the business, they know the way it works, and it is what it is. Yep, you caught me red-handed. I took my part in this. Like, I'm going to try to get off very respectfully, or at least maintaining the dignity, as they see it. Because you saw in the beginning of the movie with Don Corleone how he kind of slaps, what's the singer's name? God, it's
Johnny Fontane.
Johnny. He kind of slaps him around, like, be a man, stop crying, like, do what you can do here. And these guys, like, it's a nice way to show that, like, a lot of these, these guys just they get it. There isn't going to be any crying. This is matter of fact. Like, you guys caught me.
Because I like it.
Let Michael know it was just business.
Yeah. He fixes his jacket. I love that little bit. He just
keeps
literally
his little dignity.
Yeah, just literally, I'm fixing my jacket, and I'm like, it wasn't needed, but the actor realized, no, before I go off, I'm fixing my jacket,
right?
And I was
and
like,
we'll see the opposite in the next scene coming up with Carlo.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just love this scene. I think it's really well done. It's two guys who've been in this business for a long time, especially Tessio. He's obviously a little bit older than Tom's character, so he's been in this business for a very long time. He knows how this works. He knows what happens when you get caught in betrayal situations.
Yeah, and he took it. He takes it. He takes
it. Yeah, just like, takes it with dignity as much as you can in that scenario.
That's what's I like it, because he's like, he's not like pleading. He's just like, is there any chance?
Right.
Is any chance? And he's not like blabbering. He's not like pleading. He's not praying. Like, he's not doing anything. And then he goes, nope. And he's just like,
let Michael know that it was just business. It wasn't personal, and
then he just walks off until he like fair play.
Yeah,
you caught me, and it's my time. And he just goes off with dignity, and I'm like, that like you have some balls to do that like that, not just as a plea for it. So, but then you get, as you said, a little bit of a weasel the next one. And I do like this. I do like how Michael plays this scene. I like playing the nasty, he plays the good cop, bad cop in himself. He's like that. So I do like that. Because I'm guessing he's had suspicion for a few years.
Oh, he's always hated Carlo.
Yeah. But nobody's like, he's a weasel, isn't he? He's like he's a bit of a, let's say, loser earlier, and like they get to him, and then he just comes out, tell me the truth, what happened. Like, he knows it's too suspicious that they knew that a random time that Sonny would have been at that checkpoint. Just too random. There was only one event that would have made that happen, and it was him beating up Connie. And he just plays it really well. But I like how he just tells them before him, by the way, these people are dead, and he just names them all off to just like fear the fear of like that, and he just like, what is it? Don't call me don't innocence or something like that.
Don't insult my intelligence.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Don't sort of attention and think you're innocent when I know you're not. Just tell me the truth, isn't it? Just tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. And I like this because, like, you can see how much the guy's still a bit dumb because he's not 100% sure. He just needs you. I just need you to say it before. That's it. And then he says it, and he's like, "Good, good, well done." You know, like everything's gonna be okay. You know, like you're part of the family, whatever. Nothing's gonna happen. You know, there's business, family business.
I'm not gonna make that
We'll get
child
over
of
it. Yeah,
yours an orphan. Yeah.
yeah. And he just plays it, and then he goes, "What you need to do now? We're gonna get you back to Vegas. We need you to sort like a business situation out, doesn't he? Like, you know, Mo Green's gone. We need to we need to get you back doing what we need to do." And like how they do him, I kind of liked. They just like in the back,
feels like justice for such a
Yeah.
Oh,
slime kind of
yeah.
character.
and he's just like, yeah, and he gets in, like, and then the guy goes, "Hi, Carla," and they just like bang,
Hello, Carlo.
yeah, and that's it. Just like what I can he's called it what Spanish garrote or something,
Yeah,
whatever it's
a
called.
wire. They say we do
Yeah,
it with
and
wire.
yeah, and they just it, yeah, he's gone. He smashes the window. They drive away like it's not the day's police are watching that. Like, what happened to your window?
Why is this guy's foot sticking out of it?
Yeah.
Don't
Whoopsie.
worry.
This is the
Yeah.
actor whose background is most like the character he portrays.
Mm,
Oh, interesting.
His name is
Really?
Gianni Russo, and he started out doing bit jobs in Las Vegas nightclubs. He served as an MC, radio personality, jewelry dealer, wink, wink, and then ended up without any acting experience in this role in The Godfather. He's still alive. He's 82 years old. But yeah, and he really didn't star in anything else, but
No
seemed
kidding.
like he was made for this role because
Well, he
he's
played it well, yeah, because
from Vegas and
he's
yeah,
super unlikable too. And they always
for
say
sure.
it's a phrase I've heard before that if you hate a character in a movie, that means the actor's doing their job pretty well. So yeah, you grow to hate this guy, so he plays the character
Oh,
well.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from that, you get. I'm guessing Connie is still infatuated, still in love. Even though that there was a thing like she's in love with the man she shouldn't be in love with, and I understand that. That like in any history, any decade, you get that between men and women and men, whatever it is. But like she goes and confronts Michael after there's removal vans moving them out to Vegas. There's a for sold sign out for I can't remember how many acres it is, like 58 acres or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's a good plot. It's sold to a commercial entity, and then she just goes. This is the first time you see Connie really go for it. She literally really confronts him, and then like she breaks down in front of in the arms of Michael. But then even then Michael's still dismissive and just like go and get her a doctor kind of thing. I think he says like that. Like
He doesn't
like
like her, and
yeah.
I don't think she's upset about Carlo.
Mm,
I think she's upset because her father's dead, so she was his favorite, and
mm,
now what's gonna happen to her? I don't think she cared about Carlo much at all. I think she cared about having a prominent role and money, even after the old man died, if she and Carlo were gonna have a prominent position out in Vegas, but now that he's gone and she knows Michael can't stand her, they can't stand each other. I think she's just worried about her standing. And so she's
mm,
a little crazy. And in the book, like he and Kay are angry at her because she's screaming about, "You killed my husband, you bastard." And even Kay knows you don't say that. You don't say someone killed someone in this family. And she has to come back and repent and say, "No, I didn't say that. I didn't mean it." And, kind of grovel back to him after that. And Kay really doesn't comfort her. Kay's angry with her. Kay's like standing with Michael, and she's angry with Connie, even though Kay knows what just happened. She knows she's in now, like she's all in.
Well, I see it like, but in the next scene with Kay like that, she goes, "What actually happened? What actually?" And he loses it. It's like, you do not tell me about the business and all that, and then I like it. It's like, okay, you can ask me this one time, and he just, I lie. like you, I wasn't going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the truth. You could ask me,
right?
but I weren't going to tell you. And she asks, and I like the next bit is like, the I think it's great. It's like she goes, "Oh, I think we both need a drink now." So she goes off into the next room, and then you get people go to pay Michael the dignity of respect, I suppose, like that. And I like, it's not this bit. I like it's the face. It's the face. It's this face, I think, ends the movie really well. It's because, why have I just this is what I'm into. This
like
is it.
it's just
This
hit her,
it.
even though she was all in. She's told him all along in the book that she knows what his family does, and she loves him. She's just converted to Catholicism as to be more Sicilian, to be more Italian, not to, and so that she can pray for her husband, which she's now going to do, just like Mama Corleone did. But yeah, now she's like, oh man,
Full in.
okay, he's I'm in, and he's the boss now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, it would have been good to have that, the mother view, I suppose, like Don's wife, to have that, and like, you're now, you are the same.
Right.
You have to do exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm missing that element to it. But what a great movie.
It really is so good. It is so good. It was nice to, like I said, I had only watched this once before when I had played the video game years prior. This would have been like 15 years ago. And for the record, the video game, as far as I can remember, was good, and it was a good adaptation of it. So I had played the game, watched the movie, and I hadn't gone back to it since. And going back to it as an adult all these years later was really eye-opening in terms of how good it really is, because I obviously view movies entirely different than I did when I was a teenager. So even though I liked it then, it was nothing I wasn't able to really exactly tell how good it was. And watching it now was like, damn, man, this is just cinema at its best.
Did you watch it with your wife?
No, unfortunately, I did not, because she was a little bit too busy running around doing holiday. I will. The next time I go through, to be honest, after this stream, I'm probably going to go watch part two. And she is home now. She was running around doing some last minute holiday stuff earlier, so she wasn't able to watch it with me this morning when I was watching it. But I will go back and watch it with her, because it is that good. I think she'll enjoy it.
Okay, Jay, go on then. Scores, recommendations.
Yeah, since I'm already started, I'll go right with it. Absolute recommendation. This is a piece of film history in the greatest sense, and one of the best pieces of film history, to be honest with you. It's crazy to think that in 1972 we got one of the greatest movies that'll ever be in general. That's kind of a wild thought when you're going back and looking at it today. It holds up so well. It doesn't feel dated at all. If you didn't know the age of some of these characters, at parts of the movie, it almost seems like a movie filmed now, just set in a previous time. It holds up that well in terms of just editing, acting, but more so even just like the cinematography, the way it looks, the way it's filmed. It really holds up so well. It doesn't feel dated in that regard at all. And then, a few of the, death scenes and fight scenes, that's where you feel a little bit of the dated in terms of technology, the fake blood and all that kind of stuff isn't as, obviously there's just way more stuff they can do now, but in terms of, there's not a lot of that. So in terms of the scene to scene acting and cinematography, it's really, really well done, top notch. The writing is phenomenal. The editing is phenomenal. Acting, all of it. It's just so damn good. It is a classic in every sense of the word. And it's absolutely a recommend. You have to watch this movie. And I give it the strongest 9 that I could possibly give something. So much of me wants to put it at a 10. It's not a perfect film. And I don't know a film that is a 10, to be honest with you. It's hard to give a 10 out just because, nothing's perfect in life. but in terms of being about as close as you can be to it, it's this movie for me.
Sandy, you can't speak right now. I'm gonna wait. You're the last.
I'm the last, but I just want to
You're the
acknowledge.
last. I'm gonna let you last.
I want to
Sandy
acknowledge
goes.
Daveyverse though, and the hot take. I viewed The Sopranos as the better mobster
Interesting.
flick. I think The Sopranos is one of the best pieces of writing in television history, next to Homicide: Life on the Street, both of which were contributed to or written by David Chase. So I think David Chase, gets our respect. And we'll talk about Mario Puzo in a minute. So I'll be quiet, but Daveyverse, I agree with you.
And I'm glad to hear you've played the game, Davey. I love the game. I thought it was a really good adaptation, and I recommend anybody who's a gamer and likes, that style of RPG, especially ones that follow a story of something you know and like. If you can get your hands on it and a console to play it on, because I want to say it was the 360 and probably early in the 360 days. So I'm thinking like it might have been 06 to 08 era. So it's not on Steam or anything. I already checked after watching this. I wanted to play it again. So it's not unfortunately on Steam, and I'm not sure where you'd be able to find it. You might have to get a hard copy and get a console to play it on. But if you already have a console that you collect like I do or something like that, you collect older consoles, I'll be absolutely looking to check eBay for a copy of this game just to play it again. It's a pretty good adaptation game. So if you have the chance to play it. It's pretty cool.
Well, from that speak, everybody's all about United States of America. I really want a British gangster movie next, to be honest. And I'm not on about what's these like a Snatch or a Lockstock.
I do like Snatch. Quite a bit.
It's good, yeah. I'm on about gangster. I'm on about gangster movie. There's one on there that is good. I know you're like, but this I'm going to go for this movie because I've watched it more than Jay, and I probably watched it probably similar times as Sandy. This movie I adore this movie, and the worst thing is like I have to be in the mood for it. Now the worst thing, if you catch it on TV and you're a quarter of the way through and you don't want to watch it. If you're halfway through, and then because you're like, oh, I've got so much to do, and then if you're halfway through, you've missed too much. You need to watch this 0-0 to the end. This is one movie that is so key. You watch every element. You cannot miss an element because every element, as I said, verse, chapter, chorus, bridge, is consent. Relevant to the beginning part and the end part. That has such a related story. It's brilliant. Now, the editing is amazing. I think how they bring you in from what happened and how it's shot is great. The editors must have had a bloody nightmare because I'm guessing how it's shot is so incoherent, but they just put everything together. So the editor's great. The score, absolutely adore.
Oh, yes. I forgot to mention that.
The score. It's
that theme is iconic.
The theme, just not the theme. The background music is so subtle, but so iconic in every bit. When they do it, it's great. The acting of all the I'm gonna say just the male characters because they are forefront of the most the probably the 7 that you got is the most there. Oh, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That how they've been directed to do what they do is great. This is a great directed movie. Like even to point they were the Jay, you said like how it's shot with the lighting. It's just the cinematography is every shot. Now there is 2 scenes that we don't like. It's the fight scene when Johnny beats up the husband, and I don't like the other scene with the pregnancy scene. Like how that shot, it's just like dynamic. It's just the lighting's not there. It makes sense, but that it's just not lit well. But the rest of it, it's iconic. It's great. If you had to. If you wanted to, if you're a film nerd, if you're young, and I mean in your 20s, if you've never watched this, please, there's movies out there. If somebody was like, I want to be in film, or want to do writing or things, there are certain movies that you have to watch that are long, but they're just they give a sense. Now, some of them are some of them aren't like a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10. There's like The Green Mile, like this movie. You got like you go into sci-fi, you go Star Wars. They're like iconic movies that you have to go. Oh, you have to watch them. Lawrence of Lawrence of Arabia. Like you have to watch for the cinematography. There are movies like this. This movie, if it's I don't know, Gangsters from the Pool, or whatever gangster movie you're going to go. Gangsters from New Zealand, Gangsters from Ireland, the IRA, the British gangsters, Boston gangsters, or Boston, as Jay would say, California, wherever you're going to go around the world. Oh, this is how you write it. This is how you edit it. This is how you get all that information in there. Now, is it a perfect movie? No, it's just shy. It's, as Jay said, it's a strong bang 9. It's literally the strongest 9 you could give. It's like bang, I'm there, solid, love it. I forget every time I rewatch it how much I like this movie because it makes you do this. I'm watching it. I'm watching it.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm in for the ride. Yeah, it's magnificent. It makes you want to watch it. Jay said, I want to watch number 2. I really want to watch number 2.
Yeah, that's the rest of my Sunday night here.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes you, oh my God, there's number 2. There's unfortunately, there's a number 3.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist.
I've actually never watched 3. I've never watched 3.
Don't do it.
So we'll see.
Do it.
It goes from like a 9 to an 8 to a 5.
I'd say a 3.
Yeah. I'm being nice. But it's definitely it's a top 10 movie of all time for me.
It is.
It has to be. It really has to be. It's just it's so well done, and it's so I'm not just going to go for iconic. It's aged so well. You got movies that you love,
timeless,
and yeah, it's timeless, and it teaches people how to do things like especially in this day and age. It just shows. Look at the storytelling that is so like showing a genre of people who were struggling, I suppose, that, and they came over to the free world, I suppose you want to call it, the land of the free, and made themselves something, though it was wrong that what they did, but they did it so well. It was a story to tell. But look at I'm gonna have to say it, it's not diverse. It's literally Italians, Sicilians. You have the Irish, you have that, and like that. But do you know what that was in that time scale? That's what America was.
Well, yeah, it's authentic. It's authentic to what it should have been in terms of the story.
Exactly. And I like, if you look at like 70s, like you get more diverse. But if they could not make that today, they can't make a 40s, 50 movie today without going, we're butchering it. I love that. And if you go by, I'm sorry, we're going to have to really be colonial. If you go by the 13, the colonials of things, everyone has that build up of the immigrant story. Everyone. This one is really broad, really small, but then, as Sandy said, it jumps into, you have like all Chicago, San Francisco. They could all have a Godfather story. They all do. There's other movies, all that. There's other TV shows and all that. There's things, but they've all got that, and it's just great. I can't not love this movie, and I think this is one of our probably unless Sandy gives it a really low score. Well, I'm very much doubting.
No, I don't think so. Not today.
Is there a 5 coming here?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. This is gonna be our strongest and our most loved movie, and in 3 minutes, people, this is going to surpass Cool Hand Luke as our longest film club.
Wow. I don't think we'll have a problem. I'll talk really fast.
Well, we've not done the will yet, and Sandy
No.
is now. Me and Jay will shut up, and we're going to give you all your next hour.
Awesome. It's not an hour. And I did not write an essay because I knew I had so much to say throughout our discussion today. And you've both hit on a lot of the reasons why this was such a, iconic film. It will always be. But I do want to share that even when it was released, obviously it was a big hit. So the film was made for a budget in American dollars of 6.7 million, which today would be about 22 million. Um, it made 200. Oh, I didn't do the inflation adjusted. I'm so sorry. It made 250. That should read 1.9 billion dollars
Wow.
inflation adjusted. So please correct. I'll correct that in my brain, but the inflation adjusted number is 1.9 billion. Obviously, huge hit. Now,
Mhm.
here's where the story gets fun. It was nominated for 11 Oscars, but boy, this was the strangest Oscars situation for a film. So, first, it should have been nominated for 12, but music and score were removed from the United States nominations because there was a slight infringement in the theme. So the theme itself comes from another song, so it couldn't be best original score. So that the whole music situation got kind of flubbed up in the United States. Then, are you ready for this? Al Pacino boycotted the Oscars because he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor along with Robert Duvall and um oh heck, Sonny, James Caan.
James Caan.
They were
Mhm.
all nominated for Best Supporting Actor, but Al Pacino thought he should have been nominated for Best Actor. So he
Yeah,
boycotted the
interesting.
ceremony. Now, none of them won, and I have to look and see who won. Um, but Marlon Brando did win for Best Actor. The film won for Best Picture, and Mario Puzo and Francis Ford Coppola together won the writing for Best Screenplay. It also had 5 BAFTA nominations, and it won for Best Music. So the copyright or whatever situation that was happening in the United States didn't impact its nomination um,
Sorry, is this
in
the
the UK.
when Brando refused to
And
accept?
then
Yes.
Marlon
Is this
Brando
yeah.
didn't
Yes.
show up, and he sent a Native American woman to receive his Oscar and to use the Oscar speech to protest against the mistreatment of Native Americans in the film industry. Um, so that was cool and interesting. The year, um, the other films in 1972, surprisingly, I recognized a few, but none were like huge. I don't know, none were big for me. But interestingly enough, The Godfather was the highest grossing film of the year. The 12th highest grossing film was The Valachi Papers, which was also written by Mario Puzo. So he had
Interesting.
two films. He did very well for himself in 1972, and of course, very well for himself for this film for sure.
If he
So
took up a good percentage, yeah.
I hope so. Oh gosh, you always
Yeah,
hope
Right.
so,
bloody,
but you
bloody
never
hell,
know.
yeah.
I mean, it was really sleazy back then.
Yeah.
Sometimes people didn't get much. Um, so I do agree with a number of, critics and analysts who think that The Godfather marked a turning point in American
Mhm.
literature and cinema, where the American story is now shifted from the Wild West, the settlement, the expansion, westerns, etc., to the immigrant story. And this is primarily an immigrant story. Yes, it's a crime story. Yes, it's a true story, mobster tale. Um, but the foundational story here around love and honor and duty and family is similar to other immigrant stories. I believe that the story that Mario Puzo told in the book, and that he translated himself into the film as the writer of the screenplay, is so important to cinema for all the reasons that the two of you have shared. And while it's not a historical film, it it is historic as a film, right? This is one
Mhm.
of those watershed moments. I probably would have given it a slightly higher, maybe a 9.5, if I hadn't looked really hard to find the few gaps in the film. And it's because I watched the film before I read the book and recognized the few times that I've scratched my head and said, why is it like that? And then reading the book to find out, to fill in those gaps. I give it a strong 9, just like the two of you do. It is so well deserved. It is our highest combined rating for any film, and I think we all expected it to be. I don't think there's any reason whatsoever why 10, 20, 30, or 100 years from now, hopefully, why we would look at this film any differently and not recognize it as the cinematic milestone that it is.
And a
So,
Christmas movie.
and it's a Christmas
Yep.
film. It's 100% a Christmas film. What I I won't even say it. How hilarious would it be if the Wheel of Film blessed us with part 2? It doesn't matter because I too am going to watch part 2.
It does make you want to watch it. It does.
Yeah, it does for sure.
does.
I do have to say one short bit about the third film. And you've heard me say earlier that I think within the book is another film that would be wonderful to see. Mary Puzo did want an ending for Michael Corleone. And he constructed what he called Coda, which was the death of Michael Corleone. Unfortunately, it got turned into a total mess. And I don't know whose fault it was, but you look at the combination of a horrible story that tried to be a little present, like presentism is not in these two films, but it is in the third film. So they try to bring in some of the dysfunction of the Catholic Church into the story and Michael Corleone's back dealings with the Catholic Church. They unfortunately also lean heavy into nepotism and bring Sofia Coppola in. God bless her. She's tried to act and she's tried to make films. It just doesn't work. And she's just awful in the film, as is Andy Garcia, as are a number of other performances in the film. Talia Shire carries that film. As I think we talked about her expanded role in the second film. I think she's really strong in the third. And I think Al Pacino is terrible in the third film.
He looks
I think
bored.
he's forgotten how to act. Yep.
Which is interesting because I also wanted to point out, I think this is when Al Pacino's at his best. When he tones down the kind of Al Pacino and just acts,
Yep.
that's when
Yep,
he's at
yep.
it. And don't
This
get me
is-
wrong,
Yes.
that
This
Al
is Al
Pacino,
Pacino. Yeah.
right? And like that little extra Al Pacino he puts in a lot of his roles does work for a lot of things. So I don't want to crush him for it. But there are times, where it stands out as like, ooh, you could dial back the Al Pacino in that and just give me the actor, give me the acting.
I
And this to
agree.
me is him at his best.
Yeah, this is Al Pacino being Al Pacino. This is Al Pacino being the actor
right, and
that
that's
we all
what I
love
like.
and we all want.
Right,
That's
right.
it. Yeah.
Oh,
That's it.
I
When
agree.
You get Al Pacino. Oh, you're being an actor. Not giving that. You're doing what you do. Give me something more. And then it's like that's what I'm saying. This is great directing because they must have gone. Give me what you can do, not what you know.
Exactly.
And that's it. Yeah.
Right.
I love it. So the highest recommendation from me, because this is not historically accurate, however, it's not a history. I won't give it a historic rating because it's not a history, but I will also give the book a 9.5. I
Ooh.
cannot recommend this book enough. And I reflect back on when we were talking about No Country for Old Men and how surprising it was when I read it and how much I loved the book. The only thing that I have an issue with, again, I love the style of the book. I like the device of telling the story through a large list of different people and their experiences with Vito Corleone. The only thing I don't like, and I love all the phrases and love the dialogue, the style of writing there's something not as crisp as I like, but that's personal to me. I think the book is an absolute masterpiece, and it's going to be one of those where I've put that on my list to find an old copy because I like older copies
Mhm.
of books that I like instead of new copies. But I'm so glad that the Wheel of Film gave us this film, a true American masterpiece, a milestone in cinematic history, and a Christmas film. And I'm so glad to have shared it with both of you.
I say, well, I
Yeah,
think
I'm
we
glad
did the
this one got
movie
picked.
that the book is like a 10 and the movie is like a 2, like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or something.
Yes.
That'd be
Oh
like,
my
we've not
gosh.
got anyone that the book is so, but that's what we've done books. I'm sorry, movies that we've enjoyed. There's ones that even if they're
Mhm.
like we find them, it's a 5, but I still enjoy it. They're still on there. That's
Oh,
it.
for
But we've
sure.
not got ones like the modern Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So I would give a 3. The book is absolutely every time I pick it up, I love it. But we've not got any of those. So
Maybe we'll have to do a
interesting.
special episode
Yeah,
for
we might have to do
a
a
couple of
special.
We'll
those.
find some.
10 years later, Jay, we'll do a special for you.
Yeah.
We have a
Fair
lot more
enough.
films. I'm
We
sure
have
I'm
a
going to
lot.
find a book that is so much better than, I mean, the one I can think of, but the film's not on our list is the Death on the Nile, the Agatha
Oh,
Christie,
yeah.
because I love
Yeah.
the book, but I think both films are terrible.
Didn't they
You've
just
seen
do
the
one
new
with
one?
Gal Gadot?
Yeah.
Ken Branagh, yeah, another Ken Branagh version. Like,
It's,
I think he
it's
did well.
Good. It's good. It's like he's like
You
if
like
they
it?
do it.
I don't
I
like
like
it.
it. It's entertaining. It's sorry, it's
Mhm.
not
I
great.
like
They
Myrtle and
are.
the Orient Express. I just don't like
I-
Death on the
Oh,
Nile.
I like that one. I like that. I kind of liked them. They're like a solid 6. All of them. All 3 of them are solid 6.
I'd
They
give
are
I'd
I've never
give
I
watched.
like them.
So.
Orient Express a 6 for sure. I'd give
Yeah.
Death on the Nile a 3.
Oh, don't you
Yeah, I
like
just
it? I
don't. It doesn't.
just thought they were bland. I liked
Yeah,
them, but they're forgettable.
he
Mhm.
is, but entertaining. He is
Yeah.
entertaining, and I like
I
his
do like him.
cinematography. Is
Yeah, I do think
colorful.
he's good.
But Henry IV.
Gal Gadot's not a
5th,
great actress, but
I know I'm mucking around. I'm making sure you learned your history. Since
5th, Henry the 5th,
last.
not the 4th.
Okay,
Oh my god.
guys.
Phew.
Longest episode ever. Official over 5
we've set a
hours.
record.
There we sent a record. We knew we were going to. We all last time did say this is going to be a 5 hour. So
Mhm.
we've gone 5 hours and 50
And you know what?
5
I
minutes.
didn't pull out my list of all the actors that were in all the mob movies. I didn't pull out my list of food. I didn't pull.
can do.
We could have kept going. The all the different homages in other films. Like you quickly mentioned when Clemenza was making the food and he was, hey, Michael, come over here. You might need to cook for 20 men one day. You put the tomatoes in after you brown the whatever. That was straight out of Goodfellas took that
Yeah,
it was.
straight
Yeah.
out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
When they're
It
cooking
did
in the
remind me of like his mum as well, like that, like when she starts cooking in
we could have
what's it?
talked about
Yeah.
100 of those things.
It is.
Mhm.
It's they all give references. They the Italian Irish mobster movies from the 70s to the 90s. They all do that kind of thing. But it's great. If you haven't watched it, what are you doing? Do it now. That's what I say. But is it time?
I believe it is.
Is it
It's
so? What we
time.
got next, Jay? Your pick next.
We have Sicario next, which I'm very excited for.
Now it's got to be me. It has to be me. I had a good spell.
You need a
and I've
turn.
gone dry.
Yeah.
I've gone dry. So I don't know. I say I do want Godfather 2 now. Just so we
Don't
throw
we
that
all?
out the way. So this will. Oh, I don't know. I accidentally ended up watching Animal House. That might be fun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, I'm guessing we're gonna I'm guessing we're gonna go for Tarzan because Tarzan's on it, animated Joe. That's
I'd be happy
that's
with
my
that as well.
truthful.
And you'd kill me if Space Jam came up after going from Godfather to Space Jam.
We've got a break. in between.
Godfather,
We've got a
Sicario,
little-
Tarzan, and Space Jam would be one hell of a run.
Uh-huh.
It's the will. It's the will.
It's the
Sandy,
wheel.
what
We must
do
obey
you
the
what
wheel.
do you want? If you remember what's on there.
I want something with Sir Alec Guinness. I feel like we're doing him a disservice.
Yay. Yeah, that'd be cool. Anyway, Jay.
Bridge on the River Kwai, maybe? I don't know. Let's see.
Me,
We have to. There's a lot of in there.
that's a good question. Honestly, I kind of want Godfather Part 2. So let's just try to will that into existence.
Let's just
I'd
do
love for
it,
that
yeah.
to come up.
Though, if I have to be honest, I think we're gonna get another Sandy talking. I'm gonna go for Apollo 13.
No,
If I have to go
Ooh.
there.
that's not fair, though. I feel bad. Another
It's not
Sandy
bad.
talking.
It's what?
Great.
It's either that we're gonna get Jaws or Alien. Oh.
I'd be fine with any of those.
There we go. Okay, let's do this. Chat. Let's do it indeed, because it's the best time. It's the will. Dun dun dun. Okay, let's
Oh my
do
gosh.
it, because this is going to be great. Because like this is the new year one, isn't it? This is 2025.
This will be, yep, this will be the first weekend
no.
in
Yes, actually,
January,
yes, because
yeah?
Sicario's next year,
2025.
right?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
you are
So
correct. This will be the first.
This is the first one of the new year. So new year,
New year, same wheel.
new year. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So excited. Could be saying rubbish now. Isn't it?
Rubbish is fun to talk about, though. We don't do rubbish.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, good grief. Talk about war film.
I have never seen this one.
No.
No.
Sandy, explain. Think the Bismarck.
I don't know if I remember seeing it.
What?
It's one of those in the background films.
So I assume this was a stasis pick.
This
We
is-
did,
it's
so we did get a
definitely a
stasis pick.
stasis.
This is mine. This is mine. Yeah, this is mine.
We did get a stasis pick, so there we go.
Do you know what a Bismarck is, though, Jay?
It's
No.
the
Oh, okay.
oh,
No.
you got to
Okay.
sink the Bismarck, the
Oh,
terror
okay,
of the
yeah.
sea.
Yeah.
It's the
No, I have
unsinkable
no-
ship from the
Yeah.
German Navy, and it was sunk. That was
Fair enough.
unsinkable.
It's a
I-
very
I'm-
Spoiler alert.
it's one of those old World War II movies that are just
Mhm.
like, but it's very intense. I must say that it's very intense, but it's
Okay.
very thing. So yeah,
There's definitely books. I got to read books.
Oh
but
yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of it. I think there actually is one about the movie. I can't remember. I put it on the list. Have a look at that.
Now,
But yeah,
did the
Sink the
Bismarck
Bismarck.
sink the hood or no? No, someone else sunk the hood.
No, yeah, something else. Yeah, but
'Cause we
this
had-
was like, this is like Jay. This is like it's the war. I suppose the Allies needed to, without spoiling it, the Allies needed to sink.
Mhm.
Without that, they probably lost the Atlantic.
Yeah, they could
Interesting.
not.
That's
Okay.
The
Yeah.
U-boats were dominating the Atlantic and sinking all of the ships, all of the cargo. It wasn't so much the, it was the what do you call it? Not the trade route, not the lifeline, the pipeline lifeline, whatever it
yeah.
was. The cargo ships coming over with all the supplies, with all the ammunition, everything from America, was getting blown up by the German U-boats.
Mhm.
And so, there weren't, they were in danger of not having supplies to continue to fight the war from the strategic points in the UK and Ireland and all of those other places. Because my uncles
Interesting.
were stationed in Ireland, transporting stuff that came in from America over to mainland Europe after D-Day. What was it called? Not the pipeline,
I know you're not comment, but there's probably more Americans died by the Bismarck because they did all the freighters, all the things like the we're not going into the war, but we're going to provide you with war effort.
Exactly. The driver, they called them drivers that drove, quote, ships with all the supplies in the most, dangerous. I had to look this up. There's a name for it's not a trade route because it's not technically trade. What is the Atlantic pipeline or the Atlantic, whatever.
But yeah, it's a very thing because it is like in true life, it was the American pressure, I suppose, like, oh, we're losing so much. We need to find this. It was like a joint effort. It's probably like one of the first joint effort. It's supposed like that of like literally that how it happened is kind of like very. I don't want to give away the movie. It's very interesting because it's just like, oh, that was. So if you're not seeing it, it is quite good. It's a
Oh, they
very
just
like
call it the
50.
shipping route. Okay,
Yeah,
it's the
shipping, right?
shipping
It's a
route. I don't
shipping
know.
route.
That's
It's
not what
shipping route.
I thought there was a
Yeah.
code name for it or something.
Yeah, but there's a lot of like like pre-American in war, I suppose like solid thing into it, but with not being in the war, not declaring the American involvement in the war, but really being involved in the war. That. So this is a very thing, but like the movie is a post-war classic. It is very one of those propaganda movies, to get the Allies. Look what we did. It's one of those ones that was, a secret operation that was released very well after the war, to it like show. Do you know how many people died to do this one thing? And it is that. So
Yeah.
it's a very project.
I can't remember the film because I've seen so much history on it. I think that's the problem with some of these. It's like, I don't remember this film, but I know what happens. So you just said not to spoil it, so I'll be quiet. But it's a
Well, I think the movie gives it away. Sink the business.
Yeah.
okay.
Get the feeling they sunk it.
I mean, we're talking history, so I don't think we're giving things away. But
No.
it was like a multi-part attack. It wasn't, it wasn't, hey, let's just send a whole bunch of ships and surround it and do this thing. But they were angling ships in the vicinity and then suiciding their own ships as well. So in addition to torpedoes and other bombing, then surrounding and kind of covering the ground with ships that they were going to, self-destruct, kind of go on a self-destruct mission to do that, and was successful. Oh, it was the Ark Royal. That's the one that that did the torpedoes. And then I knew there was, I don't know why I was thinking, but the Bismarck, I mean, did damage. And it wasn't just the ship, the submarines traveled in, squadron, wolf packs, the wolf packs. Sorry, Galadorn. Yeah, I'm spoiling the end of World War II. Sorry about that. I should have put a spoiler alert up. If you're
Don't tell us who won.
You're not sure how World War II ended. You may want to turn down the sound now. But yeah, that's great. That's great. But a lot of tactics, obviously, like how do you sink something that's underwater? It's already underwater. How do you do that? And this bugger was a menace, an absolute menace to the Atlantic. So yeah.
Well, interesting. I do like these war films coming up because it does give me an opportunity to learn a little bit more about things I wasn't aware of. So this will be another case.
Black and white as well.
Oh, cool.
I just want to see when it was made. 1960. Okay, so yeah.
Anybody we know in it? Who's in it?
Kenneth Moore, Diane Waith, and Cole Mohan. I'm guessing that's a German one.
That sounds like a German.
Yeah, it's just iconic movie though. It's just literally. I'm guessing it is like Hollywood British made. I'm guessing like that. So yeah, it's.
So did they do the song before or after the film? Do you know the song "Sink the Bismarck"?
Oh, they got to do it after. Must be after. But this is
gotta
like
sink the Bismarck, the terror of the sea. Okay, I'm not going to keep doing it.
I don't know. It's Kenneth Moore. So Kenneth Moore. Oh my God, he was like in so many post British, I suppose, like that. Like the movies.
It was in The
like
Longest
that.
Day. It was in The Longest Day.
Yeah. The 39
Night to Remember.
Yeah. And one of the other ones,
which is the better Titanic story, by the way. A Night to Remember.
He's
Much
in the
better
Battle
than
of
Titanic.
Britain. Let's have a look what else he's in. Oh, there's like so many. He's in literally that kind of era. It's just like, yeah, he was the British war movie, I suppose, like person. It's like you have those ones, I suppose, like in America, they always done that. So like, yeah, he's reach for the sky. is one of the classics. I love that movie. It's Royal Air Force, but there's a very
I don't
poetic
know that one.
things. Yeah, it's on the list. It's on the list. So
Is
it's
it?
on the
Okay,
wheel.
that one. I
It's
don't
on the
know that
wheel.
one.
It's on the wheel. There might have to be a part of it. We might have to rename the dog.
Uh-oh.
The dog is black of color.
Oh my gosh, I know what you're talking about. I've not seen the movie, but I know what you're talking about. How horrendous. I know.
They call it a name, and he saved the day. And and outside RAF Waddington, until like 5 years ago, they called it by its name until people complained, and now call it the Black Dog. But it was called.
Isn't there a monument to that dog?
There is a monument to the dog. There is a
Yeah.
monument though, because what he did, because he called out and ran and killed himself, saved the airfield.
Oh,
Yeah, but his name was, of course,
YouTube prohibited.
the YouTube unprohibited N-word.
Well, and life prohibited. Let's not say that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not.
But it was that 38, I'm guessing. So what, 37, 39 when that happened. Different era, different times, different rules, I suppose, in a very bad way. It's such a great movie. But I like this movie because it shows that what the British, the Americans were building up to with like becoming allies or like that. So it's more about that, but how the Germans had a device that kicked ass, and what are we going to do to stop this? It's good that you have to sacrifice so much to stop one thing.
They did
that one thing, yeah.
It was just actually, the advances in technology during that time by the Germans primarily were just unreal. And they were focused. They were absolutely focused on engineering and research and development. And who would have thought? Who would have thought? But again, those, the advances we have today that come out of wartime are pretty freaking amazing. Unless it's aiming at you.
Jay, anybody Battle of Midway?
I think I did.
There's a lot.
There's
seen it on there.
The Midway must be. There's so many movies.
Not the new one. Not the new one. The new one was crap. Worse than Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, how often do we find ourselves saying that? The new one was crap, but the original was great.
Yeah, I put Midway in there.
Sometimes when you get over the top special effects makes the movie worse.
Yep.
And it's unwatchable. It's just because the storyline about the people just got lost. It just got lost. It's awful. It's terrible like that. But there's more. There's so many Midway movies, but there's so many Bismarck movies. But this is the best one. But
it's those pivotal stories, right? That's why it was the changing point in the Pacific. Was Midway. I wish
we could have a whole session now. What Midway was.
Sorry, here we go.
Sandy's about to go like that
down the history path.
Or we could talk about the best Pearl Harbor movie, and
it's not Pearl Harbor.
It's the one with Ben Affleck, right?
We're actually talking about how bad is that? We've gone back to the beginning of when we started about Pearl Harbor. Me and Sandy were talking about Pearl Harbor before we pressed go live.
Oh, There you go.
Full
circle.
There's one good part of Pearl Harbor, which is Doolittle's raid is pretty good in Pearl Harbor, but pretty, the whole rest of the film is just horrendous. Yeah, how did we get on that? What were we talking about?
I don't know. The Heston one.
I don't know. The Heston one. Charlton Heston was in a First World War movie?
No, Midway. Yeah, Midway.
Oh, movie. Midway. Oh, sorry. I was reading the wrong comment. I was reading the First World. I've seen the First World War, but not the second. Ha ha.
Oh my God, there's so many. Yeah.
Abe.
Tut. But yes, now I'm gonna have to go there. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna drag this out. Even before I'm gonna divert the thing away things because I know Jay wants to talk about one thing and one thing alone. And I mean, Sandy can sit back. It's completely irrelevant to Godfather. I'm just gonna say, what do you think of the Superman trailer? And I'm gonna do this.
So it's interesting you
He's
ask. So, I'm going to be honest. I liked it. I think it's a good trailer. I have some concerns. There's some things I liked. You know, to start, I don't love the suit. The suit just doesn't look good to me. I don't know what it is about it. It's just not a great design. I'm fine with the trunks coming back and all that, but his suit just looks stiff. It looks tough to move in. It looks kind of like a bit cheap, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of the material, I guess, is more than the look of the suit. Like, I like the colors. I like all that. I like that the trunks are back. And I think he looks good as Superman. I think he looks good as Clark Kent. You know, I thought all the characters looked good, minus maybe Guy Gardner. I know it's comic accurate, but the look of Guy Gardner is just a bit silly. That's going to be a tough one to get over on the audience. But I think eventually, with Nathan Fillion being the actor behind it, it will work as a thing. But it just does look a bit rough in the trailer. But in terms of like what we saw in it, I like it. I like it feels like it is going to be a little bit more hopeful in terms of a storytelling of Superman, which I think is what it needs to be for that character. I know a lot of people are kind of drawing comparisons to, you know, there's a section of it where the crowd is obviously angry with Superman and they're immediately drawing the connection to Zack Snyder's version of Man of Steel and all that, or more so the Batman versus Superman after the fight in Man of Steel. But I did get a hopeful tone from it to a degree. Now, I did a video earlier that week about how they had announced the release date for the trailer. And one of the things I'd mentioned in it was that this teaser was only really ever going to give us a look at the movie. It was never going to tell us much about it because no teaser trailer really ever does. So all we were really going to get from it was a visual sense of what this world looks like, what the characters look like, how they're kind of going to portray this version of Superman and his surrounding components. And I thought it all looked good. Minus the suit. I got to say, I don't love the suit. I'm hoping it grows on me, but we'll have to see there. But again, I thought he looked good. I thought he looked good as both Clark. He strikes me as a Superman character. Like, I can believe this guy's Superman. And the Clark Kent looked good. Lois Lane, everything, all that I liked. I like Crypto being in it. I know some people think Crypto is silly, but I love dogs. I'm a dog guy. So, and I think if anybody's going to make something like Crypto work, it would be James Gunn, because he, I remember hearing about Guardians of the Galaxy and trying to tell my friends, I'm like, oh, so this is going to be the next Marvel movie. And they're like, wait, a raccoon, a tree, like this. And I'm like, no, trust me, like, this can work. These characters are good. They can work. It's just going to be a little bit tough for audiences to buy. And then they came out and it worked. So I do think he can make that happen. I also feel like he made Starro work really well in the Suicide Squad movie, which if you were to tell me, trying to explain to some of my buddies who watch these movies with me, like what Starro was and is, I'm like, even explaining it, I'm like, dude, I don't know how you guys are going to like this in the movie. I don't know how it's going to work. And sure enough, it did. So I think he's got a knack for doing that with some weird concepts of comic books. So I do think Crypto will end up working well. Plus, who doesn't love a good dog, So I think that'll all be good. The score, I think it's nice that they're hitting some of the nostalgia with the score.
They slowed it down, played onto it. They really did.
Yeah, I like it. And I've liked every version of it that we've heard so far, because in the motion poster that they did, there's this really beautiful, light, slowed down rendition of it, which sounds like a woman kind of just vocalizing or harmonizing the trumpet parts of it. Yeah, and it was really nice. And then I didn't mind the electric guitar version to start the trailer, but I could see that being a little old, a little quick. So I like how it pretty quickly goes into the orchestral trumpets and horns and all that. I like it. It's a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of member berries, which I think isn't always a bad thing as long as the movie doesn't rely on that. As nerds, I think we all like when we get these little tidbits of things that we love and Easter eggs and references and even just paying homage to things that we love. So it's nice when you get it in the right dose and that the movie doesn't rely on it. So that's one thing we'll have to see, how much nostalgia from Christopher Reeve's Superman it kind of leans
my
on
kid has never seen Superman, and he still flies around going, "I'm Superman," going,
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, it's
There's one thing
iconic.
like
Right. The
that.
character's
Like,
iconic. That version of it's iconic.
yeah.
There's I mean, John Williams' music, it's great in everything that he touches. So overall, I liked it. I thought it was good. Did I want maybe a little bit more? Yes, but that's just me being a nerd who loves Superman. I don't critique the trailer for that because it was only a teaser trailer. And like I said, in the video I did earlier in the week, I knew we wouldn't get that much because you never do with teasers. We weren't going to get much story. We're just going to
Long
get
teaser,
a
though.
look.
It's a long
Yeah,
teaser.
fairly long, about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But what we were always going to get was just a look. And I made it clear
Yeah.
then that that's what I was expecting, was just a look at the world and a look at what this movie will look like, which I thought we got. And I was happy with pretty much everything that I saw. You know, a few things I didn't like. I think, like most people, not to say it's a lazy take. And I say that more in reference to myself because I know a lot of people have already said it. So me saying it isn't trying to be some, crazy new take or anything. It almost feels a little bit lazy for me to repeat it because it's been said so much. But I do think a quality or a reasonable concern that a lot of people have is it overstuffed? Is there too much going on in it? Because that was a fault of the Snyderverse, of trying to do too much and jump the gun too quickly. No pun intended, with James Gunn being the director, but trying to jump the gun on creating a universe too quickly and doing too much at once. It's a concern more so for what happened before with WB and DC movies than it is necessarily this. I think James Gunn has handled a lot of characters coming into a movie all at once pretty well in the past. He's done it now with Guardians movies. I thought he did pretty well with it with the Suicide Squad movies. So again, if there's a director who I think can handle that concept of a lot of characters at once, I think it's him. And I don't necessarily believe that these characters, your Green Lantern, your Guy Gardner, your Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific, I don't know that they'll be in it all that much. Even like the big dragon monster in it, it's like there's a whole lot going on at once. And I don't think those will be main focus points of it. I think those will probably be sectioned somewhere in the beginning, in the first act of the movie, to kind of set up the world that Superman exists in. And then it'll probably transfer to a pretty strong Superman and Lex Luthor story, I think. That's my guess. I can't say that for sure because I hear Metamorpho is supposed to be in it as well, and Ultraman and all this. So I'd say that's probably my biggest concern, which is a similar one that a lot of people are having right now. So it sounds a little bit lazy on my part to say it, but it is something I think you got to worry about just a tad, just because DC messed up in the past of trying to do too much at once. But all in all, I thought it was a good trailer. I had no issues with it. I know, I think most people liked it to the very least. I think I've heard more takes of it was fine, it was good, or really liked it than I have it was crap or bad. So I think that's a good sign for it. But the next teaser or the next real trailer will be kind of the bigger picture of what exactly is the story this movie is going to tell. And then even then, we really won't know till we get to see the movie, because we've had movies have great trailers and then suck. Like the original Suicide Squad movie, the David Ayer one, I thought had some fantastic trailers, and then the movie just kind of sucked and fell short. And then we've had great trailers where the movie ends up just as good as the trailer was. So the trailers really just can't tell you. And we've had kind of mediocre trailers where the movie ends up being good. It's like the trailers don't really indicate what the movie's going to be. It's just fun stuff for us to talk about as fans. So I am looking forward to the next one. I liked what we saw in this one, and my fingers are crossed. I want it to be good. I have no joy in this movie ending up being bad. So even if I have like some apprehension or some concerns about it, and I did have a few coming into this whole James Gunn universe, just because I don't know. I don't know if he's the guy to, man an entire universe. I don't know if he's the guy for all of our cinematic universe, or if he's the guy for specifically a lot of these DC characters. I don't know, and we can't know until we see what happens. So, those bits of concern I want very badly to be wrong, because I want this to be good. I love Superman. I love DC characters more than I do Marvel, even though I'm a big fan of Marvel as well. I don't do much of the kind of pick one or the other thing. I love them both. But DC is my favorite. Their characters have always been my favorite. I found them to be a little bit more complex, a little bit more gritty at times, a little bit more human and real in some of the stories that they try to tell. So I've just always loved DC, and I really want this to be good and successful. So we'll see. My hope is that it is, and I really want, everything to work out.
Sandy, you a Superman fan?
My mom was into Star Trek, Atari, and Superman. Like I got my geekdom from my mom. And I'm so like I cannot look at any Superman, including Henry Cavill, without comparing to Christopher Reeve. So the trailer looks, I guess I'll call it interesting. Like it doesn't offend me. I'm not like, ooh, I hate this. But there's a high bar in my family on Superman. And to your point, that score, like, okay, if I had to listen to one song for the rest of my life, would it be the theme from Star Wars, the theme from Jurassic Park, or the theme from Superman? I think Superman edges them out.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
I
It is
love
so
the
good.
theme. It is a combination of hopeful, like if you were to like find hopefulness in a theme and optimism and truth, justice, the American way and everything, that John Williams he did it on that one. Like that's if, and I'll have to
Just pull
like,
it up.
yeah, I have to go play it
Yeah,
now.
so
after
correct me
this.
if I'm wrong, but did John Williams also do the Harry Potter music as well?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I was pretty sure about that. He is just phenomenal. He really is.
He is, and there's a period of time where some of his themes sound a little bit alike. But
Mhm.
then he'd come up with something different like Harry Potter. I get to go to one of those concerts, the best of John Williams. It wasn't John Williams, but it was all of his, movie themes. And what good fun, going from, Star Wars to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Doo, 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 to- yeah, I did that too on my little keyboard when I was a kid. But this one, no, I'd have to really think hard, but I think the easy answer is this is the best theme. This is the best of John
Yeah, it's
Williams'
good.
theme
It's really
song.
good.
So I'm hopeful, and yes, hearing it in the trailer was good. Hearing it like the Top Gun theme at the beginning was not good. It was almost
Yeah.
like, oh my God, are we in Top Gun? No, okay,
It
all
was
right.
it was interesting, but it was like, please don't do too much of this. Like just that
No,
first couple bits of it was
mm-mm.
like, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Now back to the orchestral beauty with the trumpets and all that. That was much better.
Yes, and actually, I mean, it's like it's the flying, it's the sky. Yeah, the whole orchestral thing is very, it's very flying-ish. I can't
Mhm.
explain it anymore.
Yeah, no,
Like,
but I know exactly what you mean. That's the funny thing.
you're looking up, do 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 do.
Right.
You're looking up for
It's
something.
just that hope, like something about like Superman flying really does embody the idea of hope. I don't know what it is about that, but I don't know, man doing the impossible. I guess he's not really man, but something about that. I totally get what you mean there.
Yeah, it's like you. This is a stupid thing, the stupid questions you ask each other when you're kids, and it's like, if you're in a lot of trouble, what sound do you want to hear? Do you want to hear a lightsaber? Do you want to hear a TARDIS? Okay.
Mhm,
Or
mhm.
do you want to hear an F-16 flying over your head? If you're in the worst of trouble, and depending on where you are in your life, hey, maybe I need an F-16 flying over my head. If you're in trouble, what do you want to look up and see? Do I want to look up and see an F-16? Do I want to look up and see the Goodyear blimp? Or do I want to look up and see I want to look up and see
Right?
Superman. That's the easy answer is I want to look up and
Mhm,
see Superman flying over because then everything's okay. Like there's no question that he's going to do the right thing. Everything's okay. And yeah, so now you had to bring it up. But the whole Zack Snyder thing, is he going to do the right thing? It's too depressing. It's too emotional.
mhm.
And like when you turn Superman in, okay, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not as big on Star Trek, the original. I'm more on TNG. But did it feel like Superman was becoming afflicted with the same torment that Spock goes through with dealing with his humanity, right? And the emotions that a non-human shouldn't have, but brought up by
What as
humans.
Henry Cavill's version?
Yeah, like the darkness and
Bro.
the grit.
I know, because if they did that, I could understand what Zack Snyder was trying to do. He
I'm
just
probably extrapolating too much.
he just didn't do the world building because
Yeah.
he didn't
Yeah.
understand what Superman would do. He got
Yeah.
ideas of,
I think he was
look, we can do special effects, we can do everything, we can do this, we can do that, and then go, you know what Superman is?
Mhm.
he's hope. He doesn't kill people.
Yeah.
It
He
felt more
sucked
like
all of
he
that
was
out.
he was more concerned with how would the world respond to a Superman in terms of division and the two different split perspectives of it, more than it was how Superman would carry himself and what message he would try to get across to the world to convince that, I am for good, I am for hope, I am for truth, justice, the American way. It was more of how politically would he divide the population. And I feel like that was too much of the focus, especially on
Yeah.
the negative side of it.
Yeah.
And then with that came Superman having a hard time dealing with the idea of it and kind of being just a little too mopey about it versus, a Superman that would really just say, no, I'm just going to continue to go out every day, do the right thing to prove, to anybody who might think I represent, something bad or something potentially bad, that's not what I'll ever be.
It
Yeah,
really was a
I'm out there
void in the
saving lives. Yeah.
character. It was empty. Although, for the first, at the first glance, it's like, ooh, interesting. Look at all the colors. Look at all the, no,
The
stop.
problem is you got the best, probably Superman. Before the original.
The second best Superman.
Right.
The second best, but Henry Cavill looks. If you
God,
drew
yes.
He is
Superman,
Superman.
if you drew him,
And he
he was wasted. He
and
was
he's such
he
a
wasted.
geek. He
admires
loved it, and he
and
was like, "Da, da, da,
honors
da."
the lore. He's a
yeah.
good guy.
And I don't even
Oh.
hate the Snyderverse. I understand all of its faults. I admit all of its faults, but I don't hate it or anything. I think some of
because
them
you
are
like
fine,
the look
some
of
of them
Superman,
right? And
because you like
some
the
of
look of
so much
Superman,
of it is loving some of the castings. I loved Ben Affleck as Batman. Do I like the
Yeah.
choices that they made with Batman in it? No. Do I like the overstuffed and the messiness of Batman versus Superman? No. But I love Henry Cavill as Superman. I loved Ben Affleck as Batman. I loved some of the stuff they did with them. The warehouse scene with Batman, I thought was such good, true Batman stuff, especially something like right out of the Arkham games. There was so many things. There were parts and bits and pieces that I liked that were enough to make me say I don't hate these movies the way others do, even though I understand and recognize all their faults. But Henry Cavill as Superman, it was just an easy. He is Superman. That's an easy casting, a perfect casting. And I was so heartbroken when, in terms of being a fan, when he was let go from it to go with this new direction. And one of the first things I said to one of my buddies who was equally as big a fan of this stuff as I am was like, dude, it's going to be hard for whoever has to fill in these guys' shoes because people even if you don't like those movies and you hate them vehemently, most people will say, but damn it, Henry Cavill is Superman, and he was a great choice.
because you wanted. The thing is, when you looked at that, you wanted him to do a Superman movie,
right?
He wanted Henry Cavill to go, oh, please, somebody, a director, give him a Superman movie, because they're not Superman movies; they're action movies with Superman in them.
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
a fair way to put it.
The American, like the hope, the dream, the American Superman that we got from the comics, or whatever. You don't have to make him super comic-y, but you had to make it Superman. You had to make it, and he wasn't. He looks like Superman, feels like Superman. You're acting certain ways different, and when he did do Superman bits, he was great.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
It wasn't
fantastic.
Like, and everybody complained about and even the cuts or whatever you add on to it. It just felt, dang, Superman. That's not what we.
They just never quite captured. Well, Zack Snyder was never able to really capture the core part of it, which was a shame because, like I said, I like Man of Steel. To be honest with you, I have no issue. I have some issues with it, but I do like Man of Steel. Batman vs Superman, I know isn't a good movie. We've talked about this before. I know it's not a good movie, but especially the extended cut, I don't mind watching it. I kind of enjoy watching it for the parts of it that they do get right, but they're not good movies. And then the Justice League theatrical cut was trash. And then the Snyder extended cut was better. But again, I watched it once, one, because the length is too much, but two, because it's not, as much as I don't hate them, and I even like Man of Steel, it feels like an Elseworlds kind of story of Superman where it's like, well, let's tell it this way. It's even though I like it, it's still not quite capturing what Superman should be.
I never want to hear anyone call him Kal-El ever again.
Oh yeah,
Kal-El. Oh my god.
No. Oh,
how can you poorly act 2 syllables? 2 syllables is all you had to say, gal.
No.
Kal-El. No. What kind of accent was that?
And then some of the other castings, he just got completely wrong too. Lex Luthor was poorly cast.
Flash. Terrible.
So,
Flash.
yeah.
Jeez
What are
Louise.
you gonna?
I forgot. I've wiped that from my brain.
And I will say, at first look, this new actor, David Cornsweet, as much as he's going to have a very difficult time just kind of being the guy who follows Henry Cavill, not that Henry Cavill's movies were great, but everybody felt he was a great Superman and a great person to play him. and he just seems like such a likable guy, especially to nerds, because he's so relatable, because he is a nerd himself. So filling in after him is going to be tough. But on first appearance, I did think he looked good as Superman and good as Clark Kent.
The problem is, I think, not with with the trailer, but I think if this is not a win, and I mean it has to be bloody good. The DC universe is dead.
Right.
Why? Because it's like what they did with the Force Awakens, Last Jedi. Once you've messed them up, people get bored. I'm gonna go. This needs to be you're rebooting the franchise. You're not rebooting not just Superman, you're rebooting DC. If he doesn't get this right, what is anybody in their back mind think they got hope with anything else? So this has to be bloody amazing. And I mean amazing. Everybody goes, oh, I watched it last week. I'm going in the cinema.
It can't just be as the reception of the Batman with Robert Pattinson, which I think a lot of people thought like, oh, it's good. And some people thought, oh, it's kind of mid. It's got to be really good to great. Like, it's got to be a good home run.
But the thing is, it's got to be a good Superman. It's got to be a good Superman. He's got to be a great, not just look like Superman. He's got to act like Superman, but with a great story. And like, I know a lot of people when the trailers have gone, oh, it's very comic-y. It's very 90s comic-y. And it is with crypto and all that. And I understand that.
But that's not going to sell the movie.
That is James Gunn. He's gone in that like late 80s, 90s kind of thing. Now, for me with the trailer, I thought it was good. It was a bit messy.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in it.
A lot going on. But I think that is because I think what they're going to do, and I think Jay probably agrees with me, what you see with all the baddies, right, it's going to be the first 20 minutes of Superman doing bang, 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 bang.
100%.
And then they're going to draw out the story with two, Lex Luthor and somebody else. And then at the end, they're going to bring in everybody else to build up the next one. What James Gunn loves to do. He loves to do that kind of, oh, look, everything, draw out a storyline. And then for the next movie, look what you're going to get. And he's going to give that. I just hope that middle section, the long middle
damn
section,
good.
Bloody good. They have to show you Superman. They need to just draw it into, I'm seeing
it.
Superman is the American, the thing of the American dream in superhero form. If they don't now
it's an immigrant story too.
Yeah, 100%.
If they don't do that and they just go by, look, crypto's in it, blah blah blah, and all that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The only people who are really hard into the comics are really gonna know that storyline. You can add everything else. I've seen somebody the names. You're like, oh, people gonna know that. Green Lantern, I still think that's a hard sell. I hate to say it because what the Green Lanterns can do, it's a very hard sell. It seems like everybody looks right. The only person I didn't like is Lois Lane. I must say, I didn't like.
Oh, really? Oh, see, I liked it. I thought she looked better than I see. For me, it was Amy Adams. I couldn't buy her as Lois Lane.
Oh my God, I could not stand.
Yeah, I couldn't see it. I could buy this girl. I can't think of her. I don't mean to call her this girl. I just can't think. Rachel Brosnahan, maybe.
Yeah, I just didn't like.
I kind of like the look.
I didn't like the look. I was like, oh, you look like you didn't look like a journalist. You just look like somebody.
Yeah,
it just didn't feel like, but that might change. It might have been the scene, whatever. But
she is wearing a bit of a kind of a normal outfit, not so much kind of, So in the one real good look we saw.
Yeah, like there's. I'm just hoping they get, like they need to get the what's it, Planet? What's it?
Daily Planet.
Daily Planet.
Daily Planet. Yeah,
they need to get that where they did it right in the original Superman movies. They had that in the movie, like that, his backstory, not just mum and dad, blah, blah, blah. Now, like I hate to say it, I'm not a fan of his dad.
It's a different look for Jonathan Kent for sure.
He's rough. That's a rough Jonathan Kent.
It's definitely a different look for Jonathan Kent. Especially consider somebody who works on a farm all day and all that.
Say like that, and I really hate that, and I'm not being negative about the guy. He's got that what I can't remember what he's called it, where his eyes move. It's like he can't focus. I can't remember.
Um,
There's actually a terminology for it, and I can't remember. But his eyes move.
is it stigmatism? Is that
No,
the?
I can't remember what it is, but like they move on screen, and I'm like, oh, and every time he does it, and I like his acting, but I always get put off,
See,
and a lot of people
I
who
don't know.
he's gonna get like put off for a
Oh,
bit
I
because
don't know
he's
what
in
that is.
Yeah, I don't know him as an
he's
actor.
in
So.
Constantine, and he does it really bad, and it puts
Interesting.
you off in Constantine because all he's trying to do is that's a great scene, but he's like his eye moving. I can't remember what it's called. It's really really bad.
Witchy eye, is that something?
Is it
Galadorn
Witchy
says
Eye?
witchy eye.
Maybe Witchy Eye, and I'm guessing that might is like if they do that, like I think the actor's great, and it's just like I can see that putting off people off, and I love the actor, but I don't think he doesn't look like a like.
Yeah, I don't see John, but I'm willing to see the performance. But I will say, yeah, he doesn't
Now, do you
strike
think
me as John Kent just from the look.
Now, do you think they're going to do the heart attack?
I'm imagining, and like that, and I again, like without trying to be rude or anything, if that's what they're going for, I could understand. Like, okay, yes, you could understand how this gentleman could have a heart attack. Like, that's the nicest way I can put that. I'm not trying to be rude. I think anybody can look and visually see that. So maybe that's what they're going for, and it's like, okay, maybe, but
I hope they do. I think like the original.
If he turns in a great performance, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I don't like Kevin Costner's. I like Kevin Costner.
I think he had the look, but I didn't like the role. Yeah.
No, no, sorry.
At the end of the day, I think I'll always take the performance over the look for the most part. I think that's the most important. Honestly, I wouldn't even say for the most part. I'd say pretty much the whole part. I'd always rather the performance be better.
Yeah.
Like somebody with the look who gives a bad performance does nothing for me. Somebody with
like
maybe doesn't exactly match the
Smallville.
look, but has a great performance does. Yeah, the guy who's the guy from Dukes used to be in Dukes of Hazzard too. I can't think of his name at the moment. But yeah,
the original
good
one,
John Kent.
good. I still think the original John Kent is great like that, and he's kind of his end scene. It's heartbreaking, I think like that. But like how they can't do that, they have to do it unless they're leading up to do that in part 2. This has to be a trilogy of Superman.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. That's kind of the standard they go for with this trilogy, and then team ups and all that kind of stuff. So, but and one thing I will say is James Gunn does seem to, because he's said it a few times, he does seem to be pretty aware of the fact that this movie has to succeed for the rest of his DCU to continue. He's mentioned it recently, and I think he is aware of it. So I'm hoping that's
I like
effort
James,
that goes into it.
I like James Gunn as he talks about the geekdom. I think he gets like he's a comic book nerd. I think he likes what he likes. I think he likes what we like, you like, or whatever. I think he gets it. Do I think he's good? No, I don't. I'm over there with James Gunn. I think he's missed it. I've missed it. He's missed the mark so many times. I'm like, oh, you've done, oh yes, and then your next project you've gone, oh no. But what he talks about and what he's about to deliver, I get excited about, and then he doesn't deliver.
So I liked his Guardians movies, although I still haven't watched the third one.
I like number one, but that, yeah.
Number one's definitely better than number 2, in my opinion. I liked number 2 less, but I did honestly love number 1, and I liked his Suicide Squad movie. The Peacemaker show was a bit. Really? Oh, see, I liked his Suicide Squad.
I really disliked it. I would actually say the other what's it? That's the Suicide Squad. I would say that's. I would rather watch that than that. I hated that movie.
Very interesting.
I really disliked it, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. Oh no! And I was one of those ones when I watched it. I was like, you're boring the toss out of me now. And I really couldn't get into it. And that was it. That was it. But there was other ones James Gunn's done. I'm like,
I haven't watched a lot of his stuff outside of.
You're James Gunn doing James Gunn, talking about the comics, the TV shows beforehand, and then you're just doing James Gunn. You're not doing what they. So that's
always my concern with is he the right guy to take over a whole cinematic universe? That's kind of where my concern of it comes from. Like, is he the right guy for some characters? Probably. Is he to be the right guy for Superman? I don't know yet. We'll see.
I have to look here, but like you
do a whole universe is a lot.
You got to think of James Gunn. You know, he likes the character build, like character. He's not a Batman.
Right.
I
Like,
would
yeah.
I would go far like the James Gunn Batman.
Mhm.
It doesn't work like that. So if he's gonna take that on, is
I
he?
could see him
I
doing
don't
like
know.
a Justice League doc. I could see him doing that. Like some of those kind of characters, I could see him doing. I see him doing more
Maybe, but
easily than some of these other ones. It's not to say he can't. I'm willing to
no,
see if he can or not. But
no.
I do really just wonder. It's like when I think of Superman, James Gunn isn't the first guy that comes to
No.
mind. When I think of the Flash, when I think of a Hal Jordan Green Lantern, like a Guy Gardner one, maybe sure, but a Hal
He's
Jordan
doing
or a
90.
John
I'm
Stewart
looking
Green
at like,
Lantern, I don't know if I
he's
see it.
he's not going to do Swamp Thing, is he? So
I could see him doing Swap Thing. I mean, I think he does well with these kind of more obscure, quirky kind of characters. Again, not to say he can't. I just haven't seen it yet, so I'm just a little apprehensive.
The thing is, I think all of us are going, please give us a
Yeah,
sci-fi.
at the end of the day, right?
Sci-fi
Like,
Superman might win because I say what Marvel did. Oh, you dropped the ball. Now the only thing I would like, and I must say, I'm gonna be a bit of a nerdy here. I hope that you give us a Dread too. Someone.
oh, that would be fantastic. I would love a Dread too. Carl Urban, get him back. I'd love it.
And you got Rogue Trooper animated season next year. That should be good. But yeah.
Right. No, my fingers are crossed. I want all my concerns to end up being wrong because I get no joy if this movie sucks or it's a flop or it's woke or whatever people want to criticize.
Like,
that doesn't bring me joy. A good Superman movie brings me joy.
Geeks need a win.
We do.
We need a win. Like everybody was excited. I'm like kind of we've had so many. Oh my god, they're doing that like the Witcher series. It's going to be a win. Oh, you cocked it up. Everything.
How? I mean,
like a Star Trek
served it up on a platter.
Like not Star Trek. What's it? Not the? Is it no? What's the new one? Discovery? No. Yeah,
No.
STD.
Star Trek Discovery. Yeah.
Discovery. Absolute failure. And then they brought the guy back. I can't remember his name from Hell on Wheels. Did the New Worlds. Absolutely. Like absolutely dropped the ball again. And you're like, oh my, stop dropping the ball. Like Star Wars.
Just do these things good, man. We're not asking much.
Please, look. Just don't drop the ball. Please don't drop the ball. Look, it's easy. And it's just like every time. There you go. Look, yeah.
And for this movie, I would say, because I'm here, there is a little bit of talk going on in terms of the internet discourse of, can it save Hollywood? Can it save this? Can it save that? I don't think we need to put that kind of weight on its shoulders. I don't think it needs to save Hollywood or save this, save that. Because to be honest, I don't think the only thing that can save Hollywood is a string of consistently good movies. Because we just saw Deadpool and Wolverine be $1 billion hit. Last year we had Oppenheimer, Barbie, all these things be $1 billion hits. And in between those are movies that are failing, losing money because there's an inconsistent level of movies and storytelling happening right now. So no one movie can save Hollywood. No one movie can save a superhero genre. One movie can be great and do well, like Deadpool and Wolverine did. And then the next one can be whatever the hell it is and flop entirely because it's just not a good movie. So that much to put on it, I think, is a bit unfair. And I think is not really necessarily what this movie has to do. What this movie has to do is be good. It has to have the same kind of buzz. It has to be really good, not just good. It has to be really good, borderline great. And people leaving it have to have the same buzz as Deadpool and Wolverine just had. Because what this movie has to save is
I think
DC.
you need the what you want for movie. Oh my god, I can't wait for a sequel. Is there going to be a sequel, guys? Is there going to be a sequel? Please tell me. Like, you need that excitement.
Round up your buddies, dude. This movie's so good. Come watch it with me.
Please, everybody, guys, you've got to see this.
Right. Wow, I'll go watch it with you. My second, third time. Like that's what this movie needs, and not so much to save Hollywood, but to save DC as a cinematic universe right now. I know it's technically kicking it off, but because we're fresh, like legitimately fresh off of a failure in terms of a cinematic universe for them, I know this is the start of a new one, but it's really saving the prospect of a DC universe. So I think it has to save. Hollywood's a different story. Yeah,
I think there's a change in the tide. Let's say that it's where you had the tick boxes. Paramount have changed probably because of what's his name, Sheridan. with all the stuff he's doing with
yes,
Yellowstone,
and all those.
landmine, not landman.
It's hard to say landman. Landman.
Landman. What's it? The Sylvester Stallone one. Tulsa
King.
Yes, Tulsa King.
Like all those ones are doing well for Paramount. What do they not do? They don't give the agenda. Like so, they've like people
and they're going to
started
be.
subscribing that.
I think there's Sonic, right? They're the ones I think. Doing the Sonic movie, so they've got a new Sonic movie that I think is doing fairly well in its opening weekend. I haven't checked back in, but...
and then they've got their biggest IP is Star Trek. So if they turn that around, they've got there. But Warner Brothers, if you think about Warner Brothers with they have taken a risk.
They're such a dumb company.
Rebooting the whole DC universe, and then they're going to relaunch Harry Potter. And I always I put my hands up it. I'm too old for Harry Potter. I like the movies. I think they're very movies, but I like watching them. They're entertaining. Now, I never got why they didn't go, okay, we could call it Hogwarts. You know, like you have all the other different schools. Call it the different schools. Then when you could have one in English, you could have one in French, one in German.
Well, see, that's actually something I've been saying for years, is that in order to, instead of rehashing the story that's already been told, let's go, like, because in the video game, the Hogwarts Legacy video game, you start to hear a little bit about schools in Africa, wizarding school in Africa, and wizarding school
in the books.
And
the material is there. There's Beauxbaton in. Okay, I read all the books. Beauxbaton in France, Durmstrang in like the Balkans, you know, the former USSR pieces or whatever. You do hear about the schools, you hear about the other wizarding communities. You have the whole Quidditch thing. Like
the World Cup.
You know, could you do the whole Quidditch World Cup?
There are do it. My God,
but they chose.
But how
you could tell a sports movie through Quidditch.
But they chose the Fantastic Beasts. They went down the wrong.
Oh yeah. Well, and then even Fantastic Beasts, we see some of the American branch of the Wizarding Ministry and whatever they call it in the Fantastic Beasts. I forget.
But that's where
so much you could explore.
They picked the most boring character with the most boring actor. I'm so sorry, but I can't stand what's his name who played
Eddie Redmayne. I'm
sorry.
He's supposed to play that character, isn't it? He's plays that character quite a lot.
But it's just such a boring character. And then what you have is the Dumbledore story, which they kind of flipped out. And one of my number 3 favorite actor, they blew it with Jude Law. Jude Law would have been an awesome Dumbledore, but they took that story and
but the thing is, what have you got in that movie? You got now 3 different stories. You have I'm protecting animals. You have now good versus evil, like with
Grindelwald.
And then you
Johnny
have
Depp,
and now we're gonna have a relationship story. And it just got mixed up like that. So I think that got mixed up because they wanted to tell something and they didn't do it well. So that's it. They needed to go I would rather that
over Johnny Depp and took Johnny Depp out.
No, but if you do that, just make it about animals. People love cute animals.
It probably should have been right. Dumbledore could have had his own movies involving his story or his relationship and story with Grindelwald.
Oh, absolutely. All
Newt Scamander should have just been Newt Scamander. Honestly, probably could have wrapped up his story in one movie about animals and Fantastic Beasts. And you could have just done it, kept his story about being a wildlife expert and saving animals and all that. Done one movie, call it a day. And then start the Secrets of Dumbledore series, where it's about him and Grindelwald and the crimes of Grindelwald. Like, it didn't all have to be mashed into one. And Newt Scamander leading those movies didn't seem to make a lot of sense as it went on and on.
And then the storytelling cohesion was just all over.
I like the first one. First one's good.
First one's the best one of all of them. It's not to say it's good, but it was
just get a bit. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what direction the movies are going to be, and everybody's going to blame like, oh well, they lost Johnny Depp. I don't think that was it. I just don't think they knew what story.
The movies were just boring, and the whole Credence thing. What's his name? Why can't I remember people's names now?
Yeah, they brought him back, and he was just a bit. But I'm memorable. Like if you go by,
is this a 24-hour stream? Yes, Daily Dysfunction. Didn't you know? This is our marathon.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. But I don't get with Harry Potter. They are fixated. Okay, Harry Potter made a shit ton of money. I mean, ridiculous. I would love to see the board Let's say that with the dollars on it. But I don't get why, like, you have the prominent a British story. Yeah, it's a Scottish kind of Surrey to Scotland's story. But why don't you milk that? Because if you're clever, if you do one in every single school, do you know what you could do? You could do a theme park in every school, every
dear
city
goodness.
of every.
Yep.
Oh my! And do you know what people will do? Because it's so popular, you would have people traveling from
To go to all the different ones.
Mhm.
Yep.
yes,
Oh,
because
I would.
because if you made it all different and there was a unique collecting experience that you could buy only at the theme parks, you're there. That's it. So I don't get why they're, and I hate to say it, because it's so popular. If you you made it in French and you don't speak French and you had it only in subtitles for the other markets, you know what? People are still going to watch it.
That would be
But
educational. That would be
yes,
awesome.
and that's it. But yeah, but the thing is, you need it in every other language. Do not do it in English. Make it in the school language. Oh, it would be very clever, very entertaining, and you just opened it up to the markets that don't really get subtitles in English. You've just gone boom. Like so, yeah, I don't get why they've not done that. I'm just like, how not?
Because
But
Warner
then,
Brothers, I don't know if they understand what they have. Like, seriously,
no.
I've
They
never
have so many
understood.
I
IPs.
would like
Because
if you
Warner
did Hogwarts, sorry, Harry Potter, why don't you do like a series just called Hogwarts and then brought it back, I don't know, to the 16th century?
Like the video game did. Tell a different
Like
story that
like
precedes
the
way
the
back.
one we know.
If
the
they went,
stories
you know what
about
we're
all
gonna,
the heads of the houses. Where's
or
the
they
Godric
went to the
Gryffindor story, the
beginning.
Yep.
Rowena
Actually,
Ravenclaw story.
to the beginning. Literally, how Hogwarts became. Just call it Hogwarts. Literally,
Because we know
you've
about
got
Voldemort,
Millennium. You've got
but we don't
Millennium.
know about Salazar Slytherin. Like, you could
Yeah.
make I don't this is where it annoys me because Harry Potter's not just for kids. Okay, I'm an adult female who read the books,
Hold it.
not
Can I just
because
do
my kids.
just because? Sorry, can I just do one thing? Because I just started watching Deep Space Nine again. Can I just go female?
Oh God, you're doing your harangue.
Sorry, I don't know because I just actually my girlfriend just told me off because I started watching Deep Space Nine again. She went,
I love Deep Space Nine. Cisco is
Cisco, me and Sandy. Everybody's gonna think me and Sandy have an agreement here. Cisco is the best captain.
best captain.
Best captain.
Like when you're thinking, okay, now we're in Star Trek, but when you're thinking about best captains, you have to think about like, okay, if I'm stranded on a planet in dire circumstances, which captain do I want sending the rescue party? Okay, I'm sorry, it's not Kirk or Picard, it's Cisco because he's gonna get it done. He's gonna get it done. But no, the Harry Potter thing, like, there's adults who
Oh,
weren't
man.
kids when I was an adult when Harry Potter came out, and it wasn't because my kids were watching it. They were infants or not even born yet. It's because, wow, I read, and the books are amazing. Again, I'm sorry, I keep talking about books, but there's so much there. That IP is there's so much they can do. Um, and maybe I'm glad they're not. I don't know, because every time we think about the Lord of the Rings and what could be done there, somebody
But
screws it up. So
it's easy if you set it in the environment it's set in and don't do the diversity. And I mean
yeah,
that you're not going to do one in Africa and there's loads of white kids.
yeah,
That's it's just silly. It's like that. So it's like that's the thing is like you look at some of the things they do today, you're like, oh, you lost me. You've lost me straight away because your brain goes, that's not right. That's not right. And yeah, like, but Harry Potter, it should be a win. It's a win every time because every kid wants to be magical. And if you give them like like it doesn't have to be like for a train line or whatever, but like it's easy. And if you give that to every school, like there's everyone there, it's easy to do. So I don't get what they're doing. Just the Harry Potter
people.
reboot has to be the biggest hit. The biggest hit. the biggest hit because
I'm worried.
they've pumped so much money into it to make it things. Now, if they don't, and I hate to say, if they don't kind of replicate the original films, they've lost. They've lost
They
straight away
have to. It
because
has
they're
to be all British. It must be all British, classically trained, amazing actors. Doesn't have to be people we know. It
no,
must be
but they've
100%
got to be
faithful
the
to the
right
books.
look. They've
They
got to
have to
because
be
people now
faithful
have
to the book.
people yeah, but the books and the movies now because people got that image.
Yeah.
They've got that image of what they look like. If they
Yep.
go that knows things like I don't like what everybody put. Yeah, but they were like years, like how long ago? Like the original was. I don't know,
Oh, it's gotta
but
be 20 years ago now.
yeah. But the Philosopher's Stone, just to let the
I
Americans
know,
say,
I
called the
agree. I
Philosopher.
agree. 100%.
But they don't make it look like the characters, and I mean they don't have to look one to one, but they've got to look the part. People are just going to be, oh, I don't. It doesn't feel right. And the worst thing is, like, it's still played today. It's always on TV in the UK. Always you
Yep.
can find one on today. So this isn't like, oh, it's for a new generation. Well, the new generation is watching the old generation because they're still good movies. You
Yep.
know, they're still entertaining for kids. You know, like they are entertaining. Still, people read them to their new kids that are like, oh, you're reading age. Let's read Harry Potter. You know, it's like that. It's like with Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. You still read The Hobbit to your kids? It's not, are they?
Mhm.
So, like, yeah, it's it's got. I don't get why they did it. I know why she wanted to do it because she said they didn't tell the full story. Oh, but is there a full story to rewrite into a now series, or could they just go? She could have gone read the books. Now we're going to do something new.
And well, to be honest, like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I grew up literally smack dab at the right age, right time for that whole phenomenon between the books and the movies. And I've read all the books. I'm actually in the process of rereading the books, and
Oh, good.
there is a lot to, you know, a lot more you could add to telling those stories. Don't get me wrong, but no matter what you do, like, not to be a bit of a book snob, but like, no matter what you do with this series, it's not going to top the books. The movies didn't
Nope.
top the books. The series will not top the books. It's going to be like, and it's not to say that movies and TV shows can't sometimes be better than the things they were based off of. You know, we saw that with Miller's Crossing. We liked the movie better than Sandy liked the book.
Oh, the book was horrendous.
Right. So it's like, it's not to say
Terrible.
it can't happen, but those books are so well written and they're so iconic and they mean so much to so many people, whether it be, you know, any age group from any generation who's read them. It's very unlikely that you're going to beat it. You know, look at Lord of the Rings and Peter Jackson's trilogy. It is a phenomenal trilogy. It's possibly the greatest trilogy in cinema history. Is it better than? Now, I've never read Lord of the Rings, but I've never heard somebody say it's better than the original writing because it's just that good. It's that iconic. And maybe some people think it is. I don't know, but it's very, when you've written something so well, it is very hard to make something that actually surpasses it, no matter how good it is itself.
But
Mhm.
I think all of
Even
us
The
like,
Godfather.
yeah, but I
Even The
think all,
Yeah.
Godfather.
Yep.
That's the thing, like all of us like Lord of the Rings trilogy, like,
Mhm.
like that. Can you imagine they went, yes, we're going to remake it and make it more to the book? You'd be like,
Right.
no, leave it
No,
alone. Why do
no,
we
Peter
need it?
Jackson
Right.
did.
Yeah.
Like when I
Well,
think of
especially now.
perfection, it's not quite perfection, you know, but when you okay, when watching The Godfather, and I thought to myself, is this a 9 or is it a 9.5? What I thought about was, well, what other movie would I make a 9.5, excuse me, or a 10? And only 2 films came to my mind, and it was Citizen Kane and perhaps the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And I was like,
Mhm.
no, not quite the Lord of the Rings. That's almost perfect as it is.
Well, I'm lucky I put Xanadu on our thing then.
Yeah, there you go. We just talked about it today, but you know, so it's, but no, you're right. Like the writing is perfect and flawless, and
Right.
those films do it justice. So I kind of think about a film like, does it do the writing justice? Not does it top it?
Right.
Because in most cases you can't top the book,
Mhm.
except for Miller's Crossing, but
Right.
that was kind of a combination of multiple books, and someone took the helm there and made it better. But
And that's something I feel like the Harry Potter movies did. Are they, the greatest pieces of cinema ever? No.
They
But I've
complement the
always
book.
loved them.
Yep.
Yes, they complement the books. They do justice in telling the stories. There's things they leave out, obviously, that they have to because there's time constraints on run times of movies, all that. Like, did we need a Harry Potter series? Not really. I think you could have been better served to, again, like we talked about, expand the Wizarding world, go somewhere else, tell us a story we haven't heard yet. I think that would have been a better choice, but I'm still fine with accepting a Harry Potter series. Like, I'll still watch it. But the thing you have to
But only
understand,
if
I
it's
think, for
good.
them
If
is
they
like,
don't do, if they do them first episodes really bad, you're like, I'm out.
well, that's good. And
Yep.
that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, that's the thing I think they have to understand is now not only do we have the books to rely on, we also have a good set of live action as well. It's like it's been done in both formats and been done, the movies are well loved and well received, just from the fan perspective alone. The critics' perspective, I'm not sure exactly on all of them individually, but from the fans' perspective, people pretty much love the movies. They just get people in the nostalgia feels for either coming up with them as kids or watching them as an adult or showing them to your kids as an adult who grew up with them as a kid. Like the whole thing there, generations worth of people liking these movies. So we've already seen it in live action. We already have this fantastic bit of writing. So it's like, did we need another live action thing? No. Will I accept it? Yes, if it's good. If it's bad, people are going to tap out and just go to the other two formats that they already have, which again, if the show is bad, these two formats will be considerably better, and we'll just go back to those. I'll go back to the books if I want the full, true story with every detail, because not only do you, when you read books, do you visualize it and make it up in your mind what you think it all looks like anyways. We've already got a live action representation to be able to say, like, because that's kind of part of the cool thing of getting these live action things. It's like, oh, I've never seen it in live action. It'll be cool to see it in live action. This won't be a case of that because we've already seen it in live action. So even if I want to reread the books with more details, like in my mind, I can just kind of picture the characters from the movie I've already watched going through these, having the Battle of the Tower and all that, like in greater detail with the visuals of kind of the world that we've already seen on the screen in my mind as I'm reading it. So it's like, you really don't need another live action version of this. If you do it and it's great, then fantastic. People will watch it. People will like it. That'll be great. But again, it's stories we already know. I think the better bet would have just gone, or the better choice, maybe not bet, because maybe doing Harry Potter is a safe bet. But the better choice, I think, would have been to expand the universe, tell us and show us something we haven't seen before.
The only thing that may give me a reason to watch is that I feel like the weakest part of the Harry Potter films is Daniel Radcliffe. I don't like the acting of the three main characters, but particularly Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson. Rupert Grint, I don't know. He's got a kind of a goofy role, so
I don't like what they do with Ron in the movies.
But I don't like in the hands of another actor. I know it's hard to be a kid. I get it. I'm not being critical of a kid. I just would, I'd be interested in seeing another actor do Harry Potter just to see it, just for the experience. But what it makes me sad about is look what we're talking about. We're talking about the DC universe, the Marvel universe. We're talking about Harry Potter. We touched on Lord of the Rings. We even touched on Star Trek. What do we have new to look forward to?
Yeah, and
What's
that's
new?
right.
Like, what is not draining the last life bit out of an existing IP?
Right.
What is around the corner that we're going to say, ooh, that's exciting? I can't even think of what the last thing was that I saw that was new and different.
I can't
there's
think of
nothing
a
to look
new
forward
successful
to.
IP.
No.
And
Nothing.
it just
Like
might be
they-
on the spot thinking that's making me not be able to come up. But like, I
think
can't think of a
we
good
talked about
new
it before
IP.
and said like Harry Potter was one of the newer IPs.
But you never get anybody taking the risk anymore. Like if you look at Farscape, I love Farscape. I mean, like look at that. That is not greatly I suppose like what's it called, CGI. I love it. I think it's great like that, and like nobody takes that risk of like, what is this? Let's give it a go. They always go, oh, is it associated with something? Can we will people pay attention? There's no, like, they have now lost the idea of going, we're gonna give you a shot, because I think that's going to be the next good thing. They just They never do it. So that's it. Like even now with Warner Brothers, we said it. Their next thing is when Mission Impossible. That's the next thing. When but Tom Cruise stands down, he's sold it to Warner Brothers. He's going to be still the head runner, but there's going to be new stories of it. And that's why they're making all the new sound stages. I think there's like 13 of them in around Watford in UK, and that is part of the deal. So he can carry on the franchise. He's not going to be part of it, but that story is going to continue. Like what it's going to be, if it's going to be like back to the old show, whatever, we don't know. But yeah, it's like that. But again, no new writer, no new ideas are coming through. It's all got to be around something that is either past. We can reboot it. You know,
or like they're taking it from a medium that it's existed in, like your Super Mario, like your Sonic movies.
It's lazy.
Like now video games is the new one that Hollywood seems to be going after to see if we can adapt. And sometimes it's better than, like I was just saying, I think I mentioned it on this show last week, might have been a different show I was on, but the Amazon show, the new one, Secret Level, which is a video game themed anthology series.
I saw that.
It's good. I've got a script for a review. I just have to find the time with the holidays to actually do the review. But
good.
It was really good. I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. It was a bunch of different video games. Some I've played, some I haven't. These short little 15, some of them 7 minutes, some of them 15-minute episodes of an anthology series where it's all kind of done as if it were the the cinematics of video games. So it's in that kind of visual style. Some of them a little bit more unique looking than others, but it was really good. And it was a nice thing to say, okay, now we're doing something cool with video game stuff. But there's also a long history of really bad video game adaptations in the past where like most of them haven't been good. It's been rare to see the past few years. We actually got some decent ones with the Sonic movies, which aren't breaking ground in cinema. The Mario movie, same thing. Not necessarily breaking ground, but it was a solid, fun little story. Right. A bunch of great nostalgia in it. That whole thing's like, we're getting a better quality of stuff based on video games now. I think Secret Level actually has some of the best video game adaptation storytelling within each episode. The stories are really good that they tell, actually, minus maybe like an episode or two that aren't the strongest. And one of them is kind of like an entire just ad for PlayStation and PlayStation IPs. So that one was a bit of could have just been like a commercial they released on YouTube, to be honest with you. But regardless, a lot of the stories in it, they're short stories. Some of them rely on the visuals of what's happening. Some of them rely on classic storytelling, dialogue, the whole deal. But it was done really well, and I'd like to see more of that. But at least that show or that series felt a little bit more creative with the video game genre, because they weren't just picking some of the most it wasn't just picking Sonic or Mario. Like they were kind of taking some deep cuts of stuff like Unreal Tournament, stuff that like gamers would know, but your average person is going to know who Mario is going to know who Sonic is, even if they don't play video games. This was taking games that there's an episode on Mega Man, an episode on Pac-Man, but then there's some on games that are far more, I don't want to say niche because they have a big spot in the world of video games, but you'd have to be a gamer to have even heard of them before.
Mm-hmm.
But, and that seems to be the route Hollywood's going now, where they're just going to take a lot of IPs from video games and try to put that on. So it's like, again, even this version of that, which was something creative and new, it's still not something new and fresh and original IP to say, this is a brand new idea of a brand new world, a brand new this that we haven't done before.
Well, at least we got next week. We got something to look forward to.
We do. A very good movie. Sicario. Everybody do your homework. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Doing my homework.
I'm gonna call it. If you don't mind, guys.
I do too. I have
to. It's gonna be incredibly late use basis.
I need to sleep.
Oh my god!
Looking at the clock now, I didn't realize it was 8:30 our time, Sandy.
It's 1:30 in the morning.
Oh my goodness!
It's 1:30 in the morning. Anyway, we started early. We knew it was going to be a long one. That's it. We were drawing it out, but it has been a hell of a lot of fun as always. And I hope everybody loves The Godfather. It's iconic. It's great. It's things. Now, for myself, I've probably not got a lot going on. I think I'm nearly Santaed out so far. I've done Lapland. I've done Winter Wonderland. I've done a Santa train ride. I've done everything.
Yeah. All you've got left is dressing up like him. That's about it.
That's it. Yeah. I might have to dress up like an elf or something because, it's me. But other from that, I've got to do the Christmas dinner. But apart from that, but
Nice.
you guys, guessing you're all gearing up for a Merry Christmas.
Yep. For me personally, honestly, I can't say to expect too much from me this week in terms of the channel. Obviously, with the holidays, maybe after Wednesday, after Christmas, maybe something picks up a little bit. I'm going to try to not completely stay off of doing anything for YouTube for the next few days, but it will be a little bit busy. So not entirely sure what you can expect from me. So something might pop out, whether it's a couple shorts of something or a review of something or other. We'll see, or maybe a live stream. But after the holiday, and definitely going into 2025, you can expect a lot more consistency in terms of stuff I'm doing on the channel. I don't know exactly what yet, but streams, reviews, the whole deal.
Yeah, Sandy, as you said, this was going to be our longest stream. You can end it.
It's our longest stream. I'm too getting ready for Christmas. I have filmed 5 of the last 10 embassies on my list. I know it's my goofy obsession here. I want to finish by the end of the year. I'll have them filmed. I probably won't have them all posted because I don't think there are not 10 days left. So I'm wrapping up my embassy project, and the one that is getting the full video is the Embassy of Indonesia, which I was privileged to have a partial tour inside the mansion. So I got my way into one of these amazing mansions and was able to film just a tiny bit. So I do have several projects just completely stacking up on me, and a couple of classes to teach early. Oh gosh, I got to send my outline in. I forgot a couple of classes to teach early in the new year, and my outline is due tomorrow for one of my courses. So
I'll just blame the Godfather. No big deal.
Normal. I know, really. It's Godfather got in the way. And looking forward to watching Sicario, and now looking forward to watching Sink the Bismarck. That'll be fun.
But yeah, I hope everybody has enjoyed The Godfather, and everybody will enjoy having a very, very merry, happy Christmas.
Yes.
So until we see you after being a couple of pounds a bit fatter, after a few turkeys, whatever, roast ham, couple of beef, salmon, or whatever you're gonna do.
We're doing tacos. We decided on tacos.
Nice.
Christmas taco. Oh,
I love that. I love that.
I do. I kind of want to change my like that.
Yeah, that is awesome.
But yeah, Christmas tacos, everyone. There we go.
You can do ground turkey tacos. That'll kind of bridge the gap there.
No, good old ground beef turkey. I mean, ground beef tacos. Yeah, gotta go shopping tomorrow.
Yeah, but everybody have a great one. Have a great Christmas. Keep safe, and we'll see you in the next one. Everybody have a good one. Bye now.